But Rod, maybe you can just have a quick look at the state championship points there, because I know this is a very, very tight contest in Tas Supersport.
Certainly is. So for the Tasmanian Road Racing Series so far, Hamish Sellers is sitting at number one position. He's on 222 points. Matthew Long in second. He's only a little way back on 217. Then we've got Marcus Delaney on 178. And Mitchell Hawksley on 175. So, well, and also Peter Bellchambers on 174. So it's very close in that top five.
Of course, Mitch Hawksley has probably been the pace setter this year. He's won most of the races, but he missed a round. So, look, would you say he's favourite for today? It's hard to say because the speed at the front is on with these guys. But, gee, Mitch is going to be in the mix, that's for sure.
Look, it's going to be, I think we're going to see, Hamish Sellers, Matthew Long and Mitch really taking it out for the win, like we've seen in previous rounds. And I think, as we know, Chris, it'll come down to how the day rolls with the weather. And if it stays dry, I think Mitch Hawksley will probably be the man to beat. But we'll see. Let's see how we go.
Yep. First bike through there, Chip Sellers. Notice he's getting the MotoGP leg out style into turn one to try.
Okay, I missed that. I was just looking at the points for the SRCT side of things.
Didn't look entirely natural, but doesn't matter, Mitch. Chip, if they get the photo at the right time, it's going to look awesome.
Yes, absolutely. Be a bit of Jed Metz around here.
A bit of Jed Metz, yeah.
I think every corner here, Jed's got the dangle. But anyway, we're seeing a bit of pace there from a 600 down the straight with a bit of a wheelie over the hump there, Chris. Don't often see that from a 600.
Yeah, got a few more ponies out of the R6 of Chips for the last round of Simmons, I believe.
There's the dangle again. It's definitely that was very effective.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to remember to do it in the race.
Well, I know he's pumped for today, and he said he's going to have a red-hot crack at it. So it looks like he's already having a go there. So a 58.26 early on in the session for Hamish. Just ahead of Matthew Long, 58.95. Marcus Delaney, 58.96. Jonathan Hughes, a 58.98. So there's nothing between them so far early on in the qualifying session.
Yeah, without a doubt, this is a class to watch today.
And interestingly, just for timing, if you're listening, we've got Hamish Sellers on a Suzuki SV650. Now, that is not the bike he's on. He's actually on an R6, but that's one of their other bikes in the stable. So just a little bit of an entry error there can probably be addressed.
So Chip Sellers just crossing the line right now.
There it is, the leg dangle again. It's looking great.
Chip Sellers flat 58 so far. Marcus Delaney 58.19. Mitch Hawksley 58.2. John Hughes 58.4.
Okay.
Matthew Long 58.5. So already throw a blanket over them. Good to see Matt Carey in the mix there as well with a 59.2. So that's a new bike for Matt Carey. He's traded the older CBR 600 for 2009, I think he said.
I think it was 11, I thought he said.
11, yep.
2011 ZX6.
He said he can already notice extra power. So hopefully that's going to mean a good result for Matt here today.
So I'm just, Chris, I'm just going to grab your attention, and Hamish Sellers, if he's on it again, seems to be the new thing for him here into turn one with that leg dangle. So he's just coming around the sweeper now. He's certainly on the pipe. And no, that time just as per normal. So
yeah, could have slipped his mind that time.
I think he's certainly done his best time in the session so far. So
yeah, 57.36.
That's Marcus Delaney. Actually, has gone into the top spot with a 57.36.
Oh wow, okay, good work.
So Hamish Sellers 57.72. Mitch Hawksley now coming through the field there to a 57.79. So still a little way away from where we know they can be. But I dare say the track temperature would be well down at this stage of the day.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's a coolish morning here at Basketball, but the sun's certainly out, so I think it's going to be gradually rising. Certainly from the commentary box, it looks like reasonably good conditions out there.
Yeah, I'm just noticing too, if you're looking back towards where Mount Wellington may be, we can see a bit of a rainbow. So hopefully that stays over that way and doesn't come across to us.
Yeah, there's a little bit of weather about, but like as I said earlier, I think we're forecast for maybe a chance for a light shower later in the morning, but mostly clear conditions.
So just a shuffle at the top there. Matthew Long now, he jumps into top spot. Mitch Hawksley's just jumped into second position. Marcus Delaney, Jonathan Hughes up to fourth. Hamish Sellers, who was in P1 early in the sessions, now back into fifth position.
You just noticed Mitch Hawksley going through, probably posted that 57.2. Very, very shiny new front tyre on, still got the label on it. No doubt at all, these guys are not taking any chances. There's a lot to play for today, and they're throwing everything at it.
Yeah, good to see. We were just talking before, Matthew Carey, so he's sitting in sixth position there on that new bike that he's bought. So that's a great effort because, as we know, jumping on a different bike that you're not used to can sometimes take a bit of setting up and also getting your head around the differences between what you're familiar with.
Yeah, very capable rider, Matt Carey. He's demonstrated that, particularly last year's 2 hour, riding around for an extended period of time on slicks on a wet track. Did a masterful job.
He did do a good job, and Chris, that's where the affection for the ZX6 came from. So having piloted that bike with Josh Rees, he decided that he needed to buy one after riding it.
Okay, well, there you go.
That I know because he told me himself the other day that he really enjoyed the riding the bike, so decided to upgrade.
Yes, I think the LCDR is getting a bit worse for wear as well. I do remember it pirouetting down through the S's last round or the round before.
Well, the times and the positions are shuffling at the front. Jonathan Hughes has now jumped into top spot. We've got just over 3 minutes to go. He's posted a 56.79. Not far behind is Marcus Delaney on a 56.92. Now, just had another shuffle as we speak. Matthew Long now jumped back into top position with a 56.78.
Well, I guess that underlines what we're saying, that these guys are taking this very seriously here today, and it's going to be an amazing few races ahead of us. But what I did notice, Mitch Hawksley just came into the pits. He's gone back out, currently fifth fastest. Now, Mitch is very, very capable of making up positions, but he'll want to be on the front row, I believe, because as we keep saying, these guys are going to have the hammer down today.
They certainly will be.
This will be interesting. Mitch coming through now, so this is not a flying lap, but this one coming up, he's got clear track. It'll be worth keeping an eye on Mitch for this lap, Rod.
Yeah, he's definitely on it. See by his attack of turn one there, he's got his head down for a fast lap here.
Yeah, just coming down through the S's at the moment. Bottom of the hill, everything's looking pretty clean there. So I think Mitch is looking strong here for a good lap.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He may run into a bit of slower traffic down towards the end of the straight, but we'll see. There's a few riders there ahead of him that are touring. We've got some people sort of indicating they're coming into pit lane, so that may just be enough to knock a few tenths of a second off there.
It could be. Hopefully they'll stay out of the way, but as you say, it can be enough just to lose that tiny bit of commitment. Around the outside of Martin Long goes Mitch Hawksley, so look, I don't think it's upsetting too much. This is going to be very interesting. Previous fastest 56.79 from Mitch. Goes third, 56.74. So it goes to show that Marcus Delaney and Jono Hughes weren't messing around to go P1 and P2.
Yeah, absolutely. Down to a minute 20 to go in the session, so still time for another couple of laps, depending where you're situated on track, of course.
Matthew Long's just pushed Mitch Hawksley back. This is like your MotoGP, Rod.
Yes, the screen's been jumping from front to back all over the place here.
So at the moment, it's Marcus Delaney, 56.65, Jono Hughes, 56.68. Sorry, it's 56.55 for Marcus Delaney. Then Jono Hughes, 56.68. Matthew Long, 56.74. Mitch Hawksley, 56.74. Hamish Sellers, 56.79. Wow.
It's very close. Peter Belchambers is coming over the line there.
And Mitch Hawksley about to come over the line, so keep an eye on this, Rod.
Okay.
Does not improve.
No improvement there for Mitchell, so he's really only got this lap. There's under 30 seconds to go, so he needs a good clean lap here, Chris, if he's going to try and get on the front row.
So I suppose the person who's probably going to be most concerned here is Hamish Sellers, that he's off the front row and he's defending the championship lead. Yes, he's certainly he's back in fifth at the moment. That's really that could prove to be a problem for Chip, because he's going to be starting that position all day. he's going to have to overtake to get up and maintain that points lead with some very, very fast guys in front of him. He's not out of time, but time is running out.
Mitchell Hawksley's just put into pole position.
56.47.
And right on the end of the session. So we just got riders now on there who are still on the flying lap.
Chip Sellers, last lap now. What's he going to do?
No improvement from Hamish. So looks like Chip's going to be starting from middle of the second row, Chris.
Yeah, I guess importantly, he's got Matthew Long on the second row as well. Now, Matthew is Hamish's main threat in the championship. So it's not like they're separated on different rows, but
it's going to come down to getting a good start, and hopefully there's no incidents in front of them.
Oh, look, it's going to be absolutely critical.
It's going to be great racing.
Absolutely. I'm already a little bit nervous, apprehensive, just thinking about it. But look, if you're these guys, you just really need to try and get an awesome start and thread the needle to get through on a couple of guys in front of you if you can. But clearly, the guys in front of you are fast. And
and as we were saying, you just mentioned before, Chris, too, about MotoGP-esque, whatever you want to call it. But those first 5 positions, 1 to 5, separated by 0.034 of a second. So 0.3 of a second between the top 5 guys there. Fantastic effort. So I'll just roll through the time. So Mitchell Hawksley, great effort there on that very last lap to put himself into pole position with a 56.47 on the last lap that he did in the session. Marcus Delaney a 56.55, Jonathan Hughes a 56.63, Matthew Long a 56.74, and Hamish Sellers a 56.78. So absolutely nothing between those guys. So if that's anything, Chris, to go by, the racing is going to be amazing.
Look, I fully expect it will be, as it has been all year in this class. It's probably that and Lights Production have been the 2 best subscribed and most competitive classes, I'd say.
Yep, absolutely. Just good to see Peter Bellchambers there coming in 6th position. So great effort from Peter, like a mid 58. So that's a top effort. Peter still, I think, getting used to that GSXR 600 he's on, Chris, too. Yeah,
and I know we keep saying it, but while Peter might be off the pace a little bit, that is still a very, very competitive time at 58.5. It's a great time on a 600 around here, particularly...
I think Pete's over 60 years of age as well, so no mean effort.
It's a great effort. Next up are our Tassie Superbikes. Had a bit of a depleted field this year, but good to see a couple of them coming back. We've got about 9 or 10 bikes, and Chris McGrath making a return after a couple of years away from racing. So it'd be unfair to expect too much of Chris, having been out of the saddle for quite a long time, but just good to see him back on the circuit.
Yeah, look, I did talk to him briefly yesterday, and I said, you'll probably be a bit rushed, and he said a bit. So he'd obviously turned a wheel by then, but, we've seen Chris do lap times here in the 53s. He's one of the few riders or local riders that's circulated Baskerville under 54 seconds. But, that's probably unachievable today based on not being in the seat for a couple of years. You do lose quite a bit of time.
Yeah, he said he's pretty pumped to get out there, but we were talking about the difference between your ambition and what you're really capable of. And what we're talking about, which I'm sure you can...
I can certainly agree with what you're going to say here.
Yeah, I was going to say, what you lose are just the subconscious... the fine touch you take for granted, doing lap after lap, how much of it comes down to automation. And when you've been out of the saddle for a long time, you have to think about every little thing you do, and it robs time off you.
It certainly does. Like you're having done a ride day earlier this year, not having ridden for about a year or so. I know that feeling well. The brain seems to remember how to go around the circuit, and you think you're doing a good job, but then you look at your lap times and you're a good 2 or 3 seconds off, or sometimes more, where you think you should be or where you used to be.
And you're probably working harder for it.
You certainly are. It's not coming naturally. You're sort of looking what you're doing, and it feels sort of fast, but then you look at the lap time and you think, well, hang on, where am I losing time? It's all in your brain. could be your fitness. You just lose that sharpness. So the guys that are doing this all the time at every ride day, every race meeting, it definitely, that's how you keep your mind sharp and your lap times where they need to be for racing.
I know we've said it quite a few times, but practice does help. I know that stands to reason, but there's nothing like doing a lot of racing and a lot of laps, because that subconscious and that automation really does help you do your fast laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Time on the seat. We've all proven it. If the more time you put on your race bike, the better you get at it. So good to see Brett Simmons just heading out for his qualifying session. Chris, what do you expect Brett's going to try and achieve first up this morning?
Well, of course, Brett's coming back from an injury. He, I think last time out at Baskerville he spun it out in the wet at the bottom of the hill, just landed awkwardly on his shoulder and cracked his collarbone. So, from what Brett says, no lingering issues there, but look, sometimes those things can be in the back of your mind. Brett being a very seasoned, experienced racer, I don't think he's going to have many problems with that. I think he's going to lead the pack as he usually does. Maybe you could just recap the points there for us, Rod, in the Tas Superbike for State Series.
Okay, bear with me. I'll just so State Series, Tas Superbike. So Brett Simmons is sitting on 235 points. He's 15 clear of Jason Wiley on 220 points. Jason Spencer's third on 206. Then we've got Jeremy Huddleston in fourth on 172, and Wade Schrader on 169. So.
And what's interesting there, Rod, is that Jeremy and Wade are also competing for C-grade champion.
Okay.
So not much between those two. That'll be interesting to watch today too.
So basically, between those two, it's whoever finishes ahead of the other one for the bulk of the races should take out that C-grade trophy.
Yeah,
for sure.
And Damien Folds heading up the B-grade championship.
Rightio.
So plenty going on in Tas Superbike as well.
So just to recap there, Chris, in the SRCT side of it, we've got Jason Spencer on 243, Jeremy Huddleston on 208, Wade Schrader on 173.
That being because Brett dropped around a club round because of his injury?
Correct. Brett did miss a round due to injury, so he's sitting back in, I think, fourth position or fifth position.
So Brett's already gone through fastest, 58.17 from Jason Wiley, 57.23. And Chris McGrath, there you go. Great return, 58.0. So already a good time from Chris, given how few laps he's done since his last race 2 years ago, where that was actually 2 hour where he fell off and broke his arm.
It was. Now Jason Spence has just gone to the top of the sheets with the 55.57. Good to see Jason putting the gauntlet down early on in the session.
Yeah, we were talking to Jason before. Current 600 lap record holder, so no slouch around Baskerville.
Yes, I think Jason has gone quicker on the 1,000 now around here. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with his times?
No, it's a good question. I don't know.
Certainly the times that he's done in the past was extreme. That 54.6 on the 600 was a fantastic time.
It certainly was, as we saw from the 600 qualifying this morning. We were saying how close it is at the front, but that's in the mid-56s. So given that that's 2 seconds off what Jason did, goes to show there was a good time. Admittedly, race and qualifying can be different, and we're going to see faster times come today, but it just does underpin or underline how good a time that was from Jason. So that's Chris McGrath just re-entering the pits. Chris actually went through 57.27 as his fastest so far, so whether he's got a problem or he's happy with that or he's exhausted, I don't know. It could be any of those.
Certainly very physical riding one of these 1,000cc bikes around Baskerville. It's a short undulating circuit with ups and downs. A few little bumps getting into the circuit these days. Not too bad, not like the old days, but still, Chris, there's nowhere to rest around the circuit. So, when you haven't done it for a while, you certainly feel it pretty quickly after a few laps that it's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, just talking to Josh Vanderputten yesterday, actually, about riding the larger bike. He's obviously got a Yamaha R1 now, not racing it this weekend, but asking him about what his plans are, whether or not he might even consider entering the 2-hour. He's basically, I'm not fit enough. Now, Josh is a reasonably fit, slim guy. You'd think he'd be ideal for it, but it just, again, goes to show what you're saying, Rod, that riding these bikes does work you very hard. It's not just the horsepower that you have to deal with. They're a heavier bike. You've got to muscle them around.
Yeah, they take a bit of turning, and also, you're pulling speeds in excess or around 200. It's only a short straight here, but these bikes are still up around that 240 kilometres an hour or a little bit better. And, you've got to wash off around 140 or so k's an hour for the end of the straight there to take that first part of the sweeper. And
what's interesting here is Jason Spencer's gone to the top, knocked Brett Simmons off P1 for the moment. 54.86. Now, Brett's still on track, but Jason Spencer is re-entering the pits now, so that's time will stand for Jason, but we'll yet to see if Brett's going to knock off Jason for P1. I don't think it's going to upset Brett too much if he happens to start from P2. Interesting, Rod, just changing subject. We're getting a few spots of rain on the commentary box window, so all bikes starting to file back in.
Okay.
I think those positions are going to stand. So Jason Spencer P1.
It's like Brett Simmons P2.
Oh, Brett's actually coming onto the dummy grid, so he might go back out.
Well, there's plenty of time. There's 2 minutes 50 in the session. He's just checking with Eric Simmons, his mechanic and father.
Yeah, Brett was saying this morning that he's working harder than ever because he's now not only racer but pit crew chief for son Isaac. So he's changing tyres left, right and centre, preparing 2 bikes. It's no mean feat.
Certainly not. Seeing Jason Wiley still on track, so he's sitting in third at the moment with a 55.71.
Good time there from Damien Falls in fourth too, 56.81.
Yep, Damien also hasn't been riding very much lately, so that's a very handy time.
It is, and justifies his B grade points lead as well.
Wade Schrader there, just seeing Wade go through. He's interesting battle we were talking about before with Jeremy Huddleston. So currently Jeremy's sitting in, looks like 6th, and Wade in 7th.
All right, so Brett Simmons returning to the pit. So obviously that means Brett's content with that P2. As I was saying, it's not going to upset Brett. He always gets the best starts, or almost always gets the best starts. So P2 is almost as good as P1. It's really only bragging rights, I think. Jason Wiley goes through. Does he improve? No, I don't think he does. 55.71 from Jason. Shout out to the timing team this morning. Great to see the times coming through quickly. I know they put a lot of work into making sure that everything's as good as it can be, and so far it's absolutely fantastic from what we can see. So thanks, timing team. Thanks also to all the other SRCT officials and volunteers who are helping run the day. It's a massive amount of work that goes into putting on a day like this. It's not just the people walking around in the orange vests. You can see there's a lot of preparation work that goes into these days, and everyone owes them a lot of gratitude for that, because it often goes unnoticed. People are squeezing in what they can do with their day jobs. It's not easy, but I tell you what, you see a day like this and some great racing, and it all makes it that much more worthwhile.
One thing I'll say about the Ducati there, Chris, it certainly does sound angry, that V4 engine.
It certainly does. It grabs your attention, doesn't it?
It's definitely got a fair bit of horsepower. It jumps off the corners. It does sound probably, I'd say probably the best sounding engine out there, different to the inline Screamer 4s or the Big Bang R1s.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that. I'm still a big fan of a screaming inline 4, maybe just old school.
Yeah, I think I don't know. The jury's out on that one for me. I do like the sound of the V engines. I think I've always been a fan of the V8 car engine, so anything that sounds like that gets my attention. Go back to our road riding days, Chris, in the 80s. The VFR 750 with twin megacycle pipes from memory sounded amazing.
VFR 750s, yeah.
Back in the day, they did have a great engine note. Very angry sounding bike. Even though they went okay, but they certainly did sound good.
Yeah, all different crank angles to what we're seeing with the Ducati and some of the other Honda V4s, but they all sound different. Of course, the Yamaha Big Bang engine, it's an inline four, but sounds a bit V4-ish because of its firing order.
Yeah, they call it a cross-plane crankshaft. Look at a leg dangle there from Damien Folds as he tries to get the bike stopped and turned into turn one.
Yeah, MotoGP's got a bit to answer for, isn't it?
Certainly does.
But look, hey, if it works and it feels good, do it.
Well, it does actually help initiate the turn. One thing I'll say about it, having tried it, I found it very difficult to do with my long legs, and but it does make the bike feel more stable on corner entry. But it also wears, physically it wears you out quicker as well. There's more effort to do, getting your foot on and off the foot peg, and even though it sounds like an easy thing to do, it's at speed. It's not that simple just to drop your leg out and up and down.
Well, with the wind resistance that we spoke about earlier as well.
We're getting, it's like Ryan Chen. We've got something for us. What have you got for us? Cheesecake.
Cheesecake, you serious?
We've got cheesecakes.
Wow.
Fantastic. Delivered. Hand delivered. Thank you. These look amazing. So when we get to morning tea time, Chris, we can indulge in some cheesecake.
I don't know what we did to deserve that. I know it's not our commentary, so...
Oh, don't sell yourself short, Chris.
We'll probably get a bill for it later. But thanks, Ryan. And speaking of Ryan, unfortunately, I think I mentioned earlier, a little DNF for Ryan yesterday, so shame to see him not on the track today.
So just to quickly recap, before the screen has changed, but Jason Spencer will start the last round on pole position from Brett Simmons, second on the grid, and Jason Wiley on third. Just
an update. I was saying a little while ago we're getting a few sprinkles of rain here on the commentary box window. That's cleared.
It's definitely cleared, and that rainbow that we saw sort of over towards where Mount Wellington may be, that's definitely now gone, and we're seeing patchy cloud and blue sky coming through. So let's hope that continues.
Just as the Lights GP and Lights production classes file out, ready for their qualifying session, another big field, and another tightly contested contest in the championship, Rod.
Yes, as always, and it's a great category for these little lightweight bikes.
I think both Lights GP and Lights production are reasonably tight.
Well, Lights GP, we've got Grant Boxall currently leading the championship for the state series on 224 points. Taran Ocean, he's on 217. Daniel Briggs on 204. And Nathan Green on 195.
The difference there, of course, is Grant has been riding a 250cc GP bike compared to Taran Ocean, who's on the 125.
Yes, and in the SRCT, in the club championship, it's like in the Lights GP, Nathan Green from Daniel Briggs, Mark de Jong. Just trying to find the Lights production. So, Lights production for the club championship, Jesse Woods from Chad Wiley and Dane Griggs in third. And in the Tas series, once again, Jesse Woods on 255, Chad Wiley on 224, and Brodie Curtis on 171. And also, we were talking earlier, Chris, about Tom Turner. So great to see Tom Turner sitting fourth outright in the state series on 171 points, locked with Brodie Curtis.
Absolutely. Just what we were saying about how good the junior class has been for developing riders. But going back to lap records again, Rod, Lights production lap record 58.475 by none other than Joel Kelso. Now it's going to be very interesting to see what Jesse Woods can do about that today.
I was here to see that lap by Joel Kelso, and as we know, Chris, Joel Kelso would probably weigh about 30 kilos. No, I'm joking. But he's an extremely small stature rider and built for racing a motorcycle.
Yes, unlike you and I.
I think, yes, no, you're right there. It looks like we've got a mechanical issue there for one of the KTM 390s at the top of turn 2, so there'll be a yellow flag out.
It's not Doug Watson, is it?
It could be Doug Watson or possibly Dane Griggs.
I think probably Doug.
It's like Doug. Not the best place to be parked.
No, it's not good. Yellow flag is waving, so rider's getting plenty of notice, so I think he's underway again now,
Yeah,
so all
he's
good.
definitely underway again, so I'm not sure what the issue was there. So certainly a mix of bikes, as we were talking before about the club championship points. We've got this category, we share a GP-based bike, which is a race-only machine that's never been able to be ridden on the road. They're purely a race bike, against production-based road-going bikes converted for racing in normally or usually a four-stroke. And quite often we see in the Moto 3 bikes a mix of two-stroke and four-stroke.
Plenty of bikes on track at the moment. It's fantastic to see.
It's certainly a very busy racetrack normally when we see the lights production and the lights GP bikes out together.
The bike 141, Garth Newton, just filing past now.
Okay.
Just posting his first time, or is that his first lap out? I'm not sure. No time's come up yet, so it might have been his first lap out.
So Garth had a few issues yesterday getting, I think, with his bike, so...
I don't know how he ended up with that race number. It's not his regular race number.
Okay.
Larry Eaton just going past us right now as well. So we were talking before about how fast that bike's looking. It's coming up as a KTM EXC 250. Now, we're no experts on these. I was thinking they were a two-stroke, but it's sounding very much like a four-stroke. We'll have to find that out. Probably most people listening are saying, yep, we know what it is. Rod and I are a bit ignorant on that, so apologies, but it certainly looks fast on track anyway.
It certainly does. Unless Larry's got two bikes in the stable.
Look, potentially.
And we're being told it's a 250 when it's in the F3, because in the past I do believe that he ran the 690 in the Formula 3 side of things.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting. So far, fastest bike on track is Jesse Woods, Lights Production, 101.05. The fourth fastest bike, Larry Eaton, 103.63. So Larry is the second fastest production bike. So not that far behind, really. I know it's a couple of seconds, but goes to show what we're saying, that Larry's actually getting around very, very well on that.
He certainly does. He always gets around well on these motard bikes. He's been piloting them now for a long time.
But look, I'll run through the top positions just outright, not by class. We've got Jesse Woods, 101.05. Daniel Briggs, 102.75. Taran Ocean, 102.84. Larry Eaton, 102.95. Chad Wiley, 103.81. Tom Turner, 104.31. Brodie Curtis, 104.95. And then Grant Boxall, 105.13. So it looks like Jesse's probably got a nice little margin. He's probably got 1.7 seconds a lap clearer. His other advantage is the four-stroke launches very well. So he's likely to be leading the pack into turn one.
Yeah, notoriously good off the starts, Jesse, and a lot of those little, as we talked about before, the GP-based bikes, especially the two-stroke 125s, very, very difficult bike to get a clean start on.
All right, Larry Eaton coming back into the pits now.
And Taran Ocean.
That is a four-stroke.
That certainly is a four-stroke.
So too Chad Wiley coming back into the pits. Sorry, back onto the dummy grid. And Taran Ocean. So, not sure the reason. Taran just talking to crew chief Michael Green, but Chad Wiley just talking to one of the starting officials. Not sure what's going on there. Chad in sixth place. Now he is running second, I think. Is he not in the production championship?
Yes, he is.
So he'll need to try and move himself up a little if he's going to hook onto the back of Jesse Woods.
Yes, with these big fields, Chris, very important to get as close to the front of the grid as you can. You don't want to be leaving yourself too much work with a poor qualifying position. I know that far too well.
Yeah, and we see that again in MotoGP every round. That someone like Marquez, if they qualify too far back, I mean, he's great at making up ground very, very aggressively, sometimes too aggressively. But it's a position to put you, and you've really got to try hard to get back up to the front because of poor qualifying.
We have seen, if you're talking MotoGP, we did see that instance at the British Grand Prix where he, once again, he put himself in a difficult position on track and end up coming down.
Exactly right. Jesse Woods, just while we're talking, has gone through faster again. A 60.16. So now 2.1 seconds clear of Nathan Green, who's moved up to second place, ahead of Daniel Briggs and Terran Ocean. So that makes Nathan the fastest GP bike on track.
Okay.
That's actually a 4-stroke, NSR 250 that Nathan's riding, but still a GP bike.
I'm just checking. So Mark de Jong, is he on track today?
He is on track, but I think you're probably looking at Garth Newton, who's just coming back in.
Okay. I'm just interested to know which bike Mark's riding today, whether he's just riding his standard production bike, production Moto3 bike, or whether he's got the big girl out.
Yeah, don't know. Jesse Woods going through again, doesn't go any faster, 61.17. I think he had a bit of traffic on that lap.
Just trying to pick up there where Chad Wiley. So he's still sitting in 6th position, Chad.
Bike stopped off the end of the back straight at the moment. I think that may be Dane Griggs' time. It's a KTM RC390.
Yes, it looks like Dane. So he's had a bit of a outbreaking incident there.
Yep, don't know what happened there. Leah Renton just re-entering the pit. So Leah content with her qualifying. The session's not quite up yet. Still got another 56 seconds to run.
Looks like Nathan Green here coming round, is it, Chris?
Yeah, very impressive time there for Nathan. He goes through 62. Well, his quickest is 62.34.
Okay. We're down to the just over 20 seconds to go, so most bikes will be on their last flying lap now. Don't think we're going to see a change at the top. Jesse Woods has got a clear margin there of 2.1 seconds over the rest of the field.
Daniel Briggs has an opportunity. He's just gone through now. Got a reasonably clear track in front of him, and he's currently sitting in 4th with a 62.68. Only, a 10th behind Terran Ocean. So, opportunity for Daniel to bump himself up a position. Checkered flag's out and waving, so that is the end of section. But a few bikes, as you say, Rod, still on track to complete their last lap.
Here's Nathan Green just coming over the line. So
yes, he goes faster, but not fast enough. He's 61.36, which is the fastest GP bike at the moment.
And Jesse Woods has gone into the 59s, I think.
Yes, he has. A 59.98 just
cracked the 60-second mark. No mean feat on a little bike.
No, so not that close to Joel Kelso's 58.4, and not a lot of competition around him to push to try and get that today. But it will be interesting to keep an eye on to see how close Jesse may get to it.
Daniel Briggs and Terran Ocean all did their fastest lap on that last lap. But Daniel Briggs, Terran Ocean does round out 3rd on the grid. Daniel Briggs in 4th. Larry Eaton, fantastic job on the KTM Motard into 5th position. Now,
strangely enough, Dane Griggs pulled up exactly the same place on the outside of the track off the main straight again, okay. Almost an action replay of last time. So I've no idea what's going on there.
Well, you think you'd have to guess and say there's a mechanical issue, maybe with the gearbox.
Don't know, but
you'd think that it's maybe jumping out of gear or something.
Now he's going around, missed the checkered flag, so
seems very odd that you'd do exactly the same thing twice.
It does. Only Dane knows the answer to that. So you're talking about lap record holder Joel Kelso being of very small stature. His competition on the day, Liam Waters, even smaller. He was
Yes.
nothing of him at all. Looks like a little boy. In fact, he's a boy, but you couldn't believe how small he was. But how he rode that bike that day, the battle between the two of them.
Oh, that was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal.
I think the battle between those two, I think they swap positions multiple times every lap. It was cut and thrust. It was great racing. I do remember it well.
Definitely one of the best races I've seen here at basketball over the years. For the whole 20 laps, there was nothing between them, swapping positions just about every lap. It was fantastic to watch.
We've certainly seen some great racing here over the years. We've been coming here for far too long, Chris, but we'll keep coming. It's what we love. It takes me back to when we had the Shell Oils series here many years ago. For many years they did come, and we witnessed some fantastic racing in where were we? Box number 3.
Yeah, the Shell Oil series, of course, being the ASBK equivalent in the day, which was the Australian Road Racing Championships, sponsored by Shell.
It was a great series, and I think the pits here were chock-a-block full of tents and factory teams and big transporters. It was great to see.
It was, and some riders that have gone on to very, very big and better things. The likes of Mick Doohan, Gary McCoy.
I remember talking to Gary McCoy here in the pits. A lot of people will know who Gary McCoy is, ex Red Bull 500cc pilot and Kawasaki MotoGP when they used to have a team. But we've had Troy Bayliss certainly racing here back in the day.
Troy Corsa.
Oh, they've all been here. Kirk McCarthy.
Matt Mladen.
Yes, Matt Mladen. I remember Matt showing a clean sweep to the rest of the field when we were flag marshalling here. Super fast on the ZX R750 back in the day. Great looking, great prepared machine.
And not to mention, some who haven't gone on to high level international competition, but still certainly the equivalent in ability, the likes of Robbie Gillis, obviously Robbie raced at World Superbike, our own Mal Campbell. The talent that's visited basketball over the years, second to none, in my opinion.
Oh, it's been fantastic. And some of the racing we've seen, I think one of the best things I can remember out of all the racing I've seen here, Chris, was Craig Connell on the 250 GP bike. I know we've talked about it before, but I've never witnessed anything like that since, really, around the circuit. It was amazing to watch how he rode that bike.
You're right. Very occasionally something happens and you're not just impressed by it, you cannot understand how they can do it.
No.
And he did that time and time again. The 250 GP bike, quarter lock sideways most of the way through the sweeper.
He was drifting. You don't often see a 250 GP bike out like that, and this bike was clearly visible. And I remember we were on the fence around the sweeper and the crowd was packed in there and everybody was just amazed, and everyone was oohing and ahhing about seeing what they saw.
And what's great as well is almost without exception, riders go away from the circuit saying how much they enjoy racing basketball. It is a great motorcycle racing track.
It certainly is. It offers a lot of everything. It's every corner's got its own unique challenge, but being a short circuit and a short flowing circuit, it's certainly a lot of fun to ride around.
Of course, we should not mention some more recent international class riders who visited basketball. The likes of, Mike Jones, Jed Metcher,
Levi Day,
Glenn Allison, who most people should remember riding around here on the steel belts of his rear tyre in the 2 hour.
Yeah, I do remember that well. And we go back to some of the earlier 2 hours. We had Sean Giles came across, and he at the time was the lap record holder from the ASBK days. And I remember he was riding with, I think it was, who was he riding? It was on a GSXR 1000, of course. But after he's...
No, he would have been on the Ducati then.
No.
916.
No, when he was riding in the 2 hour.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
You're talking Sean Giles.
Yeah, Sean Giles.
With Blaze.
Quinton Blazley, of course. So interesting his comments about the circuit and the lap time that he did do in the day. And he said he didn't know how he did that.
Yeah, well.
And how physical the track was.
I think we can all relate to that.
I think that was an age thing.
As you get older, it gets a bit harder. But We're talking through the current session. We should come back to the present, and we have on track the, where are we? Golden Era over 500, pre-modern Superbike and pre-modern Super Sport. So really, this is the older big bikes. Pretty good grouping, to be honest. None of them slow, and it should provide a good contest. So far, Harry Sellers on the Ducati 996. So we're just talking about Mike Jones. Those that were lucky enough to be here at the 2 hour, I can't remember the year, but it's
2016 it was.
2016, where Mike piloted the Ducati that Harry's currently on to what was very, very nearly a win. Ran out of fuel on the very last lap.
Or 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go, was it? And it's another example of one of those things where you cannot understand how he did it. On the old bumpy bitumen of Baskerville, I think he was circulating in the, what was it, Rod?
Oh, his fastest time was a mid 55. Sorry, a flat 55.
A flat 55.
Flat 55. On a bike with around, well, be lucky to have 100 horsepower, I think. Maybe 98, 102 horsepower. Bob could tell us, but it certainly is not blessed with modern numbers like a current production 1000.
I think I could say with confidence that anyone was here that day that saw that went away absolutely gobsmacked by what Mike achieved on that bike.
It certainly was great to watch, and I remember watching the race from the in the middle of the pits up on the hump, and I don't think I moved for the whole 2 hours.
Well, I actually watched the race from a race bike seat. I was part of that. I didn't move for the whole 2 hours, or at least I didn't move after it.
You would have moved for a couple of days after it.
A couple of days after it. But I was lucky enough to share the track with Mike that day, and like most riders do, good riders do, they go past you and you can't work out why they're going so fast so easily.
Yeah. So just going back to what's on track at the moment, we've got as Chris said, the Golden Era over 500 pre-modern open qualifying, and so far we've got Stuart Bugg with a 58.26. A fantastic time from Stuart early on in the session. Not far behind though is Harry Sellers on that Ducati with a 58.53. And then his father, Bob, he's coming through on the R1 there at a 58.7, so it's very close to the front. James Ryan in 4th, Peter Bellchambers 5th so far, Don Fenton, Joseph Browning, Oscar O'Donovan, Matt Coward and Mark Ealing rounding out the top 10 so far in the session with 5 minutes to go.
Good grouping here, Rod. It's James Ryan, I'm just looking at in the Golden Era Open. He's often leading the pack, so it doesn't have a lot of incentive to push harder. But this time he's got 4 bikes in front of him with very similar lap times. So it's going to be a good carrot for James to see what he can actually pull out of the old FZR 1000.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far in that,
he's got a bike run off the track and. Yes, fallen. Look, I don't know if he ran off and fell off the grass. This is turn 1. We've got a yellow flag waving. Very hard for us to see here because of the lay of the land and the 2-foot auto group bridge. But I can see the rider moving around. Can't tell you who it is at this stage.
No, the rider, I think it's just either sitting down or just got up. I can't quite tell because the track does dip away there as you go down through the paddock.
With 4 minutes left of the session. Now, with the yellow flag out, it does make a qualifying lap a bit difficult.
Okay, the rider is up and walking, so not sure what's happened there, Chris. It doesn't look like there was an obvious crash there, so maybe out-braking manoeuvre, and once you go onto that grass with race tyres, probably not a lot of grip left.
It's possible. I can't see any crash marks on the track, which usually there are some witness marks at turn 1 from
a foot peg or a handlebar, or a combination of that and some fairings?
That's right. But actually, I hope I'm not jumping the gun here, but I wonder if it is Harry Sellers on the Ducati. I cannot see Harry on track at the moment. I hope I haven't cursed him there.
Okay, I can't tell who the rider is, but it looks like the leathers may be a blue. It could. You might be right, Chris. Looking at the leathers, that could be a bit of a dent for the title, or for where he's sitting in the championship.
So red flag. I think that's as a result of that Turn 1 incident, and I'd say that's a good call because, as we've said a few times, it's very hard to qualify when there's a yellow flag waving, where you do need to show a bit of caution.
I think it is Harry Sellers, Chris.
Yeah.
Apologies to Harry if I'm wrong, but just looking from here, he's a long way away, but the colours of the leathers looks like Harry's suit.
Well, that's a real shame. I know that bike's only just making a return because it has a new engine fitted. The old one broke the end off the crankshaft, or something like that, I think Bob said.
Okay.
So, yeah, just thought they had it sorted. Been run on the dyno and running pretty strongly. Of course, it may not have anything at all to do with it.
Yeah, definitely I'd say, looking at the leathers, the blue and the orange. Doesn't look very happy.
No, he doesn't.
Looks like he'll be a bit winded. He's walking around, but either he's extremely angry with himself, which you can be sometimes when you do crash, and might just be venting. But anyway, the ambulance is heading up there to go and offer some assistance, and let's hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, it's not always easy to assess an injury straight after you fall off, even yourself, unless you're very badly hurt. Adrenaline can mask some injury. So
it certainly does kick in pretty quickly.
What you really need is to be checked out.
You certainly do.
That's the bottom line. All right, well, while that's happening, why don't you and I have a quick break?
We'll try these cheesecakes from Ryan.
I'll just run you through the positions as they are. We have Stuart Bug 58.23, Harry Sellers was 58.53, Bob Sellers 58.7, Peter Bellchambers 59.17, James Ryan 59.2, Don Fenton 1 minute .16.
I'd say that'll be the end of that session. I would imagine we'll move on with the program. I can't see us restarting that session.
I doubt that. We only had 2 minutes.
2 minutes 50 to go by the look of it.
So we'll take a very short break, and we'll come back to you as soon as I think we'll be back for race 1. Looking forward to that one, Rod.
That's going to be great.
Okay, so bike's back on track. Rod and I are back on commentary duty. And it would appear that we're going to pick up where we left off, which was the final qualifying session for the Golden Era over 500 pre-modern Superbike and pre-modern Supersport, with only 2 minutes. Oh, now we've got 4 minutes left. So, well, we've got 4 bikes on track. Confirming that was unfortunately Harry Sellers who fell off there at turn 1. Hoping Harry's fine.
Yeah, we're not sure what happened there. I'm guessing a mechanical with the bike, maybe. It doesn't appear to be any marks on the track from a bike going down, so it looks like he's run off there at probably a fair bit of pace onto turn 1. And as we know, it's quite a quick corner, and once you go onto the grass with racing tyres, there's not a lot of grip left.
No, I did hear his dad Bob running the bike back in the pits. Just, I don't know if he was curious to see if it was still running, or that it's obviously mechanical. It was backfiring a little, so whether that was as a result of the accident or caused the accident, we don't know. Anyway, bike's back on track. There's only 4, as I said. Probably not going to be much change in the order now, Rod. So a bit academic, probably these last few laps.
Yeah, odd call. I would have thought we would have moved into racing, so the day doesn't get too far behind. But anyway, it's not our decision. Here we'll see. There's 3 minutes to go, or just over 3 minutes to go, and these guys obviously, they've gone out on track. Still feel like they need to try and achieve a better qualifying position.
Yeah. So just recapping, our fastest bike on track was Stuart Bug with a 58.23. Now he's on a Yamaha R1, so he's going to be in the pre-modern Open. Then we had Harry Sellers. Obviously, he was the faller from the first session. He was 58.53. Then we had Bob Sellers, also in pre-modern Open on a Yamaha R1. That's a 58.7. And Peter Bellchambers, first of the Golden Era Open bikes, 59.17. James Ryan, second of the Golden Era Open, 59.2. So nothing splitting those two in Golden Era Open. That's going to be a great contest between the two of them.
It certainly will. And James Ryan, he's on a FZR 1000. Certainly got a little bit more straight line power than the bike Peter Bellchambers is on. He's on a G6R 750. But certainly the G6R being that little bit lighter and probably a little bit more nimble in the corners makes up the difference in the lap time.
So just to recap, it's a bit of a change from last year for the older classes. So this year we moved from historic to golden era. So historic used to run up to the end of 1990. So now they run to. So let me think about this. 97, and then we move into pre-modern, which goes through to 2015.
No, 2004.
Sorry, 4. Good
2004,
point.
not 15.
Yep, 2004. So the critical cutoff really was around the early R1s, which were qualifying for historic and really should have probably been competing against more modern machinery. So they're now in pre-modern open, giving the earlier historic or golden era bikes a bit more of a fair chance at taking the flag.
They certainly were a great race bike, the early R1s, and still are today. We'll no doubt see at national level big changes there as the periods, more periods become eligible, and we'll start seeing those bikes hitting the track. Hopefully not literally, but yeah, I'm not sure at a national level when we're going to move to. I guess we're going to call it period 7.
You'd think so, yeah.
You think we would?
It's only 50 seconds remaining. That's Oscar O'Donovan just crossing the line now, 59.96. So he is the first of the pre-modern Supersport bikes. Also leading the club championship. I don't think he's any threat in the state series, but has been the rider showing the best pace all year. But as I said, not well placed in the state series. He missed around riding a pre-modern open qualified bike earlier in the year. So a few things going on there for Oscar. But as I said, regardless of all of that, he's probably been the man to beat, and is proving that again here today.
Looks like we're just about to finish the session. Just counting down now. The checker flag is out. And yeah, no changes at all there with the field, Chris. So
Oscar's coming around now. I don't know if he's going to beat that time. which was 59.96, 59.46. So he does beat that.
Still stays in 6th position.
And only 1.2 seconds off Stuart Bugg's quickest time, which is, of course, on a 1,000cc bike, compared to what Oscar's on, which is 600. Be interesting to see what Oscar can do as far as bridging that in the races. He's a capable young rider. Who else do we have out there? Tim O'Halloran, I think, just went past on bike number 42. He's qualified 11th outrider with a 1:02.42. And I think that was Joseph Browning, was it?
Not
just
sure, Chris.
Crossed the line.
Yes, it was. Sorry, looking at the timing screen there.
So he's qualified nicely. He's actually second quickest of the pre-modern Supersport. What was his time?
Looks like
a 60.58. That's a really good time from Joseph. He was the Formula Basketball winner here. Was it earlier in the year? I think last time he competed here. So his move into the championship classes has come at a good time. He's clearly very competitive, and that's the whole idea of Formula Basketball. Give you an easy introduction and a safe introduction, and then once you're ready, you can move into the championship classes, and that's exactly what Joseph's done, and he's qualified second quickest.
Yes, it's a good mix of bikes there. The Pre-Modern Open and the Historic Open, or the, as we call them, the new category, not the Historic Open, the Golden Era Open. So once again, we'll see some very close racing at the front of the field between those categories. The lap times separated by only a few tenths for the first 5 bikes. Should be a busy first 4 or 5 positions, Chris.
It's going to be very hectic. That does conclude our qualifying session. So we're now into racing. Race bikes being called. Yep, just listening to Peter Woods, Clark, of course, calling up the Race 1 bikes right now. So racing not far away at all, Rod.
Okay, so just looking at the program. Looks like race 1 will be the Formula 3, the Formula Baskerville, and the Golden Era up to 500cc bikes.
Probably Formula 3 is the bigger class in there in terms of numbers. It's been a pretty closely contested series all year, so I'll be looking forward to having a look at that. As far as the state series, Peter McEldowney, just to recap, is leading that at the moment on 243 points from Lockie Curtis 221, Boyd Whitson 150. Unfortunately, Boyd's not racing today. He had a DNF at Simmons and broke a collarbone, I believe. Trevor Renton in 4th position, 141 points, and then Dale Madden 5th on 117. So, look, I think the two to look out for is the leader, Peter McEldowney, and second place, Lockie Curtis. You've only got 20 points between them, so that's going to be very interesting to see what Lockie can do about it. The other class, the Golden Era 500, we've got Cameron Rowell leading on 236 points from Grant Boxall on 215, and then son Ben Boxall in 3rd place on 151. Formula Basketball, of course, is not a championship class. It's just a round by round competition, so there's no points to give you for that one. So it's really Golden Era up to 500cc and the Formula 3 class that are the championship classes rolling out at the moment.
Should see some, I think, faster lap times now too than the qualifying times this morning. The track temperature should be coming up quite a bit now, and the weather conditions are still reasonably good. So, any tips for you, Chris, on this one? I'm thinking it's going to. I think for outright track honours, it's going to be Peter McEldowney and Lockie Curtis are going to fight it out. I'm
going to pick Lockie Curtis in this. I think he's been showing, like he gets faster every time he goes out. He's been riding absolutely beautifully. Not to say Peter hasn't, but I just think, Lockie's looking pretty determined. I reckon he's a good chance here.
Yeah, I think he's got into the high 59s on that VFR 400 now too.
Of course, different bikes. Peter's riding an SV650, Lockie a VFR 400, and I think the 650s have the legs down the straight. Of course, you're talking about a twin cylinder versus a 4-cylinder, so it's not apples with apples. But I think the twin cylinder 650 still has the legs on the little 400.
It's definitely got the speed in a straight line. It's the as we know here, there's a lot of time if Lockie's got a clear track, if he can get a clear track between turns 1 and certainly the run round to Calvin's, there's time to be made on those little bikes.
Now, what could upset plans for those two guys is the man just pulling up in the grid right now. That's John O'Hughes, also on a VFR 400. We saw what he's capable of in the Supersport class, qualifying, I think, in the top 5, was he, in the 56?
Yes, he was top, I think, 3rd on the grid from memory.
Very, very capable rider, but right there, front row, are the three men who are going to figure in the race to the checkered flag, I believe. Lockie Curtis on pole, Peter McWadowny, second place from John O'Hughes, third.
I think Larry Eaton will get a very good start on that motard too. Usually fires it off the line very efficiently.
So too does Trevor Renton back there on the third row. Watch out for him.
Bike 59?
No, right on the inside here, 34.
Oh, yes, bike 34. Yeah, Trevor, that bike does start very well.
Often with a big wheel stand, so watch out for him.
Okay.
Red lights on, first race of the day, and Lockie Curtis got the launch, but also lifted the front wheel. Peter McWadowny will actually claim first position into turn 1, and we'll head Lockie Curtis.
Lockie said, no, I'm coming up the inside there, Peter. He left a bit too much room. Probably the best thing he can do right now early in that lap.
The one who was left behind is John O'Hughes. Where on earth is Jono? He's making his way through now on the inside of Larry Eaton, so he's picked up 4th place as they run up the hill, but it's Lockie Curtis so far who heads the field.
And as you can see there, clearly up the hill, Chris, the difference between the 650 in second position and the 400 leading the race. But so it's going to be very tough to hold the lead down the back straight for the first time. I dare say he'll end up probably back in 3rd or 4th position here.
Absolutely. I think there's probably a fair bit of adrenaline on board from these guys at the moment. They know what's at stake. There goes the SV650 past the 400, but what's Lockie going to do about it?
Well, he's going to have to do on the brakes, and it's going to have to be early on in the lap so he can try and get a gap. So he's looking to run around the outside here around the sweeper. That's a long way around. But I'd say he's looking for a good run here into turn 1, and he's definitely got the line. He's just got to run it off the brakes.
Well, it's tight. He's going to have to back out of that, and he does.
But he's definitely got a better line here into turn 2. So looks like Peter's didn't run it wide that time, like on the first lap. So it's going to be very tough here. It looks like Jonathan Hughes there. He looks like he's trying to make a move into second position. Yeah,
I think that's Dale Madden too, right on the back of the leading 3. So Dale's joining in the fun. Not far behind Larry Eaton too.
Larry on the motard.
And behind Larry, who we got there? Is that Daniel Briggs perhaps? But running down through Calvin's onto the back straight. Sorry, Rod.
It is Daniel Briggs behind Larry Eaton.
Okay, so what have we got? 5 bikes in the lead group now. The SV650 stretching its legs. Dale Madden on the, I think he's on his SV650 as well. Looking,
he is.
God, bikes going everywhere.
That's close tight there. That's very tight. Jonathan Hughes saying, I'm coming back up the inside there, but very little room there to get past Dale Madden there into the straight.
But Peter McWadowny actually stretching out just the tiniest little bit over Lockie Curtis. Of course, you half expect that because of the run down the straight where the SV650 plays to its strengths. John O'Hughes back into 3rd place, back into Dale Madden. Dale riding beautifully, you've got to say.
He's riding very well. You can see the strengths of these little 400s here on the windier part of the circuit. They carry a lot more corner speed in and through the corner, and they just lose out on the exit. They just don't have that drive those bigger 650s have.
That's it, and as we've said so many times, if you're going to put a move on a smaller bike, you've got to do it early to get a bit of a margin for that back straight. Because
Now, Lockie Curtis here, I think he needs to get the best toe he can right up the back of that SV650 in front of him and make that move into turn 1 and then put his head down to try to make that gap big enough that he does get past again on the straight. Easy to say, Chris, but it's tough to outbrake one of those bigger bikes into turn 1 here. He's got good speed here, running around the sweeper.
Oh, look, it's going to be very tough, and Lockie's got 2 problems. He's got the guy in front of him who he has to beat, and he's got John O'Hughes breathing down.
Great run there.
And there you go.
There you go. Jonathan Hughes looking to do the same as well on the VR400, moving into second. He's got around the outside there of Peter McWadowny. As he drops down through the S, is a great move, so it's on for young and old here at the front of the field.
That's perfect for Lockie. He's now got another rider between himself and Peter. He's got clear track and probably will hold that position down the back straight. So Lockie's done exactly what he needed to do, and John O'Hughes has helped him out. So now it's up to Peter McEldaney to see what he can do. This is.
I think Peter will benefit quite well from these two 400s in front of him. He's a little bit back, but he's got certainly the speed of that bike to make up the gap here.
He has, but Lockie's...
He's not going to outbreak John O'Hughes there, and this is great for Lockie Curtis. He can now put his head down here, and he should be able to stretch out enough of a gap here to not lose that first position to the SB650s.
So Lockie's just gone through 60.31. That's the fastest lap of the group. Peter McEldaney 61.3, so a full second a lap slower is Peter's best lap, so this may be telling.
And then we had Jonathan Hughes there, Mr. Gear, coming out of turn one, so he actually sat the rest of the field up behind him. So both Peter McEldaney and Dale Madden had to sit up there. So that's been a fantastic bonus for Lockie Curtis in the lead.
Yeah, and that's what we were saying, that when you're battling someone for the lead, one of the things you don't want is other people getting in the mix. That's what's happened, and it's damaged Peter's chances, but he had the lead, he had his opportunity, so he can't be too dark on the other riders, and that's racing anyway. So Peter McEldaney back past John O'Hughes down the back straight.
Simply using the horsepower there, but Jonathan Hughes will probably, I dare say, Chris, he'll have it either go into turn one or into turn two, using the nimbleness of the VFR 400 to his advantage.
Yeah, well, Jono's not shy through there, we know that. Puffing a bit of smoke, actually, the VFR 400 of Jono's. Didn't notice that lap one, so I hope it's not developing a mechanical. Round the outside again.
That's another big move. It's all going to be... Unfortunately, he's just going to get on the straight again and lose out in a straight line. He just doesn't have the legs to keep ahead of that SV650.
No, but as we keep saying, doing Lockie a world of favour, because he's now stretching out quite a comfortable little lead, 2 seconds margin now.
Yeah, Lockie Curtis has put in the fastest lap of the race in the lead, so he's stretching that out to over 2 seconds now. The 60.31. Peter McEldaney a 60.96, and he did that on that last lap, dicing with Jonathan Hughes. So 3 laps to go. In fact, it'll be 2 laps to go now. It looks like another fastest lap, was it? From
60.3 seconds, 37, only just slower than his fastest lap. Now, hopefully, Lockie's had a look over his shoulder, so he'll see that he's got a bit of a gap. He has some lap traffic coming up.
And Jonathan Hughes here looking to also go up the inside of Peter McEldaney again at the bottom of the hill. So once again, the horsepower of the SV650 clearly advantageous up the hill as he goes back into second place.
Talk about superb racing, Rod. It's only race 1.
Yeah, this class is always fun to watch. Always close racing. Look at Lockie Curtis now. Got a little bit of lap traffic. Just got to be careful. He threads his way through quite nicely, which he has.
Yeah, he's done that quite easily.
And he managed to find the traffic at the right place on the back straight. But the bikes in second and third, they're unfortunately going to cop the slower riders here on the exit of the sweeper.
Yeah, Blue Waves waving from the flag marshal, so they're doing a great job. The bikes on left, right, and centre trying to weave their way through. I think they're all through cleanly.
Jonathan Hughes there, a big lunge on the brakes into turn 2, Chris. Not quite able to get the move around the outside, but he's going to go up the outside again here. That's a long way around there, Jono. You don't want to find yourself out in the dirt there.
And running out of time too. The last lap board is out. Incidentally, Grant Boxall leading the Golden Era 500 class, so he's defending his points position successfully at this stage. Looking for our race leader, Lockie Curtis, just coming down the back straight now under brakes. Very, very handy margin now over Peter McEldaney.
Yeah, he's definitely rode very well, and he's come around to see the checkered flag. It's a great win from Lockie Curtis.
Peter McEldaney will pick up second from John O'Hughes, and what a great ride there from Dale Madden, eh?
Yeah, Dale Madden's rode really well. He's coming through in 4th. Little way back to Daniel Briggs. Just coming over the line now from and got Larry Eaton on the line. So Larry was ahead of Daniel there, but Daniel's managed to find a little bit of time in that last lap to jump ahead of position.
So they've certainly had a fun time as well. Trevor Renton just coming through the chute at the moment, about to cross the line. Bit of a lonely ride for Trevor.
Certainly is. He'd come through in position 7 by the look of that.
Grant Boxall will pick up the victory in the Golden Era up to 500 class. Then we go back to son Ben, who's just crossing the line now. So he's second in the Golden Era 500 class. So end of race 1. That certainly got the blood flowing, Rod. What a race.
Yeah, it was a very good race at the lead. At the front 4 bikes, quite a bit of jostling there between positions. And good to see the difference in horsepower and the different style of bikes making the racing very interesting.
So what's interesting there is Lockie's fastest lap was a 60.3 and Peter's fastest was a 60.9. So 0.6 between them. Not insurmountable. It shows Peter that it's doable, particularly with that straight line advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, they're going to both go back to their pits and think very, very hard about what they have to do at the next race. Puts pressure on both of them, but that's what good racing is all about. They need to think about how they can make that difference.
Okay. Well, next up, Chris, we're having the Tassie Juniors coming out for a run around.
Yeah, and again, another close contest in the points. I think one to look forward to. We saw Tom Turner go into the circuit lap record for the juniors this morning in qualifying, so no doubt at all that he's determined, and you'd say on that, probably the man to beat.
I would say it's going to be... wouldn't say an easy run for Tom at the front, but I think he's going to be certainly the man to beat. And my money's on Tom for the win.
Yeah, I think Brody probably argued the toss on that one. I think he's probably going to say he's a fair chance in this.
It's certainly going to be good racing between the two.
And don't forget Isaac Simmons in there as well on that RS85. Depending on how well Isaac can launch, that's the big question for him.
Yeah, it certainly won't be an easy bike to launch, that's for sure.
The little spill for Isaac yesterday may have taken the edge off him. We don't know. What we do know is this is shaping up to be a good race.
It certainly will be interesting, Chris, to see how that little 85 goes against the 150 4-stroke production style bikes down the back straight here. If there's a clear advantage or not in a straight line.
Well, last round I actually had a very enjoyable day flag marshalling at the end of the back straight, and I can tell you that it does have the legs on the 4-strokes down the back straight.
Okay.
So again, it comes down to how good a start he can get and whether or not he can get close enough to them to put a pass on down the back straight. But I think Isaac's going to figure in this.
Good to see very interested parents of the juniors heading over to get a position on the start-finish straight there to watch their youngsters go around.
Interested or nervous, or both?
Well, probably both. I'd say nervous interest. How's that? That sums it up. Conditions look almost perfect at the moment, Chris. I'd say very little wind, judging by what I can see out through the pits. Oh, there's a little bit of breeze coming through on some of those tents, but I think all in all it looks pretty good for racing. We've got the wind direction as we normally know it coming across the circuit, sort of left to right. Sorry, right to left. Coming across the riders as they head down the back straight.
It certainly, from where we're standing, looks very nice. Although everyone standing down in the pit still has big coats on and beanies, so I expect it is
still a little fresh.
Still a little fresh. It was a coolish start here, but you know, as I say, the sun's out, not a lot of breeze, so I'm thinking
still patchy sky.
Conditions wouldn't be bad.
Conditions look pretty good. We've got blue sky sort of over towards the Mount Wellington direction, patchy cloud, and then sort of looking north. It's looking a bit sort of grey, but I think the weather will stay away.
Okay, ready for a start. Red light is on. And racing, and Tom Turner gets an absolute blinder. As we thought, Isaac Simmons left languishing back in about 4th place, waiting to get the 2-stroke launched. But Tom Turner's the man. He leads the field for the first time up through turn 1 for the run into turn 2. That's Brody Curtis in second. Would that be David Coward in third? I think it is, from Isaac Simmons. And Ava, a long way back, just getting off the line now. So Ava Connell had a big issue there off the line. I don't know if the bike had stalled. Rod, did you see?
I'm not sure. No, sorry, I missed that. She must have had an issue getting it started, I think. Must have stalled and failed to restart again, which a lot of bikes do.
But back at the front, we've got Tom Turner just running down the hill now, about to through Calvinson to the back straight. So he's got probably a 1 second lead there at the moment over Brody Curtis. And having the pace in qualifying, it's certainly laid down the gauntlet to Brody to try and catch him up and get past him.
Certainly see those young riders there, Chris, extremely well tucked in there to try to keep themselves out of the wind there to get that maximum drive down that back straight. These bikes probably only have around, well, I'd say less than, what would they have, 20 horsepower, 25 horsepower, if that?
I don't know, to be honest.
It wouldn't be very much. So, very crucial that they get themselves tucked right into those bikes to maximise their straight line potential.
Yeah, both these guys at the front have been racing these for a little while now, so they'll know what they need to do to get the best out of them. They'll have learnt that you have to be tucked in and efficient. And obviously that's playing out not only in what we're seeing and how they're riding, but their lap times are very, very impressive.
What will be interesting to see, Chris, is whether Tom Turner can, on that next lap, which will be the flying lap, whether he can break that lap record. We saw in the qualifying time this morning, it was under the lap record existing for the category, but we don't know whether that lap record was in a race or in a qualifying.
No, that's right.
So he's coming around now. This will be interesting because he's put his head down. He's been riding very, very well at the front of the field. Just heading around now towards the start-finish line. And there it is. That's a 110.78. So I'm calling it. That's a new lap record. Yep,
previous record being a 111.18. So you're right, Rod. That would make it a new lap record for the Tassie Juniors.
And when you think about it, a 110 is a very, very astounding time for one of those little bikes.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, just looking at Brody's time, so 112.36, so almost 2 seconds a lap slower than Tom. I don't know what Tom's found, but this is not shaping up to be any sort of contest at all. Tom's bolting away at the front.
He's had his mile out for breakfast. Yeah, that's a fantastic lap time, a 110.78.
Well, I wonder if that's the first lap record we'll see fall today.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be more. As you can see there, Chris, a classic example of that tuck in. He's got his backside pushed right up on the back of the ducktail there to maximise getting his head tucked right down under that screen. It's that seems to be working very, very well for him in that run down the back straight.
Yeah, just pick up the last lap board now. The juniors run slightly fewer laps than the other classes.
He's just lowered it again too, by the way. I believe, a 110.63 now.
Wow.
So he's taken a couple of tenths off what he just posted on the previous lap.
Now, I don't want to raise alarm, but we're getting a few spots of rain on the commentary box windows, so hopefully that's going to stay away, particularly with the Tas Supersport up next, which is going to be intense.
Look, looking at the weather, I don't think we're going to have too many issues. I think it's just a little stray bit of rain that's coming, but I don't think it's going to be anything to worry about.
Certainly hope not. In fact, from where the weather's coming from, it mainly looks clear. So I think you're right, Rod. There's a little bit probably more to the northwest than the west. Jet Pride just coming around, crossing the line. Somebody who's loving his racing. Jet running fourth at the moment. Goes through to 128.8.
Okay, well, Tom Turner again. He's coming around now. Take the last lap board. And
check a flag actually.
And he's lowered it again. So 3 laps in a row, he's broken the lap record, set a new one, and broken it again. So a 110.53 on the last lap.
That's very impressive.
So that's a great result from Tom Turner. Brody Curtis has come through for second place. And Isaac Simmons now just crossing the line for third. So a clear margin there, Chris. A 1:10.53. Brady Curtis a 1:12.36, and Isaac Simmons a 1:14.2.
Oh, outstanding. You know, when you're running a little bike like that, I'm sure finding half a second is just not that easy.
It's definitely not that easy. It's not easy in any category to find time. If you're riding at your limit or the bike's limit, it's very hard to push beyond that without things going wrong. So
it's half a second under your PB, not just...
Yeah, it's sometimes finding a tenth is difficult, but you know, that's a clear margin through to the rest of the field. So looks like those spots of rain that we did see are pretty much gone. So conditions looking really good. The sun's out.
The last few bikes just crossing the line. Jet Pryor goes through from Ava Connell. Ava making up a little bit of ground after her slow start. We're not sure what happened there off the start line, but she's finished only a few seconds behind Jet Pryor, so did well to make up some ground.
I reckon she's unfortunately stalled it on the line at the start, and then sometimes these bikes, when they're hot and whatever, they just don't want to fire again. Certainly when you tip them over, I know they don't like starting. But yeah, she missed, I think she was half a lap behind before she got it going again. Certainly not helpful for her race.
Good ride for Isaac Simmons. As I said, a little crash yesterday, so nice to get one under the belt for Isaac to just get his confidence back if there was any doubts in his mind. It can be hard sometimes, right, as you know, to jump straight back on and completely commit unless you know exactly what you did wrong.
Yeah, sometimes you don't. It sometimes takes a bit of time to work out what you've done. Most crashes usually are rider error. If you're crashing on your own, that is. It's sometimes a mechanical issue might cause you to come off the bike, but usually it's a rider error. Anyway, Chris, we're moving ahead to one of the exciting championship rounds for today, and this is the Tas Supersport. And as we know, it's very close at the front of the field and a good field of riders. And we saw some very, very close qualifying times this morning. 5 bikes separated by 0.3 of a second.
I reckon there's plenty of nerves down there, Rod.
I would say so.
I mean, most riders get nervous before they go out, but when it's the final round, the points are tight and the competition is fierce, and you're part of it. I think there'll be lots of butterflies in those stomachs down there.
Yes, certainly. It's going to be very close at the front.
It's probably one of the worst feelings, but
one of the worst and best feelings. I think
worst and best feelings.
Having done a lot of racing myself, and you know, Chris, I think the warm-up lap and that roll round to the start, I think that's the most nervous you're probably ever in your life. And the feeling of being on that grid when the flag drops is just very hard to describe to people if you haven't done it. But it's also very difficult to hear your own bike when you've got a field of 15, 20, 25 bikes around you all revving their engines, trying to get their engine in the right spot to fire off the line. So it's an incredible feeling of, I guess, I don't know, it's just really, really, awe-inspiring, I guess.
It is. It's something that lives with you, that's for sure. For me, it was always the weight that was the worst bit. Once I got onto a bike, I was pretty right. I didn't mind the warm-up lap so much. It was just sitting in the pits waiting, thinking through what is likely to happen in a race and how my race was going to play out, what I was going to do about it. Once I was on track, it seemed a lot easier. It felt a lot more like I was at home.
Well, that's one thing that's a lot of people that may want to start racing or may have just started racing, thinking about it in the pits and at home the night before, and rehearsing what you need to do is very important to help you be competitive and also strive towards the right lap times you need to be putting down. If you don't put any mental preparation in, it's very hard to ride these bikes fast.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And a lot of the guys use track maps, and they analyse each corner and they take notes, and they're very important tools to work out where you may be stronger or weaker and things that you need to work on to improve your racing.
So bikes just completing their warm-up lap now. Hamish Sellers, the first bike around. about to take up his position. Now he was on the
he's on the second row. He's in position 5, I believe.
Yeah, so he's there with Matthew Long.
So they're the two championship protagonists at the front.
Mitch Hawksley, the man who picked up pole, he's probably going to be the man to beat. He's, I think he owns the fastest lap time out of the bikes sitting on grid there at the moment. But look, really, this is anyone's race. This is going to be absolutely awesome. So get up and have a look at this one, people. It's well worth it. Red lights on, racing. Mitch Hawksley away best. Matthew Long, a good launch from the second row. He's up there into
looks like he's going to take the lead. No, he's just been squeezed back into second.
That's a brilliant start from Matthew Long. Exactly what he needed. But Hamish Sellers, I think, probably he's loser there.
No, he's into third, I think. I think he's in third position, Chip Sellers. Jonathan Hughes, unfortunately, he didn't get a good start, so he's found himself back in about sixth position.
So Mitch Hawksley, I don't know if you'd be brave enough to see this margin. Chip Sellers going through the inside of Matthew Long there.
Wow, the gloves are off, Chris. The gloves
Absolutely.
are off. That no mean feat to go up the inside at Suckers, and especially on Matthew Long.
It's a tough manoeuvre, that's for sure. You have to be brave.
Wow, Chip's on it hard there onto the straight, and he's gone round the outside of Mitch Hawksley. It's going to be a battle of the brakes here at the end of the straight on the first lap. And Mitch Hawksley there, a bit of a lose in the front, Chris, bit of a wiggle. That's the gloves are off, guys and girls. Get out and have a look at this.
And Matthew Long third. So championship leaders, second and third at the moment, exactly where they both want to be. But so to Mitch Hawksley, he's not going to say no, even though he's not leading the championship.
It's going to be interesting to see how the times go in this race, whether they get close to that lap record of Jason Spencer's. I think it's going to be safe, but you never know.
I'll tell you what, Chip's found some speed in the race compared to qualifying. He's really on it and picking up a lot of time up there over Suckers on Mitch and through the run onto the back straight.
He's getting a really good run onto the main straight here.
So now reverse positions. It's Chip picking up the slipstream. It does go past Mitch Hawksley. Who's going to be bravest under brakes? Mitch Hawksley again, though. So that's Mitch's strong suit.
And that's a good place to be strong there, Chris, because if you're down to if it's like this for the whole 8 laps, you want to be strong at the end of the straight on the brakes.
Mitch, we got nothing at all between them. How are we going for lap times there, Rod? A 56.7, so all running around the 56s.
Just trying to see who's in. So it's Matthew Long in third position. Jonathan Hughes has recovered from bad start there into fourth. Marcus Delaney shuffled back to fifth.
Yeah, then a bit of a get back to Matt Carey from Peter Bell Chambers, David Bartels, Martin Long and Luke Van Egden. But back to the front, it's still on as they run down the back straight.
Once again, Chip Sellers a great run onto that straight. He carries that speed really well out of Calvin's, but just doesn't have the brakes that Mitchell Hawksley has.
No, Mitch is dynamite down there.
Very strong in the brakes here, and Matthew Long there, he's just hunting there in third position. He's only a few bike lengths back, so only got have a bit of an issue at the front with these two, and Matthew Long will benefit. Yeah,
he's certainly well placed, Matthew. They're not getting away from him. He's going to benefit from any little error in front, and he's also in a position to be able to work out where he may be able to put on a pass.
And the other rider to watch here, Chris, from the bad start, Jonathan Hughes has just posted the fastest lap of the race there in fourth. And he's shaping up there to make a move into a podium position. He's riding very, very well on that Triumph 675.
Mitch just pulling out a bit of a gap this time. I don't know if Chip's going to be able to pull back that margin. It does.
Still, so, yep. Yeah, very good. Once again, really good run onto the straight for Chip Sellers. He's up alongside Mitch Hawksley, but as we've seen every other lap, he just doesn't have the braking. Oh, that's very tight there. Chip Sellers having a look up the inside, and there's no room there. That door closed very, very quickly.
I think for mine, I think Chip's close enough down the back straight that he can actually control that braking area at the end of the straight if he wants to. He's got to get up the inside of Mitch.
And once again, too, Chris, I'll just put it out there, Jonathan Hughes did the fastest lap of that last lap again. So
unbelievable. So he's right on the back of Matthew Long now, so it's going to make a four-way battle at the front.
Yeah, 55.84 for John Hughes. So 56.19 for Mitch Hawksley, a 56.2 for Hamish, and a 56.13 for Matthew Long. So
4 laps remaining. A line of 4 as they go down the back straight.
Certainly nothing to separate them. All looking like carbon copies of each other as they break at the end of the straight and take the run around the sweeper.
And don't forget Marcus Delaney. He's not very far back either. He's probably not going to form part of the contest, but he's putting in a great ride.
For the third straight lap, Jonathan Hughes as the other boys have done their fastest laps so far on that last stripe.
Very, very different lines coming out the bottom of the hill there. Mitch's classic very wide line. Chip Sellers keeping it very tight. I don't know that it's really making much difference to lap time, so I think Chip's showing that he's faster over the back of the circuit.
And Chip's really strong today onto that back straight there. Look at that once again. He's got that drive out of Calvin's and he's right up the back of Mitch. And he's gone to the outside, but once again, will he have the braking prowess to get back or get into the lead?
I think, as I was saying before, he's got the opportunity. He needs to get down the inside of Mitch, not the outside, and just hold that
He's
position.
having a strong run here around the outside. That's a long way around there. This looks like turn
inside,
one here.
it's
He's
going to be tight.
Oh, can he hold the line? He's run very wide. That's going to be a benefit for Matthew Long here.
And Matthew will run down the inside. Yes, that didn't really work very well at all.
That's not what he wanted to see, but let's see how he can recover from there. And don't forget, Jonathan Hughes is right on the tail of those 3 riders ahead of him.
Still 2 laps left. Of course, what Hamish needs to remember here is that he's actually battling Matthew Long for the championship, not Hamish.
Mitch
Hawksley.
Not Mitchell Hawksley. He's not battling him. Well, he is battling himself because it is a battle of your own wits as well.
That's right. But look, it's not over yet. There's 2 laps left.
Matthew Long looking very strong now in second position.
But strong brakes of Mitch Hawksley. That's really helping him out a lot in this race. So what can Hamish Sellers now do about Matthew Long in front of him? Last lap.
Yeah, it's looking... I was going to say, I think Matthew Long's looking pretty strong here for a potential challenge for the victory. It's all going to come down to that end of the straight braking manoeuvre. So far it's been Mitchell Hawksley with the biggest brakes.
Yeah, in fact, Matthew's pulled out maybe a fraction on Chip. Running down the hill now, about to run onto the back straight, so it's going to be...
It's all down to this last lap here, guys and girls, coming into the braking. Your Chip Sellers a great run once again through Calvin's.
This will be big under brakes. Oh, well, that's...
Matthew Long into the... I know Mitchell Hawksley still holding first position. Jonathan Hughes trying to get into that podium position, so there's nothing in it here.
I don't think anything's going to change. Mitch Hawksley will hold on from Matthew Long, from Chip Sellers, and great ride there from John Hughes. Marcus Delaney. Then we go back to, I believe, Matt Carey.
Yes, Matt Carey from David Bartels, Peter Bell Chambers.
Well, that was pretty intense, Rob.
That was a great race. Very, very good racing.
Chip certainly threw everything at that.
He certainly did, and unfortunately, that move into turn one that cost him second position in that race, or at least the chance for the fighting for victory. So that running wide at turn one lost all his drive and went from first back to third. So it does happen, and we see it happen in all forms of motor racing.
But great racing, great clean racing from all of them. Real credit to all the guys there up front. Pretty intense battle. Just talking to Mitch this morning, he was saying that he didn't have much of a chance in the championship, having missed a round. So wasn't hoping for a lot, and I was saying, well, you know, the only thing you control is where you finish, and you're capable of finishing 4 from 4. He's done 1 of 4.
Yep, that's right.
What happens is what happens beyond that is outside his control, but he's certainly taken this on, and I think he's definitely capable of doing 4 from 4.
Yeah, he's certainly shown the boys a clean set of heels there, like they pushed him all the way, but It mattered where it mattered most was on the last lap over the line, and pole position into a race one win. That's what you want to see as a rider. We saw a great spectacle.
Oh, we certainly did. And look, for mine, I think what Chip probably needs to think about, if he can, I know it's very easy to say from here rather than being on the bike, is trying to get down the inside of Mitch and control that braking area a bit more. I know Mitch is very deep under brakes down there, but controlling the racetrack is largely what racing's about, or controlling that position on the racetrack. And if he's shown he's got the speed down the straight.
Certainly did, and I think Jonathan Hughes will be ruining that bad start because he was the fastest rider in that race with a 55.8, and I think if he had got a clean start, he may have been challenging for a better position than fourth. He was right there at the line, but it's crucial to get those starts correct.
Just looking at here on the grid, our Tas Superbikes are rolling out, but like, of course, Peter Woods is turning them around. I don't know what the issue is there, but they're being sent back to the pits. I can only assume there is an issue on track, but nothing visible to us up here.
Sorry.
Right, we were just listening. Sorry, Rod, did you hear that?
No.
Yeah, okay. So Peter was just saying that there is an issue on the track around Calvin's. There's something on the track or something that's cleaning up. There's going to be a short delay while they attend to that. So the Superbikes have been sent back to their pit area. So that gives us the opportunity to have a quick drink break, and we'll come back very, very shortly. Okay, Superbikes just filing out for their first race of the day. Whatever that issue was on track seems to have been cleaned up, so racing about to resume. Just waiting on my co-commentator Rod Garrett to find his way back after a quick pit stop. But I'll try and keep you updated in the meantime. I think Rod and I were discussing earlier that probably expecting Brett Simmons to be the man to beat. He usually is. The only thing that may play on his mind is last time out here he had a tiny little spill but managed to hurt himself. A little crack in his collarbone, I think. So I doubt very much that that's going to really factor into Brett's race and have any impact, but you never know. And he's got some fast guys behind him as well. Jason Spencer, the man on pole. And Brett on his number one bike as well.
Sorry, Chris, just had a couple of things to attend to. Bit excited about this. Always love seeing the Superbikes run around this circuit. It's always exciting.
Yeah, it's looking at Chris McGrath there on row 2. We're just having a quick chat to Chris. He feels good. 2 years away from racing, as we said, but doesn't expect too much from today, but just to run around. But he said things felt really good for him this morning. So expect a half reasonable showing from Chris. But Rod, you might want to take over and call this one.
Whoops, looks like Brett Simmons may have crept there. That was unusual for Brett, but he's looks like he's going to lead the field in. And Jason Wiley and looks like Jason Spencer came very close to contact there through turn 1.
Yeah, I didn't see any issue with Brett off the line. I was actually looking up the track further. But Brett, as per usual, very clean set of heels. Already pulled out probably a second margin over Jason Wiley. So
yeah, no, Brett definitely did creep, and I'm sure that the relative people in the timing probably would notice it. Unfortunately for Brett, he'll probably cop a penalty there.
But true to form, Brett's away to a flying start. That's where he usually makes his race, just on the first lap. People really struggle to stick with him on that opening lap. Not to say his race pace for the rest of the race is slow, but it's often over and done with by the end of the first lap. So Brett goes through flying lap at a 57.21.
Well, that's a phenomenal lap time off the start. A lot of riders, Chris, struggle to do 57s on a flying lap, let alone off the start.
Absolutely, it's an extraordinary time. Good battle further back. We've got the leading three being Brett Simmons, Jason Wiley, Jason Spencer, but then we're back to Chris McGrath, Jeremy Huddleston, Damien Folds, and Wade Schrader, I think.
Wade Schrader, yes.
Brett slowly pulling away further at the front. No surprise, really. It'll be interesting to see his first flying lap time because I expect it's going to be fast. Big wheelie over the hump, and I did notice when I was out of the commentary box there was a bit of a breeze out there.
Yeah, certainly doesn't make it easy on 1,000. Having done a lot of laps around here on one myself, when the breeze comes across the track, it's very difficult to manage the wheelie.
First flying lap from Brett Simmons, 54th lap. So a little way off his PB and the lap record, not that far off. I think it's a 53.
A low 53, very low 53, I think. So he's probably 7 or 8 tenths away from his PB or lap record here. Still a very competitive time for sure.
Jason Spencer struggling to get past Jason Wiley. Two protagonists from the 600 class actually. Swapped a bit of paint around here in the 600s when they were racing them.
They certainly have. Looks like Jason Spencer's rehearsing a couple of moves on Jason Wiley.
Yeah, neither of them hold any punches and both happy to fight their space. So this should be interesting between the two of them.
Certainly no shortage of horsepower on those two bikes either.
No, they're both pretty quick, quite obviously. Brett Simmons about to come over the start-finish line again. We'll see if he goes any faster. Yes, he does, 53.97. Only a tiny bit, but Brett very comfortably in front there. Oh, that's a big...
a big lunge there from Jason Spencer. And
into turn 1.
It's you've got to make that move early on to make it clean.
A couple of mates further back there, Chris McGrath, Damien Fords, both fighting for track space. Damien Fords down the inside of Chris into the top of the S's.
And Jeremy Huddleston there right behind the two of them to pick up any pieces that may crumble.
Yeah, good ride there from Jezza. He's taken a little bit of finding his way with this R1, but he's putting in a good ride here today.
Yeah, he's into the low 57, so that's probably his PB on this bike.
It's an ex-Brett Simmons bike, the Yamaha R1.
It is an ex-Brett Simmons bike, and he did say there's a big wheelie there from Jason Spencer, just showing what sort of horsepower these bikes have at probably 230 kilometres an hour over that hump, with the front wheel just coming up very, very quickly there, and quite high as well, Chris. You know, you want to be very careful you don't loop these things over.
Yeah, not a good situation to loop one at 240 kilometres an hour. We've seen it in MotoGP before, or at least.
Yes, we've seen it in, I think, all forms of anything to do with Superbike or MotoGP.
Remember the classic Max Biaggi on the 500 crossing the start-finish line?
Oh, Bruno in 2000 and, when was that? 98?
Don't know, very, very nearly looped it. Just grabbed the back brake in time.
He certainly did. I do remember that race. I think it would have been 98, I think, when he came in to the championship that year.
Brett Simmons just coming off the back straight at the moment, about to enter the chute, looking very, very comfortable there out in the lead. Very familiar sight. Brett Simmons leading the pack. 53.84. So 54.06. So a little bit slower that lap, but we're talking about pretty much flat 54s every lap.
Yep.
Jason Spencer not making any inroads on Jason Wiley at the moment. Maybe just thinking about where he's going to put a move on. 3 laps to go there, Rod.
Yeah, interesting lap times. Jason Wiley and Jason Spencer, the two Jasons, 54.68, I think, or 6.3. I can't quite see the screen very well for Jason Wiley, and a 54.7 for Jason Spencer. So nothing in it between those two, as we can see.
Damien Thorld's getting the better of Chris McGrath as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Chris is starting to hurt a little bit, not being particularly bike fit.
Yes, certainly you're knowing about it right now, Chris. With 3 laps to go, you and I know what it's like to ride one of these bikes around here in anger, and after 5 or 6 laps, it gets very, very physical. You've got to have your fitness right up there. Looks like Jason Spencer having another look at Jason Wiley here in the turn 1.
He will go through into... Yes, he gets that... I tell you what, Jason Wiley back down the inside into turn 2. Yes, he does get that done.
Looks like he's Jason Spencer going to have to probably try and move around the outside here, or he's going to probably have a look into the bottom of the hill, but not quite close enough, and no gap there to get through. He's certainly very keen to get in front of Jason. They've had this battle for many years in different categories. And those bikes, Chris, clearly evident that they have strength in different parts of the racetrack.
Oh, absolutely. I was just about to say, Rod, very good time there from Damien Thorld. Flat 56.
Okay, that's great. Damien hasn't been doing a lot of racing either. We've got to just trying to work out what's going on here. We've got a rider touring.
Oh, that's Marcus Burns. I don't know he's touring. I think that might be a bit unfair.
Okay, look, well, he was going down the back straight. He was touring.
Was he?
So whether there's a mechanical issue with that bike, I don't know, but he was touring on that last stripe.
Yeah, he's been showing the blue flag, so I think he's probably just sitting up out of the way, letting some slower riders come through, as he has just done with the 2 Jasons.
Okay, we're on the last lap, so it's really up for Jason Spencer here. If he wants to get that second position, he's going to have to find a move somewhere on this last lap.
It'll be hard for him with the horsepower of that Ducati down the back straight.
He's got a good move there up into Suckers. He's having a look at Suckers.
He's certainly taking right on the back. He's looking like he's going to have a go.
He's certainly going to have a go. It's whether he's got the speed down this back straight to stay with the Ducati. And Jason Wiley's bike seems to get off the corner at Calvin's quite well. So
yeah, I think Jason's bike wheelied there. Jason Spencer, that is, at the wrong time. It looked like he lost a little bit of ground. Coming through the chute now, I don't think there's much opportunity there, Rod.
He's got a good run. It's going to be tough, but very close to the line. But Jason Wiley does just hold out Jason Spencer for second and third.
We missed Brett Simmons as well. He crossed the line very comfortably in the lead. But look at this. Chris McGrath somehow is... Oh, no, sorry, I'm mixing bikes. But Damien Thorld picks up fourth place, then back to Chris McGrath, only just edging out Jeremy Huddleston. So a good contest between the two of them.
Just trying to have a look at their lap times. I think Jeremy Huddleston's probably... Yeah, 56.79 for Jeremy on the R1. So I reckon that's his PB on this bike since he's owned it. Still finding his way with this Yamaha R1. But that's a really good lap time for Jezza on that bike. He's
certainly shown he's a very capable rider, particularly in the lights category. In fact, he won the Lights 20 lapper here at the 2 Hour a couple of years ago.
He certainly did.
And in very impressive style. He had some high caliber riders in that group.
Yep, so Brett Simmons taking the win there with the best lap of 53.94. Jason Wiley from Jason Spencer, second to third, a 54.68 for Jason Wiley and a 54.70 for Jason Spencer. Damien Fools in fourth with a 56 flat. Chris McGrath, Jeremy Huddleston, Wade Schrader, Marcus Burns. And we didn't see Bob Sellers starting for whatever reason, but Bob was listed as a starter, but says DNS next to his name.
Yeah, well, Bob, I guess his first class or his primary class is the pre-modern open because it is a pre-modern 1,000 that he's riding. This one was a cross entry.
Okay.
So whether he feels, I guess he had the luxury of, do I feel like going out or don't I?
Very true. And
may have come down to that.
Physically, it's it's no easy feat to ride 1,000 around here in multiple categories. So it looks easy from the commentary box and from the pits and up on the hill, but it's definitely not easy when you're on them. You do know about it for quite a few days afterwards. Well, I certainly used to. I'm sure you used to as well.
Yeah, it does take it out of you, particularly as you get older. You don't recover as well.
There's you have muscles aching in certain parts of your body you never knew existed. So.
Lights GP and Lights production filing out, Rod. This will be a ripper.
This is always a ripper race. It's what makes it interesting too is the difference between the GP based bikes versus the production based bikes, and there's obvious strengths and weaknesses between them, but it makes for great racing. Yeah,
the man to beat being Jesse Woods, of course, our pole sitter. He's heading up both Lights GP and Lights production on a production bike, so whether that shows that there's not much between them or the other guys need to lift their games, I'm not going to comment on that. I'm simply going to say it's a great effort from Jesse to...
Well, certainly lap time wise, the likes of Taron Ocean, we've seen Taron now lapping in the 58s or certainly 59s, and we didn't see that this morning in qualifying. So whether there's, whether they took it easy or whether there's issues with the bike, sometimes we see these little 125 GP bikes that Taron's on can be a little finicky with their tuning.
Yeah, we know Taron's, as you say, very capable of getting into those sort of times. So it'd be good to see him get up there.
As they murder the clutch in pit lane, Chris, they head out on the track.
Yeah, Daniel Briggs got a little problem with his bike, not running.
That's a shame. It's a very well prepared little Moto 3 bike, that one.
Yeah, that is a shame. But it doesn't look like he's going to make a start. If he does, he's probably going to be starting for pit lane, so a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that's not a great result for Daniel. Race one of the day in the category.
So Jesse Woods just coming around the chute now. First bike through to pick up his grid position.
Come on, guys. I was going to say, Chris, it's a warm-up lap, not a tour round to the start. Ideally you want to keep as much heat in your tyres as possible and get round to the start as quickly as you can. The field certainly dragging its toes a bit here.
Yeah, it can be a bit frustrating when you're, like Jesse on pole position. You've got round there reasonably quickly. You don't want to sit there for too long. You're conscious your tyres are cooling off. You look back and there's a long line of riders still coming around trying to take up their grid position.
And the other thing, let's hope everybody remembers their grid positions, because as we've seen in the past, it's very easy to forget where you are and you come around and you end up on the wrong row or on the wrong grid spot. We always recommend riders to walk down after qualifying and have a look at the track and look at the markings on the track there and work out where you're starting from and take a mental note. So we're missing someone in fourth position on the track.
Well, that'd be Daniel Briggs, I assume.
Of course, it'll be Daniel. Yes.
Well, I think it may be running. Is it?
It looks like it is running.
So I may have missed the start.
Okay, well, we've got the start. Jesse Woods got a great start.
Shock of a start from Taron Ocean. It's like he didn't even have a clutch in it. It took a long time to get going, but as you say, Rod, Jesse Woods blinder of a start. He leads the field from
Larry Eaton
Larry Eaton.
on the motard, and Larry always gets a strong start on the motard bike. It does fire off the line very well, usually with a big wheelie.
And that'd be, who's in third place?
Probably Chad Wiley.
I think it's Chad Wiley, yeah. It's so far Jesse Woods not under pressure at all. Nice little margin there over Larry Eaton as he goes up over Suckers, run down the hill.
Just trying to work out who might be in fourth. Is that Nathan Green, or is that where is Taran Ocean?
He got a shocker, so I reckon it is Nathan Green. He qualified well, and he seemed to get away well.
Okay, it's definitely a Moto 3 base bike or GP base bike. So
yeah, I think it is
Nathan Green. Yes, I can see Taran now. He's finding his way through the field. He's in about maybe 5th or 6th position.
He's made up a lot of ground, actually, because I think he was much further back going into turn 1. But Jesse Woods is the man. He will lead the field over the line for the first time. Probably a couple of second margin there, Larry Eaton.
I'd say so. We're just getting timing coming up now. So
Chad Wiley, third place, did we say? It certainly looks like Chad.
It's showing here as race 10, but I'm not sure if that's right. I think that's just the starting grid. Yeah, no, there's some issues on the timing at the moment. We've got Doug Watson in the lead from Oliver Skinner, and that's not correct. So anyway, I'm sure they're working on it.
But
anyway, let's back to the start. Jesse Woods looks like he's got about a 4 or 5 second gap over Larry Eaton. And it's still Chad Wiley in third, being challenged on the brakes here by Nathan Green, and Taran Ocean starting to get a little bit closer to the two. And I'm sure we'll see Taran come through here and move into third position. A little bit of dicing in the back, Chris, for some of the production bikes.
Yeah, there's plenty going on, Rod. I think that's Dane Griggs going through on Brody Curtis into turn 1.
Yeah, Brody looks like, if it is Brody, he looks like he missed a gear or just got a little bit wide into the straight, and Dane got the better of him on the run around the sweeper.
Looking back further up, Taran Ocean still not finding a way through on Nathan Green. He's caught up pretty quickly, but can't find his way through at the moment. So they're just going up over Suckers at the moment. They have, I think we said Chad Wiley, didn't we? Timing's up in the correct order, so...
Yep, Jesse Woods with a 4.2 second lead over Larry Eaton, Chad Wiley, Nathan Green, Taran Ocean, Grant Boxall. He's in 6th position. Brody Curtis, Dane Griggs, Tom Turner and Doug Watson round out the top 10 so far.
So Taran Ocean still not able to do anything about Nathan Green. He's got 2 bikes directly in front of him, being Chad Wiley and Nathan. So we've got to keep an eye on that. A little further back, we go back to Grant Boxall from Dane Griggs. Brody Curtis. Tom Turner in there as well, the Tassie Juniors winner from earlier in the day and lap record setter. I don't know how easy it'd be jumping from an R15 onto one of these 50 production machines.
Oh, I don't think it'd be too bad actually, Chris. I think the jump wouldn't be like going from a big bike down to a small one. I think it'd be quite enjoyable, really. Going from I think it'd be harder to go on the 1.5. Having ridden one of these little 300s around here, they're good fun around the track.
Yeah, I do know. Like changing any bike, it takes some level of adjustment. I can remember just doing during race meet, we had a bit of a historic road bike display at lunchtime where a few of us jumped onto some historic bikes and did a few slow laps.
Yep.
Getting back onto the race bike felt very foreign after that.
Yeah. Certainly, Daniel Briggs has made a good recovery from pit lane to find his way into. He's back into 7th position, so he's come through the field from the back of the grid from a pit lane start.
Yeah, it's a great job. It's like Mark de Jong back there having a bit of a contest with Harley Phipps, GP bike versus production bike.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Mark. Mark, we know, can do around the 60-second lap time on that bike. So I'll clearly say there's an issue with the bike, Chris, because he's doing a best of a 107.8. So that's clearly not where Mark normally is on track.
Jesse Woods just going through. Big lead now at almost 10 seconds over Larry Eaton. And then Taran Ocean has actually got past on Nathan Green and Chad Wiley. So Taran Ocean is now in third place. As you said, Daniel Briggs, wow, what a recovery. He's up to sixth.
Yeah, he's riding really well. He's a low 61 there, and Taran Ocean also a low 61.7 for Taran. So
it's a good battle here between Reece Tan and Ben Boxall, it looks like. Nothing much between those two guys. Yeah, 13th and 14th position. A little way back to John Kranz. Terry Morris going through there in P18. And then you're right about Mark de Jong. He's actually re-entering the pits right now, Rod. So it must have been a mechanical there for Mark.
Yeah, I dare say. Sounds like probably an electrical gremlin knowing the bike.
In fact, Taran Ocean not far at all off Larry Eaton with only 2 laps remaining. This will be interesting.
Taran will definitely eat Larry's motard for breakfast, unfortunately. Look at the speed there into turn 2. Now, Taran did get a bad start, but he's coming through the field very strong, as you'd expect the little GP bike will. I think the ride, obviously Jesse Woods out front's been going really well, but Daniel Briggs starting from pit lane he's come all the way through to position 6. That's a great result for Daniel.
Go back to this battle between Ben Boxall and Reece Tan. That's still raging. Both lines rider side by side as they go over the line. Reece Tan just edges out Ben Boxall for the position to turn 1. Leah Renton, I think, top of the S's, turn 2. She's just being rounded up by Reece Tan. She stays out of the way, so that's all good. Back to Larry Eaton. He's now got Taran Ocean breathing down his neck. Last lap board's out, so here's the opportunity for Taran. He looks to go through on the inside into turn 1 and does so.
He's a little bit wide there, but there's balked Larry on the run out of turn 1, but unfortunately there's nothing Larry's going to be able to do on the 250 motard bike.
No, and we've also got Chad Wiley only just holding off Nathan Green, so can Nathan do anything about Chad? Different classes, of course, but that doesn't matter when they're on track. They still want to beat the other guy. And then, as she keeps saying, Daniel Briggs not that far off Nathan either.
No, Daniel's done a 60.8 on that little Morawaki GP250. I think he'd be pretty impressed with that lap time. I don't know what his PB is, but it's a very smart lap time on a little bike like that.
Reece Tan still holding off. Oh, I think it goes
Jesse Woods for the win.
Sorry, so we'll go back to Taran Ocean, who is still heading Larry Eaton as they enter the chute. Nathan Green doesn't look like he's going to make any inroads on Chad Wiley, so that position will remain. But Daniel Briggs round the outside of Nathan Green, who's been caught snoozing, I think.
Yeah, that's a great ride from Daniel Briggs. Chad Wiley, his PB on that last lap of the race with a 62.18.
Yeah, I don't know if Nathan had a mechanical problem or he just gave up on that, but
he's caught napping on that last lap.
It certainly looked like that from where we were. Daniel Briggs is rounding up very, very easily.
I don't think he knew he was there, Chris. I think he just thought, oh, well, it's the last corner, I'll just roll out of it. But a 63.6, I think, on that last lap for Nathan. Cool, mate.
So congratulations, Jesse Woods. That's a very convincing win, 18 seconds over Taran Ocean.
That's a huge win.
Very, very impressive. Of course, Jesse Woods is no stranger to GP bikes. He rubbed elbows with Jeremy Huddleston for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, we saw some great racing between the local lads here when they were both on the GP bikes. And actually, talking to Jesse in the pictures today, he's bringing it out next year and going back to the GP bike.
Is that right?
He is.
Just been told by race control that we're going to lunch after this next race. So that will be the end of the first set of races.
All right, Chris. Now, maybe I've got a job I've got to go and do. Do you want me to find Matt Allen for you to give you a hand?
If Matt's about,
Or Len Bester, maybe, if Len's still here.
Yeah, well, I know Matt was lined up to come and join me. Otherwise, call Chris McGrath. He'll come up.
Oh, here comes Len. Len Bester can stand in for me. I've got to go and do a little job. So I will hand over to Len, and I'll talk to you later on, guys.
Thanks, Rod. Welcome to commentary, Len.
Thank you, Chris. It's quite a great day out here. Expected a bit of rain, but no sign of it yet. Let's hope it stays away.
Next race up, we have our Golden Era over 500, our pre-modern Superbike and pre-modern Supersport, a class that you're no stranger to.
No, it's a brilliant class. Every person in it are all good mates. I was just talking to James Ryan in the pits just a while ago. He said even though we're good mates, we all want to beat each other. So that's racing for you.
Yeah, we're used to seeing you head up this field. I guess we were saying before that last year we were running slightly different categories, but you're running around on your R1. Usually, we're used to seeing you at the front. So you're missing being out there?
Sort of. I think I've had my time out there, and now it's time to sit back and relax and watch the anxiety of other races before the races. And I do recall that, and not fond of the anxiety, but it all went away once you're on the track.
It's funny, we were just talking about that before, how Rod was saying his most nervous time was the warm-up lap. Mine was always the wait before you jumped on the bike, sitting there in the pits thinking about the race that was coming up. It's something I was never fond of, but I eventually learnt that without that, I didn't race very well. It turned into adrenaline on the racetrack. It's different for everyone, but it makes the reward that much sweeter, doesn't it, when you have a good race?
Oh, it does. Trusting your riders as well that you're riding with is a big thing. Of course, the best place to be is out in front, and you tend to stay out of trouble out there.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do, though. Ride around by yourself and lead, hold your own pace. Sometimes you need a bit of a carrot in front of you. It takes a lot of discipline to hit those lap times, as we saw Brett Simmons do earlier. Hardly varied in his lap time. Flat 54s for the entire race. Stuart Bug on pole position on the R1. We've got Bob Sellers on P3 on an R1. Now, who was in P2 there? No one's taken up their grid position yet. I'm just wondering who that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Nobody coming forward, is there?
No.
Oh, that would be Hamish Sellers, who had the little incident.
No, Hamish isn't in this one.
Sorry, Harry Sellers would it be?
Oh, yes, that's exactly right. So Peter Bellchambers has now picked up that position. So I'd be saying this one's probably between Stuart Bug. Oh, gee, this is tough. We're going to have to wait and find out. Red light is on. Racing, Stuart Bug gets away beautifully. Bob Sellers, terrible launch on the R1. Few goes at the clutch with big wheelies, but Stuart Bug's away first. Who's that in second there? Rod, Len, I mean. Peter Bellchambers.
He's been overtaken around the outside. No, he's held his position going around through the S's, so he's still in second place.
That's actually James Ryan, who was looking to go around the outside there, so good start from James. But Stuart Bug, he's the man, stretching the field out as they head up towards Suckers.
And we've got Peter Bellchambers on a GSXR 750 and James Ryan on an FZR 1000. So we'll have a look at the pace difference down the straight here. Expect James might pass Peter Bellchambers down here.
It's not slow, that 750 of Peter's. They're both Golden Era bikes. Look at the R1 of Bob Sellers, though. That's a pre-modern R1. It just goes to show what horsepower can do on these bikes. We know it's not slow. It's actually the bike that Hamish Sellers campaigned at a 2-hour a few years back, and
he did very well.
Got on the 54s, I think. Unfortunately, just fell off towards the end. Now that is deep struggling for.
So that's James Ryan. He's just moved into second place, just underneath Peter Bellchambers into turn 2.
Who's that in P4? Just gone past on Bob Sellers. Is that Don Fenton?
I'm not familiar with that bike. We'll have a look at the timing.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, they're starting to group up at the front. This is shaping up to be a fantastic race. There's still Stuart Bug out the front. James Ryan behind from what we can see. I don't have binoculars today, so struggling, particularly with the sun reflecting off them. But okay, down the straight. So it's Stuart Bugg, James Ryan, Peter Bell Chambers. I think that's Don Fenton then from Bob Sellers. So nothing between the top 5.
And they're all riding well within their capabilities. 1 minute 4 seconds, and they're all capable of riding well under the 60s.
That was the first lap. So they're now gone through 58.69, 58.16, 59.11, 58. So they're all around that high 58 mark.
James Ryan's now about to challenge Stuart Bugg at the front. Very close going up the hill into Suckers.
That's a really good time from James, getting into almost 58. So that's got to be close to a PB, I would have thought, for him. Do you know from memory, Len, if...
I'm pretty sure that James Ryan's been into the high 57s around
he?
here.
Okay. But Stuart Bugg's still doing a great job there, keeping James at bay. So we've got Pre-Modern Open versus Golden Era Open. So you'd say on paper that Stuart should have the advantage. Now look at Bob Sellers. He's now pulling himself back up to 3rd. Used the power of that Pre-Modern R1. Got back up past Peter Bell Chambers. Then it's Don Fenton who's having a great time. He's got a CBR 1000, so no shortage of horsepower there.
So as we rank at the moment, we have Pre-Modern Open in first place, Golden Era in second place, and in third place Pre-Modern Open. So Stuart Bugg's doing a great job. And
the first Pre-Modern Supersport bike is Oscar O'Donovan on a CBR 600, but not far behind him is Joseph Browning doing an outstanding job on a ZX6R. So he's only a little over a second off Oscar's pace. Oscar's quite an experienced racer now. James Ryan looking for a run down the inside of Stuart Bugg at the end of the straight.
That was
and
a big run. They're side by side.
That was tight.
Very close.
I don't know if Buggy cut him off there a bit. I know James certainly had to sit it up. If anything, that'll probably only fire James up a bit. Another experienced rider now, James. Has been campaigning for a few years, Len.
Yeah, for quite a bit longer than what I had. I'd been campaigning for the last 4 years, and yeah, he was a formidable rider back then when I started.
Good recovery from Bob Sellers too. He's now broken away from Peter Bell Chambers and Don Fenton. In fact, looks to be pulling in the 2 guys at the front.
And of course, Bob Sellers is one of the Sellers family that have many, many decades of racing experience.
Absolutely. We're seeing 3 of them out here today, being Dad Bob and sons Hamish and Harry. Yeah, in fact, look at Bob. He's right on the back of James Ryan now. We know he's probably got the most horsepower out of the 3 bikes. They're not slow, those R1s.
No, especially the one that Bob's on is an 04 or an 05. Yeah, very formidable bikes.
Absolutely, fantastic grouping of race bikes. This has turned into a really, really enjoyable race to watch. Great competition. Good contest right at the back there as well with Matthew Coward and, gee, who's that? Is that Mark Eagling? Both in Pre-Modern Supersport, I think it might be. So they're having a great time as well.
Now the 3 front runners have grouped up and they're coming down the back straight together now. So this will be interesting. Bob Sellers moved into second place and closes up on Stuart Bugg under brakes. So this will be interesting going under the bridge into turn 1 to see whether Bob will pull a move on Stuart Bugg to take out first position.
Didn't see where that happened, Len.
Bob got a really good run from Calvin's onto the straight and then overtook the FZR 1000 of James Ryan.
Yeah, okay. So, look, what do we got? 2 laps to run? Yes. I think there's plenty of time for Bob. He doesn't need to do anything silly and probably will use the extra power of that machine down the back straight. Stuart Bugg gets out of the corner at the bottom of the hill well. Put a couple of gaps on, a couple of bike lengths gap on Bob Sellers, but the power of that R1 pulled Buggy in very quickly up that hill.
Yeah, Stuart Bugg has got that geared very well. He has a lot of experience around Baskerville, so gearing the bikes to come out of the corners is really important, and I think he's got that.
Look at that. No problem at all for Bob Sellers to pull out, go past Stuart Bug to pick up the lead. So great recovery. Bob Sellers leads the field. About to pick up the last lap order to come through over the start-finish line. Stuart Bug, I don't think he's going to give this away too easily though. He's still right on the back wheel of Bob Sellers.
Now, James Ryan has backed off a bit. I do know that he is riding with a bit of a hand injury from riding dirt bikes, I believe. So I'm thinking he would be in a bit of pain at the moment.
And one thing Rod and I were talking about this morning is how hard these thousands are to ride. They are fatiguing, and Bob's no spring chicken, so he might be fatiguing. I know I would be at this point in the race.
Yes, I always do after about the sixth lap, but of course we can all fix that with our own personal fitness.
Well, absolutely. You can't wind back the clock though, unfortunately. But so far, Bob's showing no sign of relenting, so he comes over the start-finish line now to pick up a very well-deserved first place from Stuart Bug, James Ryan, and then we're back to Don Fenton, that it would be. Yeah, nice ride there from Don.
Yeah, nice lap time, 58.66 on lap 2. So it's getting down there.
Oscar O'Donovan, the first of the pre-modern Supersport bikes, way back to Peter Belchambers. I don't know what happened to Peter. And then right on his tail was Joseph Browning, another of the pre-modern Supersport bikes from David Coward, Mark Egling. So Oscar O'Donovan doing that quite comfortably in the pre-modern Supersport class.
There we go, another good grouping of pre-modern Open, Golden Era, pre-modern Superbike, and what else we got racing in there, Chris?
I've got all the big ones. So the Golden Era Open, pre-modern Supersport, and pre-modern Open. So the old big bikes. It's
we just have Karen Webb coming over to finish off the race.
So great work there, Bob Sellers. He's, I think you'd have to say he's probably got the most capable bike in the field, but you know, you've got to allow for the fact that, as I said, he's getting on in years, done plenty of racing, a lot of experience, and he just showed that, how cleanly he got through the field. So really, really good ride there from Bob. So too Stuart Bug. And as you said, Don Fenton, good lap time there as well. Don't know what happened to Peter Belchambers. Hitting his head as he comes in the pits, looking up at me, so obviously brain fade is what he's referring to. Didn't see what happened, but maybe, who knows, we're all capable of that, aren't we, Len?
We certainly are. He has had some trouble with his bike over the years as well, so it could be mechanical.
Yeah, a bit hard to pick from up here, but yeah, certainly from what Peter was suggesting there. He was his own error. Well, according to race control, that brings up lunch break. So I think it's time for us to duck out and try and cram something in quickly before racing resumes. Certainly been a great race, morning's racing. I've enjoyed it. Hopefully you can resume this afternoon as well, Rod. I know I kept calling you Rod. You don't look like Rod.
No, a little bit better looking. No, thanks for the opportunity to commentate in this race that's just passed. It's very close to my heart. Raced in that for a number of years, so I know all the riders, know most of the bikes. So thanks very much, and we might catch up this afternoon.
We look forward to seeing you back. I hope Sally's not listening. Would that be right?
Maybe a ride day or two.
Maybe a ride day or two. Okay. All right. We'll be back very soon after lunch. Okay, bikes back on track. About to resume race 2, first race up after lunch. Another change in commentary. Welcome back to commentary, Matt Allen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It's nice to be back up here.
Some fantastic racing already this morning, Matt.
Yeah, I think for me so far this morning, the pick of the day was the 600s with Hamish throwing it all at trying to get past Mitch, but didn't quite pay off. But hats off to him.
Absolutely outstanding. I don't think you could beat that. No disrespect to the other classes. I think we saw some great racing there as well. But that 600 race, the quality of the riding there at the front, absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and certainly I don't believe Mitch was leaving much in the bag there, if anything at all. He was giving it his all, and Chip seems to be having a great time out there in the races, even though it didn't pay off.
Big call out as well to Channel 7 News for coming out. Thank you very much, ladies, for coming out and paying us a visit here at Baskerville. Hopefully there might be a little bit on the news tonight to show the world how good our racing here is at Baskerville.
Yeah, they're making their way around the sweeper now to grid up.
Jonathan Hughes certainly been riding very well today. First bike to line up.
Yeah, always riding well-presented motorcycles too. They're always well done.
Helps if you work in a motorbike shop, I guess. You have access to good things.
Yeah, and the SVs have actually been a great bike to watch in this category today as well.
How well did Lockie Curtis ride in that first race?
It was fantastic to watch. Certainly didn't quite have the vantage point that you had up here to watch it, but certainly from down at ground level it was still great to watch.
Would have been a lot of thinking going on after race 1, but with both Lockie and Peter McEldaney there in P2 as to what they need to change for this race, because it was a very, very tight battle and tight contest in the championship. But we're about to find out what's going to happen. Red light is on. Racing, beautiful start by all the front runners. Trevor Renton, big wheel stand through from second row.
Daniel Briggs certainly has the skills on the back wheel.
Lockie Curtis, I think, yes, he's going to go through to pick up first position as they go down through the S's for the first time. Peter McEldaney then from Larry Eaton, that will be. Jono Hughes up there as well, looking to go down the inside of Larry Eaton, and does so. Very, very tight contest between the few of them there, but it's Lockie Curtis streaming away at the front. Up over Suckers for the first time. Quick run down the hill, looking to extract everything out at 400 before the run down the back straight to keep that biggest 650 machine at bay.
Yeah, it's Jono Hughes seemed to suffer once he dropped out of the draft of the 650 last round.
Yeah, that's right. I was saying to Rod before that. You need to, if you're going to put an overtake on a 650 in front of you, you've got to get it done early in the lap so that they can't draft back past you down the straight. But Lockie Curtis has done that. He set the quickest race time in race 1, and looks like he's setting a bit out to do that again.
So it's VFR, SV, VFR, SV.
Just goes to show they're pretty well matched around here, Matt. The SV650 and the VFR 400. Look at Jono Hughes down the outside of Peter McEldaney.
Yeah,
what Peter wanted.
No, well, the VFR is going to be slightly more nimble through the corners, but of course, come the back straight, the longer legs on the VFR, on the SV, got to show its strengths.
Yeah, he's just not getting close enough. Certainly on Jono Hughes he is, but Lockie Curtis has bolted.
Yeah, well, he certainly pulled a nice big gap, but they sort of pulled close back in the last race as well. So,
as you say, there's the SV650 showing his strength down the back straight, right up onto the back of Jono Hughes. But now the VFR 400 starts to come into its own.
Yeah, the around the corners, the VFR will be a nice little machine to be on. But that's not to take away from the skills of the rider on the SV.
No, they've certainly all got skills. All these riders at the front are pushing very, very hard. We saw that before. We're getting like 1 minute flat lap times out of pretty low-powered bikes. It's certainly, without a doubt, they're all pretty committed.
Yeah.
Lockie Curtis still holding down probably a 3-second lead, I'd say. What's the timing telling us? 1.8 last time around. I think that might have stretched out a little. But coming down the straight, Lockie Curtis heads the field. I'd say that he's out to about 2 to 3 seconds.
Yes, it's definitely stretching. And also the gap from Jono to third place has stretched, but they close up again at the end of the straight.
Dale Madden putting in another fantastic ride there. He was right onto the back of the lead group in race 1. He's not far off in this one either. But who's that behind him? You've got Daniel Briggs coming through on the little Moto 3 bike, and then Larry Eaton on the motard. So talk about a mix of machinery.
And yeah, certainly the motard, literally just get rid of the knobbly tyres off it and race it. So Larry's doing a fantastic job on that kind of bike.
Well, yeah, pretty seasoned campaigner on the motards. He likes them. It'd be interesting to see Larry ride a conventional bike, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. I'm not sure whether I actually over the years have seen him on a typical sports bike.
No, he'll probably claim that his legs don't bend up high enough to jump on one. I don't know, but look, he does an outstanding job on those motards. It's good to see.
Well, there's certainly a couple of little groups further back, a couple of pairs dicing it out. There's a bit of a move happening up the hill there. I'm not sure who it is from my eyesight's not good enough to see those.
No, it does test you, trying to pick them up going across the top of the hill, particularly with the sun shining off them. But here back on the start-finish line, Lockie Curtis goes through. He leads the field now by 2.2 seconds. Quickest lap time of a 1 minute 47. John O'Hughes, Peter McEldown, he's still at it in P2 and P3.
Definitely Peter closed right up there into turn 1 on Jono.
What's interesting is Lockie Curtis had some points to make up coming into this round, and so far this is playing into his hands, particularly with John O'Hughes getting the better of Peter McEldowney.
Yeah, and further back, Daniel Briggs has made his way into 4th position, I think, as he works his way up the hill through Suckers. Oh, geez, there's a big gap being pulled there. There's a bit of a mistake maybe by Peter McEldowney.
I think you're right. I think he might have run a bit wide, or maybe he lost the front or something, but certainly was slow coming out of Suckers.
Yeah, coming back straight, you'd have to think that's out to a second gap now.
It's looking like that, isn't it? But Lockie Curtis, absolutely faultless display at the front. Beautiful, clean flowing lines and banging in those flat 60-second laps. Not giving the guys behind him any chance at all. John O'Hughes, I think you're right. I think he's pulled out probably a bit of a second over Peter McEldowney, but look at the contest further back for, what's that, 4, 5 and 6. Dale Madden, Daniel Briggs looking to go down the inside here.
Yeah.
Whoa. Dale's not going to give it up.
But he's made the pass. He's got through cleanly.
And Larry Eaton in there as well on the motard. So they're having a great time. Just trying to pick up those two riders at the bottom of the hill now. So who are they? We need better eyesight, Matt.
Yes.
We're letting people down.
We might have Nat Toll and Trevor Renton possibly.
Look, it could be. It could be Nathan Toll and Trevor Renton. I think you're right. But back to our leader. He's just crossing the start-finish line now. So there's only 2 laps remaining. Once again, flat to mid-minute. Absolutely perfect display by Lockie Curtis at the front. John O'Hughes still getting the better of Peter McEldowney at this stage. There's still a bit of time left for Peter. And he's well positioned on the slightly higher-powered machine to put a move on the last lap.
And looking at the timing screen there, it's actually down to about 0.2 seconds. So,
yeah, well, that's certainly what you'd expect looking at the gap on track, because there's not much in it. So Andrew Eagling just crossing the line out there, having a bit of a lonely ride, but still looking like he's having a good time. Head down. Then we've got Reece Tan, is it? And Ben Boxhall, and Father Grant Boxhall must be in that group. It is. So very much a family affair there. I don't know,
well, certainly Reece Tan seems to be a bit down on his lap times today. Typically he's sort of circulating almost 3 seconds faster than that.
So Peter McEldowney has got past Jonathan Hughes with 1 lap to go. So he's used that horsepower down the back straight, got past Jono. Jono's looking to go around the outside, around the S's.
Yeah.
No.
Not close enough.
Watch him over and under. Around the outside of Peter McEldowney. Wow.
Has he got he has got it. He's made the move. But the SV will chew him up the hill.
Yeah, and you're right, Matt. It is. Look at that. not close enough to put a move on, but the back straight is where Jono's going to be vulnerable. So keep an eye on these guys as they run down the back straight.
Yeah, I think we're free of back markers, so that'll be fine.
Lockie Curtis is coming over the hump now. No threat to him. He's still out with a very comfortable lead, but yeah, there are back markers in front, so it could be a problem. There goes Peter McInerney past Jono Hughes. Jono back around the outside.
Oh, the back markers will impact this race here today.
I think it's over. Is it? Jono Hughes may have missed a gear. Peter McInerney down the inside and right. Unbelievable.
Oh, those two will be having a good chuck inside their helmets and be very happy with that. Sort of good tight racing, no one giving an inch.
I don't know what happened to Jono. I think he might have missed a gear. He didn't get very good drive there off the end of the back straight. But Peter was lapping it up. He found a way through on the inside and well deserved. Picked up a great second place.
Coming across the line now, we have Nathan Toll and Trevor Renton. Trevor's certainly putting quite a reasonable effort in there on the Gen 1 SV650.
Nice ride from Andrew Eagling there as well to pick up 9th place outright. Look at this contest. We've got Ben Vauxhall, Reece Tan and Grant Vauxhall.
Yes, the lightweights on the little 250s.
So Ben getting the better of Dad Grant. It might be a quiet drive home.
Or a loud one, depending on which side of the car you're sitting on.
That's it. But look, it's great to see generations, passing on with road racing. We see it with like Bob Sellers and his boys Harry and Hamish. We've got Brett Simmons over there with his son Isaac. It's good to see younger generations coming through.
Yeah, and certainly even within the family groups there, certainly Bob Sellers doesn't just do fuel mapping 8 and let Harry through easily at all at any point in time. He's got to work for it to get past Dad.
Absolutely. I don't think you'll ever take the racer out of anyone.
No, and it's actually, even in the juniors, it's good watching young Simmons come through. He's going to be another potential rider in the years to come.
You would expect so. Matt, I have to attend to a little issue. We might just break very quickly. I know the juniors are coming out. I'll try and be back within a couple of minutes.
No worries, Chris. Welcome back to the racing, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the juniors up on the grid. They are in the hands of the starter. And they're all away. Tom Turner with a nice clean start, uncharacteristically keeping the front wheel on the ground, leads away the field into turn 1. Ava Connell had a much better start this time round. But Tom Turner leads Brody Curtis through the sweeper and into turn 4 to make their way up the hill.
Sorry about that, Matt. Back with you now. Just try and do a bit of multitasking. Missed the start, which is always my favourite.
Yeah, well, it was on the ground affair this time round. Tom Turner not hallmarking his trade wheelie off the line. But
that's a shame.
It's always good to watch.
It is always good to watch.
It doesn't help with the speed, but he seems to have a commanding run at the front there at the moment.
Look, his pace this morning or today has just been outstanding. He was like a second and a half faster than Brody behind him in race 1. He set a lap record. He's broken his own lap record by almost half a second. So,
yeah, just a massive improvement and showing that he's just coming along every race round.
Well, we were saying before that how good this class is as a proving ground for young kids and a training ground.
Yeah, I certainly wish I hadn't spent my youth bashing through the scrub on dirt bikes and perhaps had a bit of time out on the track myself.
Yeah, look, for mine, I think time in the dirt's still well spent. It's good to get comfortable with a bike moving around under you. And I think it also leads well into road racing. In fact, some of the best road races that Australia's ever produced spent a lot of time doing grass track or speedway.
Yeah, certainly. Unfortunately, mine was less structured than that. Yeah. I was more being chased off other people's land.
with sirens behind you?
No sirens involved, but certainly some shouts and some waved fists.
Yeah, I think most kids who've grown up with bikes can relate to that.
Yeah, but certainly I was never aware of the possibilities of track racing back then, and having only come to it in my 30s, I wish I had a bit of a change in life earlier on. But Tom Turner, comfortable lead at the moment over Brody Curtis. Isaac Simmons, how many seconds have you come over the line?
Well, he's coming over the line now, so it's probably about to show up as
good 4 seconds.
He's 6 seconds. 4 seconds a lap slower, but he's 6 seconds behind on track, which doesn't seem right. It's got to be more than that. Sorry, up to the leader, 14 seconds. That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Matt, about coming out here racing. If anyone is watching and they're thinking they'd like to start, we're watching the juniors here, but you don't have to start in juniors, of course. There's plenty of information on our website, which is srct.org.au, or feel free to wander into the pits, ask anyone either racing a bike or walking around in an orange vest. Everyone's always only too willing to help, and we're a very welcoming community. So feel free, if you're interested in starting road racing, come and have a chat. It would be great to see you out there having fun.
And Ava proving there's no gender barrier to racing here. So we'd love to have a few more females racing. Numbers have varied over the years, but certainly it's not an exclusively male sport by any means.
Not at all. We've got we've had some great female competitors come through, not only state level, but national and international. So you're absolutely right. There is no barrier. There should be no barrier. On the last lap, just got David Coward crossing the line at the moment. Then we're back to Jet Pryor and Ava Connell. They'll complete their second last lap. And looking back to Tom Turner, who's just coming over the hump on the back straight at the moment. Our race leader.
Yeah, visually you'd have to say that's a good 5 seconds there.
Well, I think it was bigger in race 1. So, look, I don't know what's the lap time. Look, I missed that. 1:10.1. He's lowered the lap record again. But I think what's changed is Brodie's probably up the pace from race 1. So what an outstanding day from Tom Turner.
Yeah, I'm not sure of Tom Turner's age on how long before he can move up in CC capacity, because
well, he's already racing lights production.
Oh, well.
Very, very well.
Yes. Oh, on the MC19, I believe.
So the lap record coming into today was a 1:11.1 held by Tom Turner, and he's just gone through at a 1:10.1. So he's taken a full second out of that.
You always got to be happy knocking a full second off a lap time.
Well, off your PB.
Yeah.
And that PB happens to be a lap record, so it's obviously a fairly impressive time already.
Yeah, so
what has changed, I was saying to Rod before up here in commentary that on a little bike like this, you'd think finding an extra second would be that much harder again.
Oh, definitely. And I guess they're learning, their parents are learning on getting the bike set up, particularly for them. So
who knows? Hopefully Tom knows. And it could just be that he's just improving his riding.
Yeah, certainly getting more confidence into the braking and the corner entry speed makes a big difference with these smaller capacity bikes.
Absolutely. Just seeing Jet Pryor there across the line. He held out Ava Connell to the flag. So the race order, Tom Turner, Brodie Curtis, Isaac Simmons, David Coward, Jet Pryor and Ava Connell. That concludes the juniors. Matt, I'm sorry to do it to you again. I'm just going to duck out very, very quickly. Next race, I'm not going to miss Tas Supersport. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, yes.
Matt, Supersport bikes rolling out. I think we're going to be thinking this is the one to watch based on race 1.
Yeah, definitely. And certainly there may be some tactics change in this race, and it's not as simple as just roll the throttle on more. There'll be definitely some mind games going on between those front 4.
There's an old saying, more throttle, less brake, but you're quite right. It doesn't quite work that way.
Yes, and if MotoGP has shown us anything over the years, perhaps Valentino Rossi being one of the best at the mind games.
Yeah, look, who knows? I guess as far as mental edge, Mitch Hawksley has got to be winning that race heading into this one, because he proved that he could withstand the pressure put on by other riders, and came through with race 1 win. So he should be going into this one with confidence. The other guys have some problems to solve.
Yeah, definitely. And Matthew Long certainly was there in the contest, waiting in the wings. So in this pointing end of the field, anyone that makes a mistake is going to pay the price.
Yeah, don't forget also, Matt, that the championship contest is not really with Mitch Hawksley. It's between Hamish Sellers and Matthew Long. So they will be aware of that as well. They need to think about what matters for the overall championship. So heading into the round, Hamish Sellers was on 222 points for Matthew Long on 217. Mitch Hawksley back at 175, so not out of it. It's going to be really interesting. But look, we're ready for a start. Red light is on. Racing, beautiful start from Mitch Hawksley. Matthew Long again got away nicely. Realise that Hamish Sellers does actually edge out Matthew Long, I think. Mitch Hawksley's the man. He'll lead the field, but I think it's John O'Hughes in second. Matt, can you quite pick it up?
I think it might be Marcus Stelling, is it?
It could be Marcus got away well.
Yeah,
it
Marcus
is.
has got in front, and Jono's in fourth.
But again, Hamish Sellers desperately trying to get past, and looks like he might. He has been quick into suckers, and will go up the inside of Marcus. So nice move there from Chip. Now he's head down, looking to bridge that gap back to Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, well, I guess if we were looking at this early in the race, perhaps Hamish would be happy with the result as they run now.
Oh, look, totally. But if we saw in race 1, Hamish is not going to settle for second. He's going to try as hard as he can for the race win. So over the stripe for the first time, Mitch Hawksley, Hamish Sellers, Marcus Delaney from John O'Hughes and Matthew Long. So Matthew Long with a bit of work to do here. He's certainly capable of doing that. He showed that in race 1, but probably a little more work here to do. And as we said before, not easy getting past these guys in front of him. They're all very, very quick. Mitch Hawksley still with a nice little margin, not much, but enough. Chip Sellers not far behind. Certainly Chip in striking distance, but
yeah, perhaps in another. Well, can't see as they go behind the hill there. And Chip comes up the outside.
Chip's been getting a fantastic run over the back straight today. It actually does outbreak Mitch Hawksley for the first time today. Now it's interesting. What can Chip do? What can Mitch do?
Well, I dare say Mitch will be, if he can get close enough, he probably won't. He'll be putting some pressure through turn 1, but Chip's got it cleanly.
Mitch possibly still got stars in his eyes from his lunchtime interview with the news crew. But Chip Sellers, wow, good move.
Yeah, and the first 2 bikes have made a bit of a gap on 3rd, 4th and 5th.
So 55.99, quickest lap so far from Hamish Sellers. Now we know that both riders are capable of running those times. In fact, Mitch is capable of going faster. I think he was struggling with a few setup issues. But Chip certainly asking the question how.
He's pulled a bit of a gap there too, Chris.
He has. So
Marcus leads John O'Hughes to Matthew Long in 4th, 5th and 6th. Oh, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
And there you go. Chip Sellers actually pulled out half a second there. It's not much, but it's enough just to show that maybe he had a tiny bit of extra pace over Mitch. Mitch just closed right back up through the S's, so take that back, what I just said.
Oh.
And Marcus Delaney, great job there. Now heads Matthew Long. So Matthew's through on John O'Hughes. Matthew definitely needs to do something here because, as we said before, he was only a few points off Hamish coming into this round. He can't afford to have Hamish finish 3 or 4 positions ahead of him on track.
They come down the back straight again. Chip's maintaining his lead.
He's certainly determined. He's come into this round. It's very focused. There is no doubt at all what Hamish Sellers is here to do.
Yeah, and Mitch Hawksley certainly not giving up and letting him get away with an easy win here.
No, still going with a leg dangle. Chip Sellers. Mitch Hawksley up the inside into the S's. So not sure if the leg dangle didn't work that time, but it wasn't that quick through turn 1, and Mitch took advantage. Swooped on that straight away.
They work their way up the hill. How much weight advantage Chip has over Mitch, but they're close to each other again now.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of difference in them, or the straight line speed of the bike. Certainly standing here, it doesn't look like there's a lot. What I have noticed is Chip's just blindingly fast coming onto the back straight. And there you go, straight back past Mitch again. What can you go onto brakes? Mitch is not having any of that.
No, Hamish certainly tried Mitch's line through there, getting on the inside.
Now Chip all over the back of Mitch through the chute, over the start-finish line. Flat sixes, they haven't backed off at all. They're both running the same pace. Marcus Delaney still holding off Matthew Long further back.
Jono hasn't lost touch with Matthew Long and Marcus, but there seems to be a slightly increasing gap there.
3 laps remaining. Tiny gap emerging at the front, maybe 0.2, 0.3 of a second, but heading down the hill now, coming into the back straight, that's where Hamish has been very, very strong, so it'd be interesting to see if he can pull that little gap back. Sure enough, he does. Not close enough for a braking manoeuvre, but right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley now.
Yeah, fractionally closer this lap, around the sweeper.
Now further back, Matthew Long now all over the back of Marcus Delaney, so it looks like Matthew may get through. Now, what would be interesting is if Mitch does win all these races, he's going to end up in the championship. Maybe he's still a chance here.
Well, certainly, without really crunching the numbers there, Chris, I think he could be making his way up to at least 3rd.
Oh, I think that's definitely on the cards. That little gap still the same up over Suckers, about 0.2 of a second. It's a shame for Hamish. He did all the hard work to get past and seemed to give up that position pretty easily into turn 2. I know it's easy for me to say.
Yeah, but he's certainly all over the back wheel of Mitch through the sweeper.
He's getting a good run through there. He certainly looks like a chance for a run into turn 1. But Mitch covers that line nicely.
And close the door on him.
Marcus Delaney still holding off Matthew Long. Mitch very good down through the S's.
Yeah, he does seem to gap Chip down through the S's there.
He does. Puts a little gap on him now as they drive up the hill. Good contest further back as well. Look at this. That's Matt Carey. That'll be David Bartels, yep. And is it Peter Bloodchambers? It is. 3 of them having a ball.
Oh, it's strange seeing Peter Bellchambers on the modern bike. I'm so used to seeing him on the 1100.
Yeah, it does take a bit of getting used to. But look at this back at the front. Chip Sellers still all over the back of Mitchell Hawksley. Coming around for checkered flag, so I don't think there's much more that Chip can do from here. No. But Mitch Hawksley, what another fantastic race from these two guys. Marcus Delaney holds off Matthew Long. Jono Hughes. And who's that? A big braking move. Matt Carey, is it?
Yep.
Oh, big spin up from David Bartels. Holds it. Matt Carey, great ride. David Bartels swearing at himself, cursing, but I think he should be happy that he actually saved that.
Yeah, and particularly too, like the drive that he lost. If Peter had been a bit closer, it might have been the chance to sneak through with an extra position there.
And further back again, we have Luke Van Egden from Martin Long. So Luke edging out Martin. Tell you what, Matt, this 600 Super Sport class, I don't know I can handle much more of it.
And certainly even the slowest rider here, Martin, coming in at just over a 1 minute flat there. So it's quite a competitive class. Like, bit of a jump there from Formula Baskerville up into the 600 class, if that's what you're doing.
Absolutely. Fantastic racing. Tas Supersport up next. I haven't had lunch yet. I'm going to try and squeeze in a tiny bit of food before this race next. You're welcome to keep talking, Matt. It's up to you, but I'm out for a couple of minutes.
Yes, well, welcome back, everyone. We've got the Superbikes gridding up at the moment. This should be another entertaining race.
Jason Spencer sitting there on pole position, but race 1 winner, Brett Simmons. P2 right next to him. Jason Wiley, P3. Ready for a race start. Red lights on. Racing. True to form, Brett Simmons gets away with this, but he's got Jason Wiley right there behind him and Jason Spencer right behind him. So same positions as race 1. It'll be interesting to see if Jason Spencer can get through this time on Jason Wiley, Matt.
Yeah, and also if Brett can pull away like he did in race 1.
Yeah, I'd be betting he probably can, knowing Brett. Then further back, who have we got? Chris McGrath, I think, heads Jeremy Huddleston from Damien Fords by the looks of that. Wade Schrader right behind him. And then we're back to the Marcus Burns on the Ducati.
Yeah, well, certainly Brett seems to be pulling out that gap already. Back to Jason Wiley on the V4 and Jason Spencer.
Yeah, definitely Brett's MO. Get out, get a good start, get out hard on the first lap. But Jason Wiley spinning it up there a bit through the chute. Jason Spencer all over the back of him. I know Jason Spencer will be keen to try and get a pass on him this time. Chris McGrath heads Jeremy Huddleston from Damien Fords. Damien going down the inside of Jeremy Huddleston. That's a nice move.
Yeah, certainly a bit of a jump between Jeremy Huddleston's 1,000 out there and the 125 he often rides.
Yeah, he probably hasn't ridden that for a while now, has he?
No. No.
And doing some nice lap times as well. But so too Damien Folds. He's very quick in race one, and he's going to be putting a bit of pressure on Chris McGrath here very shortly. Brett Simmons, a big wheelie over the hump, starting to stretch a little bit of a gap. Jason Spencer looking for a run down the inside of Jason Wiley, but no, can't quite get that done. He's certainly looking for a way through. Looks like Jason Spencer's probably got a tiny bit more race pace, but just can't find a way through on Jason Wiley.
Yeah, certainly it's never easy getting past someone that's fractionally faster than you, but
Damien Ford's now looking for a way through on Chris McGrath. Run into turn one, it's going to be a bit tight, but he gets that done. Actually, a very nice move. Well done, Damien.
Yeah, it gives Jezza the chance to pull up on the back of
Chris McGrath probably starting to regret having 2 years out of the saddle. I'm sure in Chris's mind he feels like he's doing 53s, but he's not, but still doing a fantastic job. It does take a little bit to get back into. And as I say, anyone punting a Superbike around with these guys is still a very, very capable rider.
Yeah, well, out front, Brett's doing what he does, leading the way. Jason's still trying to find his way past Jason.
It's hard to see where Jason Spencer can get a move on. I know Jason Wiley does not leave many gaps. Damien Ford's pulling out a little bit now on Chris McGrath, just checking that lap time. So Damien Ford's best lap 56.6, Chris McGrath 57.3. So there's a little bit between them. It looks like Damien Ford's probably has got the pace today on Chris McGrath. Brett Simmons certainly pulling out a very comfortable lead now. He's out to about 4 seconds. The question is, can Jason Spencer do anything at all about Jason Wiley? It's looking difficult, particularly with the great line speed of that Ducati.
I think I've lost sight of Marcus Burns there on the Ducati.
Yeah, he's just heading up over Suckers right now. Well, Brett Simmons, how's he going for lap times? He's flat 54s, just as he was doing this morning. So you'd almost set your clock by Brett. Jason Wiley still heads Jason Spencer down through the S's.
And Damien Fold seems to be continuing to pull that a slightly bigger gap, ever so slightly. They bunch up a bit through the S's there.
It seems to have maintained. I'm just wondering if Chris has dropped his pace. 50. Yep, Chris has dropped 56.7 that last lap. Quickest lap of the race for Chris. So he has actually upped his pace a bit, which explains why Damo's not pulling out on him as much. Jason Wiley still heading Jason Spencer down the back straight.
Yeah, Jason Spencer just staying at a consistent distance back, about, what would you say, 4 bike lengths?
Yeah, probably that, or put another way, there's 0.2 of a second between them. I just wonder if Jason Spencer's really got any opportunity to get past without a mistake from Jason Wiley.
Yeah, well, certainly it's going to be a big move. Like Jason seems to be riding very consistent. Jason Wiley, that is, riding very consistently, covering his lines, not making it easy for Jason Spencer to get past.
So what's interesting here is that for the last 2 laps, it looks like Chris McGrath has done a slightly faster lap time than Damien Ford. So I don't know if Chris is still in the chance here, and with a chance of getting back past Damien. I imagine he's certainly going to give it to Damo in the pits if that does happen. Jason Wiley just coming over the start finish. Still the same tiny gap back to Jason Spencer. Brett Simmons, of course, still comfortably out in front, just going down through the S's as the 2 Jasons are going through turn 1. So that time through between Damien Ford's, Chris McGrath, identical lap times almost, 56.6, 56.5.
Yeah, there seems to be an equal gap between the 3 of the bikes there.
Yeah, last lap board being readied for Brett Simmons next time round. I think Chris McGrath's a bit of a chance here. I think he fancies himself as putting a move back on Damo. And look, to Jez's credit as well, hung right on the back of Chris McGrath. It's good to see Jez is starting to get a handle on that R1. Brett Simmons coming through the chute. Last lap board about to be displayed for Brett. Jason Wiley, Jason Spencer about to cross the line, so look, I certainly can't see much of an opportunity for Jason Spencer, but maybe he's given it some thought.
Yeah, look, I can't see anywhere that Spencer can put a move on Jason Wiley unless it's a desperate lunge under the brakes into the sweeper.
So Chris McGrath pretty much on the back wheel of Damien Ford. It's going to be interesting to see if he's a chance. His bike's probably got a tiny bit more straight line speed, but he probably has a couple of, I don't know, he might be close enough. It'll be interesting to watch Damo and Chris. Just trying to pick up the two Jasons. They must be coming onto the back straight now. Jason Wiley looks like he's got enough of a gap, particularly with the horsepower of the Ducati.
Definitely.
I think that's over. Brett Simmons comes across the line to pick up a very impressive race 2 victory. Jason Wiley will hold off Jason Spencer, but back to Damien Ford's Chris McGrath. Chris is all over the back wheel of him coming off the back straight, but barring an error from Damo, I can't see Chris getting through, and I think that's the way it's going to play out. Damien Ford's very deserved victory in that little battle over Chris McGrath. From Jeremy Huddleston. We'll go back a little bit further. Where's Wade Schrader? Coming around the sweeper now. Yeah, a bit of a lonely ride there for Wade, but a good one nevertheless. Of course, Jeremy Huddleston and Wade Schrader are also battling out the C-grade championship between them. So I think the cards are falling Jeremy's way on that one. Just looking for Marcus Burns. He's just coming over the hump now. Brett Simmons completes a good race.
Another clean sweep, and we'd probably be expecting him to continue this form into the next race.
Well, you'd expect so. I know it's it's not very fair putting expectation on him, and I know that every time Brett goes out there, he gives it his all. But the fact is, he keeps giving it his all and keeps getting results, so it's very easy to put expectation on him.
Yes.
And you and I can both vouch for the fact that it's just not as easy as it looks.
Oh, no, and certainly I'll see to your experience as well there, Chris. You've certainly got a few seconds around a lap of basketball on me, and it's still good, no matter what level you're at, going out there and giving it all and coming away, you've put everything in, and particularly when you're sort of getting those little gains.
Well, the truth is that every rider out there are riding at their limits. They might be a little bit slower than some other people, but it doesn't mean to say that they're trying any less hard. Everyone's out there trying hard. They're at their limits of their comfort zone, and it comes with much effort and anxiety and concentration and all the rest of it, whether you're first or last. And the difference, of course, being not just the type of bike you're riding, but how well you ride and understand the bike and how close you can get the bike to its limits. And that's all about feel and understanding. And as you learn more, you learn to read the bike better and realise that you can go faster without being in serious danger.
Yeah, well, I certainly love this next group of bikes that are going out. A very big mixed bag of different types of machinery. Some of these bikes, well and truly in excess of 30 years in age,
being the Lights GP and Lights production class. It's a big mixture, isn't it?
Yeah, through to the, certainly when you're looking at the Lights production, from brand new KTM 390s back to the 89 MC19 and even some TZ, I believe it's out there.
TZ250, yeah, that's, I'm not sure what model that is from Grant, but certainly an early one. You'd call that historic.
Yeah.
And one of the great things about Basketball Raceway is that it's not all about horsepower. You can get older bikes that are well set up around here very quickly as well. Ultimately, horsepower does tell, as you can see in the outright lap record being held by Brett Simmons on a 1000cc Superbike, but little bikes are still pretty quick around here.
Yeah. Well, looking to the future, Chris, we've got the 2 hour rapidly approaching, and depending on how borders go, there may be a few challenges to the lap record.
Well, yeah, we don't know. Entries will be out very, very soon. It's always one to look forward to. From an organiser's point of view, it's always a good one you look forward to getting it out of the way. But look, it's a great event. We always see some spectacular racing, some controversial racing. It's a mixed bag. At the end of the day, it keeps everyone excited and interested, and it's a great event. And I always look forward to it every year once the organisation's out of the way to watch some high class racing. So that's the first weekend in December. Keep it in mind, mark it on your calendar. It's a good one to come out and spectate, or of course from a racer's point of view to enter. Everyone in the lights community practising stoppies today. Grid's almost complete.
I'm just waiting on Daniel Briggs there to line up.
He'll head the second row, but of course it's Jesse Woods on pole position on the front row from Nathan Green. Taran Ocean. Taran got a shocker of a start in race 1, but came through the field quickly, so hopefully he can get away better this time. The red light is on. Racing. Big whirly from Brody Curtis. Didn't work well for him at all, but again it's Jesse Woods who will lead the field through turn 1. Second place is possibly Chad Wiley, is it? I can't quite pick it up. Certainly looks like a Ninja 400. So yes, that is Chad from Daniel Briggs, Nathan Green,
Larry,
Royal Taranation back in about 10th again.
And I do believe that's Tom Turner chasing the front group up the hill.
Yeah, well, what can you say about Tom? You know, lap record holder in the junior class, clearly having a good day. But Jesse Woods, I think he finished with about an 18-second margin in the first race, and looks like he's going to do the same again. But Daniel Briggs away a lot better this time.
Yeah, he's up into second spot now.
In fact, last time he had a start from pit row. He was so far back.
Yeah, he did well to work through as far as what he did in the previous race.
But this time, in P2, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. Because I don't know how his lap times compare to Jesse Woods.
Well, certainly yesterday I watched Jesse and Daniel having a couple of little tussles there on the ride day.
At the moment, wouldn't appear to be doing much about it.
No.
Weather conditions here at Baskerville are still just about perfect, I'd say. There's a tiny bit of a breeze out there. Pretty coolish breeze, but the sun's out from where we're standing. Things look fantastic.
Yeah, you can certainly see the flag down there on pit lane sort of fluttering away. So cross breeze coming across the back straight there, pushing a little bit to the left.
Jesse Woods, yeah, look, I'd be saying he's probably eking out a little bit more of a gap over Daniel Briggs. We'll find out shortly. Jesse's coming through the chute, about to give us a flying lap time. What's he going to do? Through to a 60.42. Daniel Briggs, 61.74. So sure enough, that confirms what I thought, that gap is actually extending.
Yes, and Larry Eaton and Nathan Green having a bit trading places. The difference in machinery showing up their strengths and weaknesses through the different parts of the field.
Yeah, what have we got there? Production bike, motard, GP bike, all mixing it up. Field's starting to spread out a little bit, but oh look, it's that Ben Boxall run on at turn 1, I think, but rejoins the circuit, so no harm done. Didn't see what caused that. I think it's Ben, looks like him. Jesse Woods just under brakes at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, Daniel Briggs definitely pulling a bigger gap on we got there Chad Wiley.
Yeah, Chad, another graduate from the junior class, so again, just shows what a great proving ground that is. Larry Eaton on the motard, all over the back wheel of Chad Wiley, but look, really, you've got to say, Chad's riding that beautifully. Larry Eaton around the outside, is he going to get that done?
I think he's
thought better of it. You've got to be very committed to pass somebody around the outside on the S's. John O'Hughes does it a bit.
Yeah, John has definitely got the talent for that through there. But I can attest that it's actually harder than it looks.
I don't know if it's talent or courage or
a mixture of both.
Yeah. Race leader just coming over the hump on the back straight. 5 laps currently remaining. So his quickest lap so far is a 60.1. Hasn't quite gotten to the 59s, but looking back to Taran Ocean, if he got away better, he's only doing 62.3. So I know Taran's been going through traffic, but still a fair way off what we know he's capable of. Chad Wiley's still with Larry Eaton all over the back of him. They're just going past Leo Renton, who gets out of the way very, very well. Gee, I tell you what, who was that? Taran Ocean going around the outside of Leah, Nathan Green going around the inside of Leah.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite a bit of a shock there where you've got people on both sides of there.
Yeah, I can remember being called out years ago at Simmons Plains coming through where the start-finish line now is, thinking I'd go around the outside of a pass rider while somebody else was on the inside. What I didn't realise is he didn't know I was there and he carted me off the track. That was luckily before the pit wall was there and the pits were there, so I just had a very fast excursion out into the grass. But it taught me a lesson about going around the outside of a rider when they don't know you're there.
Yeah, Jesse Woods coming across the line again. Substantial lead developing.
Yeah, hasn't put a foot wrong so far, Jesse. Showing how to do a fast lap. Inch perfect on his lines. Bike looks like it's only out for a Sunday stroll, and that's what you get from a good rider who rides his bike with good feel and good setup.
Yeah, well, he's pulled that out to a 10-second lead in this race, so
big gaggle of riders coming down the back straight there. We've got, is that Tom Turner on the?
No, I believe that. Oh, it could be actually, Chris. I think you're right.
I know he's riding that orange. Is it 19 or not?
That might be John Cran's on the.
It is John Cran's. Okay. So that's Ben Boxall going around the outside of him. We've got Terry Morris and Phipps Harley Phipps, beg your pardon. Getting tongue-tied here. So our leader Jesse Woods just crossing the line. We've got Daniel Briggs now with Larry Eaton's actually closed that gap down on Daniel Briggs and has pulled out of him a gap on Chad Wiley. Nathan Green going up the inside of Chad Wiley in turn 1. Looked a bit tight, but he got it done quite nicely. Is that Dane Griggs or Doug Watson crossing the line? That's Dane Griggs, bike number 5. Sorry, Doug Watson. Dane 61. Getting to that time of the day, Matt.
And the field is spreading out quite a bit here on this race. Hard to keep track of where we are.
So that little group of riders again just crossing the line. Ben Boxall, John Crans, Harley Phipps, Jesse Woods lapping that group, so he's trying to find his way through, taking a bit of caution, which is wise because he's not under any pressure.
Yeah, he's been shown the last lap board there, so
doesn't need to do anything silly, and he's not going to.
No, and you're correct there about Larry Eaton, just getting a little bit closer to Daniel Briggs.
It's not far off at all, so I don't know if Briggs is back to pace off a little. His last lap through was a flat 62. His best lap 61.7, so you're only talking 0.3. Larry appears to be doing the same times as well. So look, I don't really know what's happened there. Maybe Briggsy got walked, but he's certainly all over him now. This is a bit of a chance here for Larry.
Yeah, closes up into Calvin's. The top end speeds may come into play here down the back straight. And Daniel ekes out a bit of a gap there. Gearing probably not in Larry's favour.
Check a flag for Jesse Woods, another very deserving win.
But Larry's over the back wheel of Daniel here.
And look who's hunting him down. It's Taran Ocean. A little bit too late for Taran, unfortunately, but Daniel Woods will hold on to edge out Larry Eaton and Taran Ocean. Chad Wiley, really good ride. So too Nathan Green. I think Nathan must have run off track or had a moment because he just put a move on Chad Wiley. So he's quite a way back now, probably 5 seconds in arrears. Must have been a moment for Nathan.
Yeah. And
nice ride from Doug Watson, yes. Garth Newton. Been running around for a while, hasn't he, Garth? Watson's racing.
Yeah, sort of didn't pick Garth there. I'm too used to him riding around on the Pepsi Max RGV.
Reece Tan, another rider, 08. Always puts in a good day's racing. So Jesse Woods just returning to the pits. Bike starting to file off grid now. Starting to cloud over a bit there, Matt. I don't think there's any rain in it. It's a little darker than it was half an hour or so ago.
Yeah, the forecast certainly was for percentages of 0 mil, so at best it should be a light sprinkle that we should see during the day.
Yeah, so somebody watches the weather with a lot of interest leading up to all our race meets. So I think I've discovered over the years that the weather forecasts are very, very pessimistic in their outlook. So often they'll say, 60, 70% chance of rain, and we're lucky to get one drop.
Yes, however, and nothing to take away from the professionals working in at the bomb. I have found their optimism for snow often leads to disappointment myself, but no, the weather gods, they give and they take. So,
well, next group up, starting to file out onto track, is our old bikes, our old big bikes. Proved to be a great grouping in race 1. So we've got our Golden Era Open, our Pre-Modern Open, and our Pre-Modern Supersport. And we saw some fantastic racing at the front. Bob Sellers on the most recent or the latest model R1 managed to come through and pick up the win. Clearly the fastest bike in the straight line, but still you've got to ride it. And he did that very, very well. Stuart Bugg led the field for most of the race. We had James Ryan in there on the Golden Era Open bike, the FZR1000. That's always good to see him pedal round. James rides that very well. I think Rod was actually saying earlier that James got a sore hand. So I hope that hasn't stopped him. Here he is. He's just rolling out now. Certainly, I always like watching James race, so I'm hoping he was going to come out.
Yes, and Karen Webb leading up the back of the field there. It's always great to see Karen coming down from up north to ride.
Yeah, a real trooper in terms of what she puts into racing here in the state, not just as a competitor, but tireless volunteer and official, mainstay of the Tasmanian Motorcycle Club. No disrespect to anyone else, but I think everyone will take the hats off to Karen. That the amount of work she does in our community is just absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and certainly we're very fortunate to have individuals like Karen and many others that work a lot of hours behind the scenes to make these events happen. And we can only hope that people continue to step up through the years as we, I guess, lose individuals that continue to put in.
Yeah, you certainly win some, you lose some. And, as you say, it's great to see people like Karen, particularly not only able to do all that work in the background, but grid up as well on a race bike. I think it's probably a big part of the reason you and I aren't out there, Matt, because we don't have the time when we're organising everything else. But,
yes. Well, I have to tip my hat to Karen in that department because she's proving herself to be far more organised than me, but she's out there racing and
totally. Okay, bikes starting to grid up now. another race I'm looking forward to. I don't know how to call this. I think we've seen that Bob Sellers has probably got the best track speed. Depends on how well he gets away here. Stuart Bugg on pole position. He's certainly a big chance. James Ryan also heading up second row. Peter Belchambers made a bit of a blunder in race 1. He will be keen to make amends. Red light is on. Stuart Bugg away beautifully, and big wheelie from James Ryan. Not really.
He's still holding it 3/4 way down the start straight.
Probably didn't help his race a whole lot, but certainly impressive. Hopefully he got some good photos of that. In fact, he makes it up by going right round the outside of Bob Sellers. So he gets his nose cut off. But anyway, Stuart Bugg leads the field. A little bit of a margin as they power up the hill for the first time. Peter Belchambers, as per usual, he always gets a good start on that Golden Euro 750. I've punted one of those around here a few times. I know they do launch well. They have a nice clutch in them, nice bit of torque, and they do fire off the line well. So it's Stuart Bugg, Yamaha R1 for the first time. That's a pre-modern open bike. And look at Bob Sellers, straight through in second place, just showing what sort of horsepower that bike's got. Peter Belchambers still in third place. James Ryan all over the back of him. Then we must have Don Fenton. Yes, it is Don Fenton. He put in a great ride race 1. That's a CBR 1000. Then we're back to Oscar O'Donovan, the first of the Tas Supersport bikes. Now, he said he had a slipping clutch in race 1. Doesn't appear to be causing too much drama at the moment, given that he's tagged onto a CBR 1000, so hopefully it's not causing him too much grief. Then we're back to Mark Eagling from Joseph Browning, who's having a fantastic ride as well. So 2 Tas Supersport, pre-modern Supersport bikes.
Yeah, and Matthew Coward not too far away behind them.
No, not at all.
Back to our leaders.
Well, James in the lead. Bob Sellers has used that power to his advantage to blow by Stuart Bugg. So can Buggy do anything about it? Should be interesting. Bob Sellers is a very seasoned campaigner. He'll know what he needs to do to hold that position. He's not there by chance. He's done many laps around here.
No, but certainly I think Stuart Bugg can sniff possibility there.
Look, he hasn't given it up, and nor should he. Particularly because he's got James Ryan breathing down his neck on a FZR 1000. They're not slow.
And again, Peter Belchambers is not too far off the back of them.
No, Belly putting in a good ride, as we know he's very capable of. And Don Fenton again, good ride from him, 59.77. Not messing about. Stuart Bugg all over the back wheel of Bob Sellers as they come through the chute. So, as you said, Matt, he's sniffing a possibility here.
Oh, he's having a look up the outside.
But, doesn't know if he's going to do that or not. Yes, he's going to run through on Bob into turn 1. Actually, very nice move.
Yes, and Bob just had to stand it up slightly there. So couldn't quite run it back up the inside, but there'll be more opportunities in the next coming laps.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Bob's a savvy racer. He'll know where his strengths are, and he knows all he needs to do is hold onto the back wheel of Buggy, and he's probably going to get past him down the back straight. So there's no hurry. There's still plenty of time left. 5 laps remaining.
And that gap's only about 1 bike length as well, so
it is the advantage of having a horsepower benefit. And there you go, straight back past him.
On the brakes. Very close, but Bob has made the most of that R1's power to put him in front around the sweeper.
Interesting that he chose to go straight back past him. I thought he might sit there for a couple of laps and just suss Buggy out. Maybe he's taken the leaf out of Valentino Rossi's school of racing, which is put a move straight back on them as soon as I put one on you. Although I think poor old Valentino is having less and less opportunity to pass people these days.
Yes, the pointy end of the field has moved a little bit, and no longer being the factory team, he won't have the best gear.
Well, he does have a factory bike.
Oh.
It's Dobby that doesn't. So not too many excuses other than he's coasting to the line. Mind you, still way faster than most of us are ever going to be, or ever would be.
But Bob seems to have pulled out a bit of a gap there, but Bug closes it up very quickly into the sweeper.
Yeah, Buggy's still a big chance here. Problem he's got, of course, is Bob's going to go straight back past him down the back straight. James Ryan still holding off Peter Bellchambers in the Golden Era Open class, holding down P3 and P4 respectively.
Yeah, back in the field, the bikes have spread out maybe to a second each. Yeah, Bob still holds the lead as they come down the hill from Suckers. That gap seems to stretch as the R1 opens its legs up.
Yeah, it's got some speed, hasn't it? In fact, I do recall being on track with that R1 that Bob's riding at Simmons Plains and being surprised by how quick it was. Stephen Mason was riding it then. Didn't stay attached to the bike for very long. Sorry, Steve, with all due respect, it was a pretty spectacular crash approaching the hump. Look at Buggy almost around the outside of.
I think he's going to put it up. Yeah, definitely made the move easily into turn one.
Not getting it away at all. Bob Sellers back down the inside, so these guys having the ball.
Yes. Buggy not close enough to make the outside pass through turn 3. The R1 should pull a bit of a gap up the hill.
Great to see a home for these slightly older 1000cc bikes. They're cheap to come by. They're not quite competitive in the Tas Superbike class.
No, but they are still fast.
They are still very fast, and as I say, great to have a category for them. It'd be good to see a few more of them roll out of the shed because they're still very good race bikes. I shouldn't say they're not that competitive in Tas Superbike because that one that Bob Sellers is on, I was saying earlier, Chip Sellers showed that was very capable, running in I think a high 54 in the 2 hour.
Yeah, so Bob's maintaining his lead here at the moment with the last lap board being shown.
Yeah, it's hard to see Buggy getting a win from here, particularly with the extra bit of horsepower that Bob's bike's got. But you never know.
Yeah, certainly a little moment under brakes, and I'm sure Stuart will be there ready to swoop.
As I was saying earlier today, you do get fatigue riding these bigger bikes. You'd excuse Bob for getting a little bit tired at this point in the race. And it can just be that tiny little bit of lapse concentration that can hand it over to the guy behind you. Look at the contest here between Matt Coward and who's that behind him? That's Joseph Browning, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, nothing between those two. They're having a look at that ding-dong battle there. Joseph up the inside of Matt Coward, up over Suckers.
Yeah, Matthew ran a little bit wide there.
Back to our leaders. Bob Sellers still holds off Stuart Bug as they come through the chute. Another very well-deserved victory from Bob Sellers. He's going to be loving this. Good ride from Buggy. James Ryan a little way further back. Nice comfortable margin over his other Golden Era Open rival in Peter Bellchambers. We're back to Don Fenton. Probably still coming to terms with basking. He's had a few runs here now. Oscar O'Donovan, first of the Pre-Modern Supersport. Not far back, Joseph Browning. That's a really good ride from Joseph. And Matt Coward too. It'll be very interesting to see how these points play out today because, as we keep saying, they're pretty tight coming into it. And we've had a bit of a shuffling of points during the day, so I can't tell you who's leading. We're just going to have to wait till our presentation. Speaking of presentation, if anyone on the hill is interested in coming down and being a part of it, we do have a barbecue on. You're most welcome to come down and join in, have a chat to some of the riders. Sorry, just hearing an announcement through the pit commentary. The remaining races of the day have been reduced to 6 laps. That's because we had a bit of a delay this morning. While we're talking about it, just noticed a few spots of rain on the commentary box window again.
Yes, and looking up the Derwent Valley there, no longer seeing blue skies coming through. It seems to be a bit of a cloud through the middle, but blue skies either side of the Derwent Valley. But, we shouldn't see this little light sprinkle cause too many headaches for the day. Always a little bit disconcerting when you're out there riding and you're getting the sprinkles appearing on your visor, but
It's a horrible feeling. Most riders, I think, would tell you that they like it one thing or the other, like all wet or all dry. That transition period, you don't know how much grip's there, particularly when you're on hot slicks. And if you're in the lead, you don't really have any guide in front of you to see what's going on. I've said a few times that we talk here in commentary, as the spots of rain start to fall, you can actually see a little bit line being left off the tyre of the bike in front of you, so you know that the track is getting slightly wet. It's a few laps where your heart's in your mouth, really. When you see people like Jack Miller or Mark Marquez actually put their head down and go for it when it starts raining, that is courage in spades.
yeah, definitely. And certainly, again, it's the mind games. If you can just get on with it while your competitors are second guessing themselves, then that really shows out in the time card.
The problem is, of course, on a slightly damp track on hot slicks, you don't get a lot of feeling or feedback from your tyres. Usually when you lose grip, you're on your bum.
Yeah, it's a difficult one there. If you've got a factory ride, and while in some ways you're not paying, if you're doing it too often, you're soon out of a job.
Absolutely, you can't afford to throw caution to the wind. They expect you to commit 100% and bring home results.
But anyway, we've got Formula 3 and Formula Basketball. Golden Era up to 500, making their way round to the start line.
There's one thing I always found, Matt, is in those sort of conditions, you will find out who's the bravest pretty quickly. And if you're not prepared to take a chance, you'll quickly find somebody comes past you who is. They might not stay on it for very long, but bravery does prevail, because I don't know, it's a better man than me that can ride to the limit in those conditions with full trust and knowledge as to what's going on. Anyway, we are getting a few sprinkles of rain. Hopefully it's not going to impact these guys too much. I certainly hope not, because I'll tell you what, the racing in this class has been fantastic.
Yeah, well, certainly further back in the field, Reece Tan on the MC22, he has suffered a few spills in the rain, so I believe that this won't be increasing his lap times today. In fact, he's pulling in.
The guys will be seeing a few spots on their visor. As you said, Matt, you do notice it as a rider. A couple of sprinkles on your visor. You're watching the track to see if that looks damp.
Trevor Renton actually is someone who's quite brave in the wet, often not running the top end tyres.
Man to beat though, Lockie Curtis, 2 from 2 so far. Can he make it 3 from 3? Red light is on. Racing. Lockie gets away beautifully, but it might be Peter McEldowney this time. It is Peter who will actually lead the field into turn 1. Can Lockie come underneath him? He does, I think.
And as per usual, Larry Eaton making his way quickly through towards the front of the field there on the motard.
Oh, riders going everywhere. Big group as they come down through the S's, but everyone through cleanly at this stage. Yep, all looking good. So Lockie Curtis again leads the field. Tiny bit of a gap. He got through under Peter McEldowney there. The run between 1 and 2, which is what he needed to do. So can Peter do anything with extra horsepower down the back straight? I think he's going to. I think we're probably about to see him pull out and go past. Yes, he does. Now, whether or not he can outbrake Lockie is about to be seen.
Jono Hughes bringing up third place.
I'd be thinking at this stage there's not enough in that little shower to cause any grip problems, so they're probably still hammer down at this stage. Lockie looking for run up the inside in the turn 1. It's tight. He backs out of it. Yes, good decision there, Lockie.
There's plenty more laps left in this race. Number 5.
Jono Hughes from Daniel Briggs, P3 and 4. Then we're back to Dale Madden and Larry Eaton having a great day on the motard. I think that shower might have gone away as a pass. I can't see any more raindrops, so look, let's hope that's the case.
But back to the action. Coming towards the hump over the back straight, our leaders.
Peter McEldowney still holding off Lockie Curtis. As we said earlier in the day, Lockie's probably going to have to put a move on early in the lap, as he tried to in turn 1, to make sure that the move sticks. And he can eke out a bit of a margin before the back straight, where the SV650's got more power. But this time, it looks like Peter McEldowney is a bit more determined, and he needs to get this race win, because Lockie Curtis is taking points off him in the championship. Lockie looking to go around the outside. This will be tight, and he does it. I tell you what, that's brave.
And Daniel Briggs looking to pick pockets, coming up in 3rd place. Into 2nd.
Yeah, now what can the 650 do about it? I'm sure Peter's just fuming there under his helmet. He knows how desperately he needs to get back on terms with Lockie Curtis for this championship. Did not need Daniel Briggs to mix it up.
No, he's gotten past Daniel Briggs, I think, under power down into Calvin's.
And what can I do about Daniel Briggs down the back straight? Goes past him, but the lighter bike that's of Daniel Briggs should be up to the challenge under brakes. It's cost Peter McEldowney that valuable bit of time. He lost the toe from Lockie Curtis. That's what mattered.
Yeah, you have to imagine that Daniel is going to be looking at trying to make a move down through the S's here.
Oh, you certainly would. And round the outside, just... No, he's backed out of that. John O'Hughes a little further back with Larry Eaton all over him and Dale Madden. So it does look like Lockie Curtis is going to run away with this, barring any errors. So Peter McEldowney's going to have to do everything he can to preserve his points and hold down that 2nd position, because I don't think he's going to reel Lockie Curtis in from here.
Yeah, well, Daniel's definitely out of the slipstream there down the back straight, so the gap has opened up from 2nd to 3rd. But things are still pretty tight in 4th, 5th and 6th.
I tell you who's impressing me, Dale Madden. To be mixing it up there with Larry Eaton and John O'Hughes. That is a fantastic effort. Daniel Briggs looking for a way through on Peter McEldowney. Squeezes up the inside at the bottom of the hill. I think the SV might have something to say about that.
Up the hill,
Up
yeah.
the hill, and sure enough does.
There it goes.
Now, on any other day, Peter will probably be loving this battle with Daniel Briggs, but right now he's got championships to think about. Does not need this.
And Dale Madden having a little bit of a look up the inside into Calvin's on John O'Hughes. And he has made the move in turn 1. Jono takes it back though under brakes.
Yeah, it's a brave man who out breaks John O'Hughes.
But he's straight back into it, has a look up the inside of turn 1.
I tell you
makes
what,
the move stick.
Jono's gone wide.
Yes, and Larry Eaton has picked up the crumbs there.
Wow, yeah, not many people do that on John O'Hughes, so well done Dale Madden, and he did it very clean. Well, from here it looked very clean. Probably took Jono by surprise a bit, I'd say.
Yeah, no, there was plenty of room given, but if you're committed and go into a corner on a certain line and you're having to make that change, then it does upset things somewhat.
So we're on the last lap. I don't think Lockie Curtis is going to come out under any threat. He's coming over the hump. Nice. Oh, gee, I tell you what, there's not that much of a gap. Lockie backed it off. Oh, Daniel Briggs around the outside of Peter McEldowney. What's going on with Lockie? They're pulling this gap down.
Yes.
Now, it's checkered flag, so no risk, but Daniel Briggs will pick up 2nd from Peter McEldowney.
Oh, great battle between those two all race.
Oh, Madden. John O'Hughes, I don't know if he got the better of Larry Eaton over the line. No, Larry Eaton just edged out John O'Hughes.
Yeah.
Battle back here, Matt. Trevor Renton from That's Andrew Eagling and Nathan Toll. They're having a good dice between them.
Yeah, numbers down a little bit in Formula Basketball this round, but every group seems to wax and wane a little bit there.
Yeah, look, I think after making the change of Formula Basketball going back to its roots, which is a bit of a beginner class, other riders are moving on into championship classes, which really is it's good to see. But riders are riding for championships rather than, I guess, like I shouldn't say stealing the glory from newbies. That's not really not what I'm doing, but it really should be fair for new riders to feel like they're not under any pressure to be riding or competing against established races.
Yeah, and certainly we do encourage anyone that's thinking about racing to, if you've got a bike that perhaps doesn't fit in with some of the other classes, that Formula Basketball does offer a lot of scope, virtually being a run what you brung category.
Yeah, I think we cover most types of bikes pretty well these days. Now, you can't cover every capacity for every age, but generally, for a small state, I think our clubs cover categories pretty well, and we see that in the close competition on track. And of course, you can't be all things to all people. Not everyone can be competitive on their choice of bike. That's just the nature of things. But as I say, I think on balance, the clubs do a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, and certainly the numbers in each class sort of, as I was saying earlier on, go up and down, and we have to accommodate as many people as possible. But unfortunately, the numbers of certain bikes do drop off, and they do kind of find themselves on the outer, and perhaps don't get the luxury of a class all to themselves. But it's still come out and race, enjoy the day.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. Totally agree with you. Ultimately, if you want the glory of taking wins, then you've probably got to choose the right bike for it.
Yes, and it's certainly not just a matter of having just pure talent and the crappiest bike. Once you get to that pointy end, you've got to back that commitment, the personal commitment, with a commitment of dollars, unfortunately. But there's still plenty of classes where the dollar value of the bike does not equate to the dollar value of how much fun you get out of racing it.
No, and that's a good thing about club racing, isn't it? It shouldn't all be about big budget. It should be about coming out and having a bit of fun.
And certainly the production lights offers a lot of value for money, a lot of close racing, and these bikes can be picked up for not that much money, really.
No, totally. But look, I suppose to be honest, most of the classes, other than the premier ones, being the Tas Superbike and Tas Supersport, most of the bikes you can pick up pretty affordably and run the majority of the season on 2 sets of tyres, maybe 3 sets if you really want to be competitive.
Yeah, and certainly the added bonus of the smaller capacity bikes is that number of tyres you need for a year drops dramatically.
Well, that's the thing. Like I was saying before about pre-modern open, there are a lot of good bikes from that era that don't quite fit into the modern category. And it's a good opportunity to drag them out. You pick them up for a song these days.
Yes, and most tyre manufacturers put out some fantastic options in their tyres, with always a good version to be had with each manufacturer.
Tassie Junior is just lining up for their race 3. Now, this is one group I don't think the number of laps has been reduced.
No, they're still on 4 laps.
Tom Turner's been the man to beat. I can't see him being headed in this one, but you never know. Red light is on. Tom Turner away beautifully. I think he'll actually lead the field. Yes, he will, from Brodie Curtis. Isaac Simmons got the little 2-stroke 85 away nicely that time. He's not too far behind these guys. I'll be keen to see what Isaac can do here, because he's got a good chance to pick up a toe. looking very good down there through the S's. So it is Tom Turner at the front. Brodie Curtis right on his heels, and Isaac Simmons a little way back from there. Then we've got David Cowell, David Connell, and Jet Pryor. In another group just driving up the hill at the moment. So Tom Turner will be heading the field onto the back straight for the first time. Don't know if Brodie's going to have an answer for Tom. Tom seems to have found something special here today.
Yes, and those juniors getting to those extreme race tucks and pop up and out.
Isaac Simmons right on the back wheel there. I don't know if Granddad Eric has done something with the jetting, has he? Isaac looking very well placed.
Yeah, he's looking very smooth and composed on the two-stroke.
Eric certainly knows his way around the GP bikes. So nice ride so far from Isaac. Tom eking out that little bit of a gap at the front from Brodie. David Coward a little further back, just starting to pull out on Ava Connell, and Jet Pryor just crossing the line, probably a second or two back on Ava. So I think the man to watch is Isaac Simmons, not far off Brodie Curtis. And that's what we've been looking for him to get a good start, get a bit of a tow. That might be enough.
Yeah, well, certainly if he can get in close enough and down the back straight, the two-stroke will well and truly benefit from the slipstreaming.
Yeah, I was saying before, I do think it's got a little more straight line speed than the two four-strokes in front. But the two guys in front have been racing this class for a lot longer than Isaac, so he's doing an outstanding job there. Tom Turner just crossing the line. He goes through with a... oh, no way, 69.9. That's another lap record from Tom Turner.
An amazing ride there.
That's over a second off his previous PB, which was also a lap record coming into this race. So, go figure.
You can't imagine he can pull many more lap records out today.
I don't know, but I wish I was capable of doing that.
Yeah, what's that? Is that 3 for the day?
Oh, I don't know. Every time he goes out, he just seems to carve more off it, just like it's, just like a Sunday lunch. It's easy. Certainly tucked down, getting everything out of that little 1.5 or 150, coming down the back straight. Unfortunately, Brodie Curtis, I just don't think he's had an answer for him today.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Young Isaac may have closed up fractionally, but it's not really changing much the gap between second and third.
Very, very similar lap times between Brodie and Isaac. They both go through, 110.9, 110.8. And I should point out that all three riders are now under the lap record that was in place coming into this weekend. So Isaac Simmons now under the old lap record as well.
Yeah, I think realistically, Chris, there should be a few very chuffed dads out there today.
Yeah, when the nerves settle, I'd say. So just trying to pick up Tom. Where's our race leader? Just had Ava Connell across the line. So Jet Pryor coming around. Hit the next bike on track to cross the start-finish line. There's Tom Turner just under brakes at the end of the back straight now. So he'll be coming around to pick up the checkered flag. I don't know if he can lower that time any further. A 69.9 is the lap record. No. A 70.2
Oh, he backs it off a bit.
Look at Brodie Curtis just holding off Isaac Simmons. So Isaac's probably got the eyes on the prize for race 4. Great ride from our juniors. Always entertaining to watch. And without a doubt, some high calibre riders of the future coming through that class. So smaller main jet, Eric, for the next one.
Get the thumbs up from Eric Simmons.
what do they say? They fly and then they die. Yeah, don't get too aggressive with it, Eric.
And young David Coward coming across the line. Ava coming around the sweeper now. Let's not forget that all these riders are putting in a fantastic effort. It's not just the three at the front.
Oh, absolutely. As I was saying before, that yeah, they're all riding to their own limits and finding their way. And you know, finding extra pace under your own PB is hard work because you're out of your comfort zone. Tom Turner's the man, though. 3 from 3. Another very, very impressive ride. Nice margin. And I think the other one, the outstanding one there, was Isaac.
Yeah, well, I don't know how long it's going to be before Isaac's allowed to ride a bigger bike, but
yeah, I don't know if he's eyeing off Dad's yet. The 1,000 sitting next to him. Probably couldn't touch the ground on that one yet.
No, but as we know, we've seen plenty of YouTube clips with people with disabilities still able to get around on their bikes, and fully abled person, perhaps with someone holding the bike and giving it a push start, that'd be a way.
Yeah, good to see Isaac coming back and letting pit crew Brett Simmons know his place and what's required for the next race. I think even better if Isaac just passed in the bike and walked to the hospitality tent. But certainly swapping notes at the moment. No doubt Isaac's learned a lot from that one, and we'll be listening intently to what Dad Brett and Granddad Eric have to say.
Yes, Isaac jumping off the bike and Eric taking over pit control and rolling it into the stands.
Good to see. Super Sport up next, Matt.
Oh, what has Matthew Coward got for Hamish Sellers?
Matthew Coward probably not much, but Mitch Hawksley might have a bit.
Yeah, but that championship must be getting very tight, or further away perhaps between Hamish and Matthew.
Oh, look, I'd be thinking it's getting very, very tight because Mitch Hawksley's taken 2 from 2. He had the biggest points gap to make up, so he's going to be closing in on the guys in front.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, Hamish coming in second. Mitch is only gaining 5 points a race, with 25 for first and 20 for second.
Matthew Long has got probably a bit of work to do. Looks like a shiny new tyre for Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew looks like he's not running as slick. Perhaps,
honestly, those tyres are much like cut slicks. You know, in my time, I found there was probably a tiny bit of extra grip in the slick, but I found the treaded tyre gave you a little better feel.
Yeah, it looks like it's the same tyre as Dad's running. I don't know if they're running some Michelins.
Yeah, they are Michelins. So look, depends on what the rider's most comfortable with. They're both very, very capable tyres. And as I said, I actually quite enjoyed the treaded tyre. I found it gave you a little bit of lead into a power slide, whereas the slicks are a little bit more on and off. You've got to be walk a tighter line, I suppose, to control the slides they produce. But the treaded tyre is a bit more forgiving.
Yes, well, Mitch Hawksley, I think there. I was watching. You can see the brand new tyre sticker flickering round on the surface there.
Yeah, it's what we're saying this morning. These guys are playing for keeps. They're rolling out with new tyres on. They know what's at stake, and they're going to throw everything at it.
Front wheel lifting on Chip's bike over the hump again, as it has all day.
They're not shy on power. It takes a bit to pull a front wheel up over the hump there. Just a power wheelie, that is. certainly determined, Chip Sellers, as he has been in race 1 and 2, but Mitch Hawksley has managed to hold him off.
New front new tyres all round for Mitch.
Yeah, I noticed you had a new front in this morning for qualifying. Now, you typically don't use up a front around basketball in one day, so maybe he wasn't happy with it. Don't know. We're about to find out because the red flag is in. Red light's on. Racing. Mitch Hawksley away beautifully. Matthew Long also away nicely, but who's it going to be into turn 1? Pretty tight. Mitch Hawksley, Matthew Long, Chip Sellers around the outside of John O'Hughes, I think. Marcus Delaney in the mix there as well. But this time, Mitch Hawksley, Matthew Long, Chip Sellers. Oh, Chip's down.
Oh, Chip.
Maybe got on the gas a little bit early. It was a low side, it wasn't a high side. So Chip straight up on his feet, but that has done his championship chances no good at all.
Back to the front, we've got is it Mitch Hawksley in front. Yes, clear lead over Matthew Long.
So Matt's got a new back tyre in. It's going to be interesting to see what Matt can do about this because he was looking strong in race 2.
John O'Hughes leading Marcus into the sweeper.
But Mitch Hawksley, Matthew Long right on his heels. With him we've got John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney. Matthew Coward putting a great ride on his new ZX6 Kawasaki.
So we've got a yellow flag through turn 4, but Hamish has got the bike clearly out of the way and is over at the tyre wall.
I'd be guessing, looking at the marks on the track, that Chip simply lost the front there. It's right on the apex before you get on the gas. So right at peak load on the front tyre. So I reckon it's just turned under him and he was a passenger after that.
Yeah, and it's a very clear fiberglass white line across the track there.
Could also be that he touched a peg or a fairing or something. That can take a bit of weight off the front. I can speak from experience there. I've done exactly that. But, anyway, back to the leaders. Mitch Hawksley. Matthew Long looking very determined all over the back of Mitch Hawksley. So it'd be great to see what Matt can do about this. He hasn't had a crack at the lead yet today.
Yes, well, from a championship standing point of view, probably doesn't have to push it too hard. That he was to come in second place. Not that I'm sure he wants to come in second place. With Chip out, things are very open again.
May have actually ruled Chip out, I think, unfortunately. So, but Matthew Long, stretching my memory now. I think Matthew was leading coming into the round. So this will help Matthew no end, particularly if he gets the better of Mitch Hawksley.
Down at the sweeper, there's about 5 bike lengths. Both riders looking very comfortable as they come through the sweeper onto the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say, looking comfortable. They're probably feeling quite desperate.
Now we've got Marcus leading Jono into turn 1.
So sorry, I'll take that back. It was actually Hamish Sellers leading Matthew Long coming into the round, who had a 5-point lead. So that's going to set Hamish back. But Matthew Long, depending on how Mitch Hawksley's points are going, is going to be in a good position for picking up the championship.
Yeah, I don't know how long we're going to continue to get that waved yellow flag, but
no, it's certainly not a risk over there. The bike's parked against the wall. In fact, I think the yellow flag is coming in, which is good. Mitch Hawksley still holding Matthew Long off.
If anything, there's a slight increase in the gap there.
It would certainly be good for Matthew if he can get to the lead here, because Mitch is taking a big bag of points. And I don't know where they sit at the moment, but Matt wouldn't want to give too much more away.
No, and further back in the battle for third, Marcus is still leading Jono through the S's down to the bottom of the hill.
Good battle further back. We've got Matt Carey, Peter Bell-Chambers, Martin Long, and David Bartels right behind him. So a good battle between the 4 of them. Mitch Hawksley coming over the hump. Matthew Long really not far behind. As the saying goes, you know, it's if he's good enough, he can do it. He's near enough if he's good enough.
And both these lead riders, the brand new tyres seem to be paying dividends.
Well, I suppose it pays dividends if you win. So for Matthew, it hasn't paid dividends yet. Last lap, down through the S's for the leaders. I don't think he's close enough. In fact, I think Mitch may have gapped Matthew a little further. So the dividends seem to be paying off for Mitch's new tyres, but maybe not Matthew's.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe win there, here for Mitch. I think he has a look over his shoulder there as came out of Calvin's.
Yeah, it's probably out to a second lead now.
Coming round for the checkered flag.
Yep. So another superb ride there from Mitch Hawksley. Yep, about 1.6 seconds in the end. Back to Matthew Long, who probably buttoned off a tiny bit when he realised he couldn't win. Marcus Delaney, great ride to third from John O'Hughes. Then we've got Matt Carey, Peter Bellchambers, Martin Long, right on Peter Bellchambers' back wheel. Nice ride from David Bartels. Then we're back to Luke Van Egdom. Bit of a lonely ride, bringing up 9th place for Luke. So that concludes our third Superbike Super Sport race. Just noticed Chip Sellers has remounted his R6 and is actually looking to ride back to the pits, so that's a great sign. One, that Mitch is obviously okay, and two, that the bike seems to be fine. Given it was a low side and a fairly low speed one, bodes well for not too much damage.
Yeah, certainly with a bit of luck, hopefully nothing that maybe a spare lever and some gaffer tape won't fix as far as the fairings are concerned.
Well, you have to hope so. It'd be great to see him back out there for race 4. Good ride from Mitch Hawksley. Another good ride.
3 from 3, is that correct?
3 from 3. It's been a great battle in this class, and to have taken 3 from 3, I think just shows what a great racer Mitch Hawksley has become.
Yeah. And Marcus and Jono certainly have been pushing each other there. Not particularly close, but certainly keeping each other honest.
So I had started to say before that at the end of the day there will be presentations here at the base of the control tower. There's also a barbecue. So anyone on the hill who would like to come down and be part of the presentation, have a chat to the riders, talk about their day, you are absolutely most welcome to. So if you're not in a hurry to get away, come down, have a look around, and be part of the fun.
Yeah, it's certainly something that's been missing from our racing calendar.
Yes, I don't know who we're going to point the finger at there, Matt.
Well, yes.
You got the keys to the barbecue?
Oh, to be fair, it's locked in the container there, Chris. I don't have keys to the container. But yes, it has slipped away. COVID has taken some of the simple pleasures in our lives away, but as the vaccination rates have been quite good and moving up, yeah, we're back in action for the barbecue.
Well, good thing. It's a nice way to round the day out. And it's what clubs are about. We're not just about jumping on bikes and riding fast. We're also about a great community of people. And having a bit of a social get-together at the end of the day is always a lot of fun.
Yes, and I'd just like to point out to everyone, if you get towards the end of the barbecue experience and there just seems to be 2 lonely sausages sitting on the plate, they are earmarked for Chris and Sean.
Sean's got every opportunity to get one. I don't.
Well, the recovery vehicle's coming back into the infield. We've got the bikes lining up on the dummy grid there. Yeah,
so great to see Chip Sellers has made his way back uninjured. Hopefully they can get that bike ready for race 4. Tas Superbikes, though, are finding a way out onto the dummy grid. Matt, can you see Brett Simmons being challenged?
No.
Well,
but, you know, like, things happen on track.
Particularly the way son Isaac's coming through. Brett's got a bit to prove now that he's still
The fastest
the
Simmons.
fastest in the family.
Yeah. But, you know, look, mechanical failures can happen. The level at which these riders are operating at, small mistakes can have big consequences. So,
Well, as we just saw with Chip Sellers, you're right at the limit, and you're right. A small mistake can have a big consequence. So one contest I'm interested in watching this one is Damien Fords and Chris McGrath. They were certainly at it in race 2. Chris almost got the better of Damo, but Damo held him out. So good mates. They're going to have a lot of fun.
yeah, and certainly Jeremy Huddleston on the R1, not that far behind.
Not at all. Great ride from Jezza here today.
So,
In fact, Jezza usually comes up and has a chat to us in commentary. Haven't seen him today, and that's a shame because it's always good to have a chat and get an insight into how his day is going. As with quite a few of the other riders around the pits, it's always interesting to talk to them because what we see up here, Matt, and what they're experiencing are often two different things.
yes, and things are always look a lot closer when you're on the bike than what they do from up here.
That's for sure. Things get a lot more real as soon as you jump on the motorcycle. Now that is interesting. Why has Jason Spencer got a different fairing on that bike?
Well,
just noticing a change of fairing for Jason Spencer on Viking P1. Maybe it'll make a difference, maybe it won't. We're about to find out. Brett Simmons gets away beautifully. So too Chris McGrath. Good launch from Chris, but Jason Wiley threw into P2, I think. Yes, it is. Jason Spencer, Chris McGrath, Damien Ford, Jeremy Huddleston, Wade Schrader, and Marcus Burns. So this time, Jason Wiley right on the back of Brett Simmons, but I think ran a little bit wide at the bottom of the hill, so Brett has already started to stretch that gap. Sure enough, he has. Brett very, very good through suckers, and you can see already has pulled another bike length out on Jason Wiley.
and further back, Damien Folds and Chris McGrath already starting their battle.
Yeah, so Chris has currently got the better of Damo. Jason Wiley hasn't given up on this shot of Brett Simmons yet. It's will be interesting to watch.
And Damien Folds having a look around the outside onto the start-finish line, and he actually doesn't quite.
That's tight from Damo, looking to go up the inside of Chris McGrath into one. Got a bit squirrely. But, look at Jason Wiley all over the back wheel of Brett Simmons, so this will be interesting. I don't know if Brett's aware that he's there, or if Brett's taking it a bit easier. It doesn't look like it. Spun up a fair bit at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah. Once you, the Ducati has a big booming sound, you'd think he'd be able to hear it behind him.
Yeah, you're right, and you can generally hear even quieter bikes behind you on overrun. But down the straight this time should be interesting. That Ducati's not slow. Mind you, neither is Brett Simmons' bike, an ex-Team Honda Australia Superbike.
Oh, Wiley has a little bit of a glance up the inside. No serious attempt.
He's certainly got the bit between the teeth, so interesting to see what Jason Wiley can do here. Right on the back wheel of Brett Simmons. First flying lap through is a 54.5, so half a second off for Brett.
Jason Spencer has been gapped significantly by the leading pair.
Yeah, I don't know that he's entirely happy with his bike here today. Change of fairing, I think, suggests that they're looking for something.
Well, is it a change of fairing, or is he actually changed to a wet setup bike?
Oh, look, maybe it's a different bike. I don't know. It could well be. Bit hard for us to tell, but it's certainly a change from what he had in race 1 and 2. Damien Fords through on Chris McGrath, so Chris won't like that. See what he can do about it. But look, Damien Fords, great ride here today. Spots of rain. This should be interesting. And Jason Wiley through on Brett Simmons at the end of the back straight. Now, crucially, as rain starts to fall, if the race is called, then it will go Jason's way.
Yeah, and Jason Wiley actually getting a little bit of a gap there on Brett Simmons.
Yeah, look, a little bit early to say that the track is being impacted, but there are certain spots appearing on our commentary box window. So, as you're saying before, this is heart and mouth time. You don't know how much grip is there. You're looking as carefully as you can for any sign of a wet track, but sometimes you cannot see it.
And Damien Fold seems to have made a bit of a break from Chris McGrath, and Jeff Hudson making a bit of a move on Chris.
Yeah, but tell you what, Jason Wiley actually starting to gap Brett Simmons a little. What is that rain doing? Is it going to impact these guys? I would be guessing that with the bit of rain falling, Brett's just being a bit cautious. He doesn't want to do the same as what he did last time out here at Baskerville and spin it out and hurt himself.
No, certainly, I'm sure Brett's had a great recovery, but no.
Well, look, last time through for Jason Wiley, 54.25, so that's probably about as fast as Jason's been today. He's not worried about it, the spots of rain. On the other hand, 54.5 for Brett. He was doing, 56.95 for Brett. So he's definitely buttoned it off a little. Whether he's got a bike problem or he just doesn't like the fact that the bit of rain's falling, I don't know.
And we seem to have missed. Damien Folds has taken Mr. Spencer.
Wow. Okay. Well, obviously Jason's not at all comfortable with whatever he's up to. Jason Wiley, probably a 2-second gap, if not a little bit more, over Brett Simmons now. Well, last lap board being readied.
Well, if we look at the last lap times between Jason Spencer and Damien Fields, there's 3 seconds a lap there.
So Brett Simmons, 56.7 last time through. So we know that what Brett's capable of. There's certainly something up there. Chris McGrath back through. Oh, sorry, Chris McGrath on Jeremy Huddleston, that is. I was thinking for a moment that was Damien Fields. But poor old Jason Spencer, almost touring at the moment. I don't know what's the issue for him, but he's not at all happy.
Well, you speak for yourself, Chris. I'd be very pleased to be able to tour at that pace.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I'm referring to Jason Spencer's standard, going through at a 58.1. The guy's capable of, 54s. That's like the difference between racing and driving down to the shop.
Yes, but
checkered flag time, Jason Wiley.
And that's a significant gap back to Brett Simmons.
Definitely something that Brett's not comfortable with there. And a great ride again, Damien Fields. Picks up third place. Jason Spencer and Jeremy Huddleston got the better of Chris McGrath in the end. Chris won't be happy about that, but at the same time, first time back in 2 years, I think he should be very happy about that.
Yeah, look, Wade Schrader not that far off the pace of the two in green.
Oh, look, Wade's been riding fantastically well, both here and at Simmons Plains. I think he should be really proud of himself. He's on a much older bike than the others. I'd be interested to see Wade step up, something a bit more current. So that's race 3 down for the Tas Superbikes. Next up is our Lights GP, Lights Production class. We're going to have a very, very quick breather, quick drink, so I can come back and rejoin you for the Lights GP, Lights Production.
Yes, welcome back to the racing, everyone. We've got Light GP, Lights Production, and that's it. Light GP and Light Production about to grid up on the race. We would be expecting Jesse Woods to continue his form for the rest of the day, taking a strong lead and maintaining that place. But anything can happen, and it's a competitive class. Should be expecting some more entertainment from Larry on the converted dirt bike. And the two strokes will always be competitive as well.
Just ducked out there quickly, Matt. That shower's passed, but the wind's picked up quite interestingly. So that always presents a little bit of a challenge, particularly as you come down over the back straight, over the hump.
Yes.
But the track's certainly dry.
Daniel Briggs will be hoping for a good start.
Red light is on. Jesse Woods away to a blinder again. So Jim Brody Curtis this time. Terran Ocean away a bit better, but still back in the 10th sort of group. He is finding his way through a bit. Where is he? So Terran up to about 6th, I think.
And it looks like Daniel Briggs has got his eye on Jesse Woods.
Yeah, I think we saw in race 2 though, he couldn't quite match Jesse's time, so this will be interesting. Jesse has a quick look over his shoulder to see where the field is. He's already got a bit of a margin there. But this is Daniel's opportunity to try and get up on terms with Jesse Woods.
Yeah, well, certainly I believe next year there might be a couple more of the Moto 3 bikes coming through, and might get a few more of them in this field.
So bikes group up under brakes at the end of the back straight. Jesse Woods out to a little bit of a gap over Daniel Briggs. Not much between them. Difference in lap time, yeah, 1 second. Jesse's quicker than Daniel by 1 second, so it's probably going to tell you he's going to stretch out.
And Larry Eaton trying to chase down Chad Wiley there in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, well, he's pretty much chased him there. He's right on his back wheel, looking for a way through. And then we've got Nathan Green from Terran Ocean. So Terran's slightly better placed in this one. But clearly, he starts absolutely killing him. Another big group of riders just heading up the hill, headed by Reece Tan. So Reece Tan, Ollie Skinner in there, Garth Newton, probably Tom Turner. Jesse Woods maybe eking that gap out a little bit, Matt.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely expanding that gap there, but equally so the gap from 2nd to 3rd is gaining as well, growing.
And look at this battle for 3rd. We've got Chad Wiley, Larry Eaton, Terran Ocean up the inside of Larry Eaton. Yes, he will get through.
He's run wide, Larry's come straight under. But
and then Nathan Green there waiting to pick up the crumbs.
Now, further back, we've got the 2 KTMs just rounding turn 4, heading up the hill.
Being Dane Griggs and Doug Watson, for those without a entry list in front of them.
Yeah, they seem to be chasing down Tom Turner on the MC19. So you'd expect them to have the longer legs on the back straight here.
Gap at the front is stretching out, but not by that much. What have we got in fastest lap time? So Jesse Woods' quickest lap time is 60.06, Daniel Griggs 60.8. But the battle really is for third at the moment, where Chad Wiley doing a fantastic job, still holding off Terran Ocean on the lighter GP bike, and Larry Eaton having a blinder of a weekend right behind Terran Ocean. And Nathan Green right behind them.
Yeah, so 3rd place certainly not settled by any means at this point in the race.
So just looking at the group coming down through the S's, that's headed by Reece Tan. So we've got Ollie Skinner behind him. That's got to be Ben Boxall. Harley Phipson there too. So great battle raging further back in the field.
Yeah, and Harley was a little bit unfortunate not to get too many laps in yesterday. Only got a handful of laps in.
Coming along really well, Harley.
He had a go on Rod's bike, I believe, there at one stage.
He did, yep.
I didn't think he was going to give it back.
No, stepping onto a without CC first row. Big step up from the Ninja 300 he's used to. So Terran Ocean now through on Chad Wiley. Chad looking for a long way around Leah Renton. That's awkward. Larry Eaton gets the best of that, goes around the outside of Leah. Now Chad Wiley through, and now Nathan Green through, but they're going every which way to try and get through there. John Cran's actually in the contest as well with Harley Phipps. Went up the inside of Harley into turn one, but yeah, he'll have to get that he'll make that one stick.
Yeah, it's a tight little battle back here in the field.
Fantastic.
1, 2, 3. Got 6 bikes there, all sort of having a bit of a go.
So Reese Tan at the front of that. Who's that powering up the outside? It's got some speed. Is that Ben Vauxhall?
I suspect so.
So Taran Ocean now with a clear track. Last time through for Taran was a 61.8. Not going to threaten the leaders at that pace because they're still faster than him, but comfortable third place for Taran. Larry Eaton through on Chad Wiley. And Nathan Green not far off Chad as well. Then we're back to Brodie Curtis. And Dane Griggs riding bit of a margin back from Dane. Okay, Grant Vauxhall, Tom Turner, and then Doug Watson. Good ride there from Doug. Checkers flag out. Jesse Woods picks up third win of the day.
Yeah, still further back there in the field, heading up the hill, we've got Garth Newton, Reese Tan, Ben Vauxhall, Ollie Skinner, and Harley Phipps and John Crans, all still pricing away.
Daniel Briggs picks up P2. Taran Ocean third. So that battle you're referring to, Matt, is coming down onto the back straight now, so this will be interesting under brakes.
Yeah, well, none of them are really going to be that far away. There's always the possibility of a lunge.
So
Garth Newton seems to be a bit clear of this pack.
A little bit of a gap between them, so nothing likely to change, I don't think. Oh, maybe. Who's that going around the outside? That's Ollie Skinner, actually, around the outside of Reese Tan, who buttons off on the line. He's going to regret that, I think.
Yeah, well, Reese Tan's bike comes from Michael Regan. It's actually interesting to see the turnover in bikes in the field. They change hands every couple of years, and new talent grabs hold of them and gives them a lease of new life.
So, sun shining again here at Baskerville. It's been one of those days, typical of spring in Tasmania. You only need to wait 5 minutes for the weather to change, and that's what it's doing. But we've been blessed so far that we really haven't had a wet track. I think the worst we've seen of it is probably that last Superbike race.
Yeah, looking up the valley there, it's sort of blue skies through the middle, which is what I would be expecting to come over the top of us. So, a bit of luck. The worst we'll see is the odd little sprinkle. Track will stay dry, grip level will stay up, and more close racing.
So that should bring up our older big bikes, a Golden Era Open, Pre-Modern Open and Pre-Modern Supersport for their race 3 to round out the third set of races for the day. .316. It's going to be probably a bit tight to get through the program.
Yeah, hopefully we won't lose any more lap. Maybe down to 5 lap races from 6. You never know. I'm sure that's up to Peter Woods to make that call. But, this next race should be interesting. See whether Bob Sellers can continue to keep the lead in front of Stuart Bugg there.
Yeah, well, he's done it in very convincing style so far. Come from behind, got past the guys in front of him and controlled the lead. Been challenged by Stuart Bugg and still managed to come out on top. So it certainly looks as if he's the man to beat. But I reckon Buggy's probably thinking he's a chance as well, and so he should, because he certainly challenged Bob. All he needs to do is work out where to put a move on and make sure it sticks.
Yes, well, with the reduced laps, fatigue should play less of an issue than longer races. But yeah, if Bob can just maintain the use of that horsepower down the back straight and all the skill he can muster through the corners, then we would expect the status quo.
And then, of course, you got the Golden Era bikes. So James Ryan only just edging out Peter Bellchambers in the last race. So it'll be interesting to see which way that goes. Just trying to have a look to see where we were on points in that class. I think James Ryan had a fairly handy lead. Golden Era Open, so coming into it, yes, 45 points was the margin between James and Peter, so not really a championship threat, but certainly honours on the day could go to Peter Bellchambers, although I think he had that runoff earlier in the day, so he finished further back. Still worth watching, because I expect a good contest between the two. We usually do get that. Also the pre-modern Supersport guys further back, Mark Eagling, Joseph Browning, Matt Coward. We've seen some really good battles there.
Yes, Matt Coward certainly has continued to race for a few years now. Not afraid to go it alone in the 2 hour either. So,
did he ride solo last year?
Whether it was last year or the year before, I'm not sure. But
brave man.
He has done a solo. Invited me along to join the party. I politely declined, but I did sort of pit crew for him on the year he rode solo, and I was very surprised that he went full race distance and didn't button off.
Yeah, there's a few people who have tried it. Paul Kane Bowman last year, I think it was last year, he tried it, got very fatigued, came into the pits and had a bit of a breather, but went out. I don't know if it was fatigue that caused it, but unfortunately lost the front going over suckers and injured his knee out there in the dirt. Anyway, back to the present. Red flag is being brought in by Grid Marshal. Red lights on and away. Stuart Bugg, beautiful start. So too Bob Sellers, but it will be Stuart Bugg, I think. Yes, it will.
One, yes.
From Bob Sellers, from James Ryan, Peter Bellchambers. Could even be Oscar O'Donovan, is it, behind them? I think it might be Oscar. Then Mark Eagling. But look at the horsepower of that bike of Bob Sellers up the hill. Straight past Stuart Bugg.
And he should pull a little bit of a gap down the hill as well.
Yeah, so Buggy's going to have to think pretty hard about what he's going to need to do here to try and get a win back on Bob Sellers. Clearly got a straight line speed advantage.
Stuart does pull it up nicely under brakes there, closing the gap again.
Yeah, so at the moment, Bob Sellers heads the field through the chute for the first time. Leading two, pulled out a nice little gap over third place, James Ryan from Peter Bellchambers. Looking further back there, that was Oscar O'Donovan and Joseph Browning, I think. Getting into a bit of a contest into turn one, but at the front, it's all Bob Sellers.
Yes, well, Bob proving to be the most successful Sellers here at the track today.
Yeah, just thinking that myself. He probably doesn't want to make it a hat trick.
No.
Having all three of them with bikes to repaint.
Well, not just that, it's who's driving the van home.
Well, that, and I suppose from Bob's point of view, he's probably going to be the one who has to repaint all three of them.
But at the moment, he's got a reasonably secure lead there over Stewart. That gap increasing over the start-finish line.
So 59.31 from timing just dropped out there for Bob Sellers. It's showing James Ryan in P1. So the lead two just needs correction in the timing. I'm not sure what sort of lap times they're doing, but clearly it's faster than a 59.31 from James Ryan, because James is third. A little bit slower than his pace this morning, James. He was into the 58s. So I don't know if that's that he had fresh tyres this morning, or maybe the wind's up this afternoon. He's off the pace just a fraction. Or often riders just feel fresher in the morning.
Yeah, Bob continuing to eat that gap out a bit more.
Yeah, I think Stuart Bogue's going to have to produce something pretty special here to pull Bob back in and get past him. And further back, James Ryan, not far ahead of Peter Bellchambers.
And just behind Peter, we've got Oscar O'Donovan, I believe, coming through on the CBR.
That'll be Don Fenton first.
Don Fenton.
He's actually looking pretty aggressive there behind Peter Bellchambers. I wouldn't be surprised if Don gets past, particularly being on a more modern 1000, a pre-modern open bike. But what a great ride from Oscar O'Donovan, right on the back of these, certainly a pre-modern bike in front of him, pre-modern open bike. Then we're back to Joseph Browning, Mark Eagling, Matthew Coward, Tim O'Halloran. All Bob Sellers at the front. He's coming off the back straight through the sweeper.
Oh, Peter moving through under brakes into the sweeper.
That would be Peter Bellchambers moving through on Don Fenton. Having a good ride here today, Don Fenton. As I said, probably doesn't have a lot of laps around basketball compared to some of the people around him, but making a good fist of it. Nicely turned out bike as well, Matt.
Yes. Certainly is a well-presented bike there. He makes the move back up the inside of Peter Bellchambers up the hill into Suckers.
Last lap board being prepared. Looking for our race leader. Coming over the hump on the back straight at the moment.
Yeah, and that gap continues to just get that little bit bigger each lap.
So not really under any pressure now, Bob Sellers. Picks up the last lap board now. Probably a 3-second gap back to Stuart Bug. Then probably another 5 back to James Ryan. Certainly James with Peter Bellchambers all over the back of him. Oh, sorry, that's Don Fenton, not Peter Bellchambers. So James, you want to be careful here, because that CBR 1000 behind him, he's going to have the legs on the back straight. Don's riding that very well.
And he's gaining quite rapidly up to Suckers there.
Well, you can see the difference in horsepower there. It was like a 600 versus 1000, wasn't it? So I think Don's a good chance here to blow past the older 1000cc machine on the back straight. So let's have a look. Certainly close enough. Yes, goes past James Ryan. Can James do anything under brakes? No. Good move from Don Fenton. Bob Sellers picks up the win.
Tidy second place to Stuart Bug.
Yep, and Don Fenton will hold on. Hold out James Ryan, then from Peter Bellchambers, and a great ride from Oscar O'Donovan up on the back wheel of those bigger machines in front of him. Then we're back to a very, very good ride from Joseph Browning. Then we have Mark Eagling, David Coward, and Tim O'Halloran. Rounding out the field is Karen Webb on a Golden Era Open GSXR 750. So that will conclude our third set of races for the day. I don't know if the last set are going to be shortened at all. We'll we'll keep an ear out for that. Might just take a very, very short break before we get back for the fourth race of the day.
And welcome back to racing. And as we wait for the next group of bikes to go out, I'd like to say a big thanks to the flag marshals and officials that are giving up their time so everyone out here can go racing. Certainly these events don't happen by themselves, and if you're feeling so inclined to help and volunteer and help these days go ahead, I strongly urge you to make yourself known, and particularly to Peter Woods, myself, Matt Allen, and we will see what we can do to get you helping more people racing. But I'm sort of waiting for Formula 3 and Formula Baskerville as they head out to come around and grid up. Yeah, so we should be looking forward to seeing some more great battles with Peter McEldowney, Jonathan Hughes, Lockie Curtis, Daniel Briggs. Chris joins me back in the commentary team as the bikes head up the hill and down towards Calvin's. And also a big thanks to Tas Ambulance for coming out and looking after our fallen riders, making sure everyone is as well as they can be.
Thirsty work, this talking, Matt.
Yeah, actually, I might have to grab my spare drink bottle.
Yeah, stuck off to the shop to buy a bottle of water, so hopefully can manage to get through the remainder of the day. Can anyone beat Lockie Curtis?
Yes, well, the red VFR number 96 there has been highly competitive all day.
I guess the man who's hoping he can beat him is the man on the white SV650 in P2, Peter McEldowney, who's defending a points lead coming into this round, but so far Lockie has got the better of him in each race, so it's now up to Peter to do something about it. Red light is on. Racing, and the SV650 of Peter McEldowney gets away the best. I think he'll head the field into turn one. Not far behind though, Lockie Curtis. Lockie right on his back wheel. So can he go down the inside of him into the S's? Yes, he does. That's not what Peter McEldowney needed. Larry Eaton right behind him. Then we've got John Hughes. Dale Madden almost coming together with Daniel Briggs as they sweep through to the left as they come out of the S's. But it's Lockie Curtis again blasting away at the front. This time the SP650 of Peter McEldowney. Oh, he's off! Peter straight out on his feet, but looks like he lost the front through there over Suckers.
Yes, perhaps trying not to let Lockie get away.
And look, credit to him. You've got to commit if you're going to win a championship.
So further back, we've got John O'Hughes leading Daniel Briggs in third place, closely followed by Larry Eaton.
So it's a real shame for Peter, racing really, really well today, and no doubt had his eyes set on that big trophy. But Daniel Briggs up the inside of, I'll tell you what, that was going to be tight, trying to go up the inside of John O'Hughes there into turn one.
Yeah, John O'Hughes not an easy man to get past in the best of times.
No, not at all. No, not that he puts the blinkers on much.
No. So as they head up the hill there, we're going to have a waved yellow at the top of the hill. So, of course, no overtaking under the yellows. So.
No, the bike well and truly out of the way against the tyre wall, and Peter up there on the tyre wall. So certainly not a safety risk, but definitely need to let riders know there's been an incident up there. But our race leader, Lockie Curtis, again stretching out the field. John O'Hughes is his closest rival, probably about 2 seconds in arrears. John O'Hughes still got Daniel Briggs breathing down his neck.
And Daniel certainly won't be afraid to have a little look through the S's, perhaps.
Daniel on the little Moriwaki GP250. May give away a little bit in horsepower to the road-based 400cc bike in front of him, but certainly when it comes to cornering, the 400's no match at all.
But we should see the 400 pull away slightly up the hill, but maybe not.
There's not much in it, to be honest. Definitely a lightweight motorcycle, but the 400s aren't slow, that's for sure. Lockie Curtis, we did notice he buttoned off a little bit towards the end of race 3.
Yeah, that gap doesn't seem to be getting huge amount bigger, but
that's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, Daniel's still all over the back of John O'Hughes.
I'd be betting Daniel's going to have a bit of a crack up here into turn 1. He's certainly close.
Yeah, he's well and truly close enough.
John O'Hughes, talk about shut the door.
He slammed the door in Daniel's face, but Daniel's having a look up the inside.
Wasn't giving him an inch. In fact, Daniel would have been better to go for the outside there. I think John O was so far to the right. Talk about defensive riding.
Yeah, he was certainly aware Daniel was going to have a look up the inside there, but I'm sure it won't be the last time. There'll be more opportunities around the track.
So the field's spreading out a little bit. It's really that battle between John O'Hughes and Daniel Briggs where most of the action's happening.
Yeah, further back through the field, there's plenty of air between each of the riders, so not too much more close racing.
See the SRCT recovery van being ready to go and pick up the fallen bike of Peter McEldowney. It's a real shame for Peter. Certainly putting in a good ride.
And Daniel closes up again on the back wheel of John O'Hughes. He has a look around the outside this time. The crossover up the inside.
Yeah, and up the inside. I tell you what, that's tight, but he's done it well. I was just going to say, I think the best thing Daniel could do is hang out wide into turn 1 and do an over and under John O'Hughes. He did just that. Now, what is Daniel Briggs going to do? Can he pull out on John O'Hughes? It looks like he can.
Yeah, and the yellow flag seems to be pulled in up the top of the hill. Not that that's impacting the racing at the moment. But,
no, as we said, I think they're pretty well positioned up there. The bike's well forward of the corner against the wall, and the rider, Peter, is standing on the pit wall. So no real hazard. It's good to see the yellow flags being withdrawn.
Yep. And John O'Hughes not having an answer for Daniel Briggs under brakes into the sweeper. So Daniel maintains a few bike lengths.
Yeah, I don't know that Jono's going to give this away. He's not the sort of rider that typically does, but Daniel's riding pretty well there. I think Jono's going to have to turn something pretty special here to try and get back on terms with Daniel.
Yeah, and with 1 lap remaining, I think...
big ask?
Yeah, big ask to catch up to Lachlan Curtis there as well. It's not a huge gap, but it's a comfortable gap with 1 lap remaining, half a lap to go.
Yes, the last lap board is out. Eleanor Renton just crossing the line. Good to see Eleanor back. She had a little off last time here at Baskerville.
Yes, and Daniel Briggs seems to have it quite comfortably over Jono Hughes.
Yep, checkered flag for Lockie Curtis. Not far behind Daniel Briggs. And as you say, Matt, Jono Hughes just behind him. And another great ride there from Dale Madden. Really been some outstanding racing in this class here today. Mainly Lockie Curtis out in front. Trevor Renton just heads out Nathan Toll. Andrew Eagling just told me a short while ago he did a PB here today.
Oh, always wonderful to get those PBs.
He said he does not understand why. He's heavier than he was a few years ago when he set that PB, and it's just working for him today. So good on Eags.
Yeah, well, you certainly can't say that gravity helped him down the hill, because it fights against him up the hill.
Don't know, but look, it's just great to see him enjoying his racing and getting a PB. You know, it's just one of those guys you always like to see or bump into in the pits. Always got a nice word to say about everyone, and a big smile on his face. And that's what I love about club racing. People can come out and enjoy it at any level. And today he's got a PB, so good on him. The man of the day has been Lockie Curtis, an absolutely outstanding 4 from 4 on the red number 96. Terrific job. He's had the challenge come from Peter McEldowney and I think John Hughes up there earlier in the day, but come out on top. So great job.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Peter McEldowney, he's sitting on top of his bike there at the top of the hill. The recovery vehicle is making its way up there, but seems to be looking down at the bike, but he's certainly sitting on it, so you never know, it may come back under its own steam.
Yeah, I'd be quite surprised, Matt. It did take a bit of tumble there in the dirt, so while it might not be too badly damaged, chances of getting through without breaking a lever or something is usually unlikely, but you never know.
Yeah, he's not getting it, moving it anywhere at this point in time. The recovery vehicle's almost there, so.
Bit of a problem with fully faired motorcycles. They don't usually like rolling through the gravel very much.
Yes, the one grit clay sandpaper probably doesn't help. But
yeah, always amazing as well. I think after a bike has taken a big tumble through the dirt, where the dirt manages to get to in the bike when you get it home and clean it out. It's certainly forced in there under very high pressure, and you keep finding dirt in bits for a long time afterwards.
Yes. Well, I had an interesting conversation with Ryan Chen, who didn't make it out for today's racing the 600 group. He had an off yesterday, and he was saying how much easier it is to fix plastic fairings, and they seem to crash so much better than the fiberglass ones.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was a little bit I wouldn't quite say disheartened, but those fairings, Monster Energy fairings that he had on the bike yesterday, I think that was its first outing. And, requiring a bit of work to patch up the holes that he punched in that yesterday.
Yeah, a bit of a shame to see him out. I think he just lost the front on a slightly damp track coming down through turn 3. Tassie Juniors. Man to watch, I think, this time is Isaac Simmons. Certainly was hunting down Brodie Curtis in the last race. Matched his lap time. So it's all about whether or not he can get a good start off that two-stroke, which, as we know, they don't launch as well as the four-strokes typically.
Not quite matching suits, you never know. Bit of the old rider switcheroonie,
Yeah.
matching helmets and leathers.
Well, you think Dad's going to jump on?
Yeah, I think actually Isaac might have a better time than Dad, given the weight difference between the two of them.
Yeah, well, we know Brett's a very accomplished two-stroke rider, having started his racing career on a 125 two-stroke GP bike and competed at the highest level in Australia. So he's no stranger to them. But if he was to do a switcheroo with Isaac, I think we'd probably spot it.
Yeah, maybe the 1.5 in height might give it away.
Yeah, I don't know that Brett bends as well as he used to either, so he'd probably be putting his leg out with cramp halfway through.
Might be more efficient to do the lay down Superman.
Yeah, well, maybe. So just waiting for the recovery van to come back. It's coming down the back straight now, so we're going to be into it pretty shortly.
Yes. Actually, I've seen some amazing stats on aerodynamics, and certainly with the push bikes. The lay-down Superman is 13% more efficient than any other tuck position.
Is that right?
In pure aerodynamics terms. So, I don't know whether that's really going to help even with these smaller class capacity bikes, but
have you ever seen the Red Bull, I think they call it box car racing, the downhill go-karts?
There could be some more structural modifications made to those vehicles.
Talk about
believe.
entertaining. I've always thought we could do it out here at Basketball down the hill.
I've seen some of those cars. Box cars that is, and yes, down the hill. If you're talking through Calvin's, I think some of them structurally might struggle to make the corner.
Oh, look, I'm not saying through Calvin's. I think slalom down the hill would be enough, and they probably that'd still cause some big accidents. But good place to do it. It'd be a lot of fun. I don't know if we'd get many teams. They put a lot of work into making those things.
Yes, yeah. I'm not sure what they're using for wheels, whether they're just nabbing bike wheels or not. But
yeah, I think they've come to the conclusion that the lightweight bicycle wheels aren't very good for jumps. The spokes pretty quickly collapse.
Oh, they need to go back to the good old steel frame. Well, back in my youth, the BMXs were made out of steel frames, so the wheels were somewhat sturdier than what perhaps they are today. They might be strong enough for the task.
Yeah, that's right. But anyway, our Tassie Juniors now starting to file out for their last race of the day. I think it's likely Tom Turner's probably going to make it 4 from 4. The question is, can he lower his lap record any further?
Well, if he does, it's not going to be by much, I can't imagine. I don't think he can. Surely he cannot possibly continue to pull seconds at a time.
Oh, look, I just can't understand how he can race all year at the same pace and then suddenly find a second a lap. It's just extraordinary. Unless they bolted a 500cc piston into it. But it doesn't look any faster than the others. I just think he's riding it really well. So, good on him.
Well, let's face it, just watching him go through turn 4 and up the hill there, he's, even for just an outlap, he's not taking it easy.
No, certainly somebody to watch. Definitely an up-and-comer. And pulls a good wheel stand off the line too.
Yeah, much smaller this race weekend. Certainly some great shots from up at Simmons Plains from the last round, I believe.
Yeah, nothing to rival James Ryan's wheel stand from earlier in the day, which went all the way to turn 1. In fact, Mr. Wheelstand down there holding the red flag, Julian Winlow.
Yes, big shout out to Julian. He seems to have kept a bag of concrete with him, so he's not wheel standing that red flag.
Well, he's got a headset on, so can't hear us. But it'd be good to see Julian back out there on his CR500 pulling big wheel stands. Always entertaining. So decided to have a day helping out run the event too, which is great to see. It's good when racers are having a bit of time out from riding to come along and lend a hand. That's what keeps everything turning over.
Yeah, and certainly this is his second race round, or second ride weekend, I should say, where he's come out and waved flags and helped out.
And look, generally speaking, most people go away saying that was a really good day. They really enjoy it.
Yeah, that was certainly his response when I checked in with him afterwards. But bikes are lined up.
So red flag is coming in. The red light's on. Racing, I think Isaac Simmons definitely didn't get a good start, which is a real shame for him.
Yes.
I think Brodie Curtis probably popped the clutch first, but it was Tom Turner who actually got the best launch. So Tom will lead the field again. Everything just going his way today. So Brodie Curtis not far behind Tom. Hopefully he can get onto his back wheel and get a bit of a tow here. He's not far behind. Isaac, on the other hand, has probably lost that tow, but we did see what he could produce in race 3, so this will be good to watch. A little further back, David Coward from Aberconnell and Jet Pryor. I take it you've never ridden one of these bikes, Matt?
Oh, I may have had a couple of laps on the club bike
back
in the day, and
the CB.
The CB 150,
yeah.
And yeah, that was an interesting experience going into 6th gear down the straight where the bike slows down. But yeah, I enjoyed my smaller bikes, but these probably not as much as these people out here today. So Tom's continuing to do the super tuck. One hand on the bars.
One to watch is Isaac Simmons straight up the inside of. That's tight. I thought he was going to go up the inside of Brodie Curtis, but Brodie shut the door. I thought there's going to be contact, but no.
They're through cleanly.
But Isaac Simmons on the charge for sure. Now Brodie knows he's there. It's going to give Brodie a bit of a wake up.
Yeah, that's a massive amount that Isaac caught up on Brodie there.
Oh, huge. I think Brodie's going to have his hands full holding Isaac Simmons behind him. So Tom Turner, he's away and flying at the front, already a big gap back to Brodie Curtis. But yeah, the battle here is between for second place.
Yeah, so we'll see how things end up at the end of the straight here, whether or not Isaac's two-stroke can pull in the gap a bit.
So that's going to be interesting to see what the speed difference is. They look pretty similar to the eye. No, at the end of the straight, I think, is where the two-stroke seems to make up a bit of ground. Brodie Curtis very good under brakes. Just pulled out a little bit on Isaac Simmons there. Nice approach to that corner at the end of the back straight.
But again, Isaac's pulling in the metres between them.
Very good through the chute, isn't he? Looking for a run up the inside.
It's too far back.
Always a brave place to put a move on. Things can get very tight up there very quickly. It would almost appear that Brodie has had the hurry up after Isaac Simmons almost put a move on him.
Yeah, certainly Brodie seems to be a lot stronger through on the exit of turn 1 through to the bottom of the hill, but up into suckers, Isaac does gain a bit of ground.
Last lap board being readied, so just looking for our race leader, Tom Turner, coming down over the hump at the moment. Certainly a noticeable difference in speed between
Isaac making a big move up on Brodie under brakes into the sweeper.
There you go. It's clearly got a bit more speed. But look at Brodie Curtis, right around the outside of Isaac Simmons. So it's pretty much what I said last time. The Brodie's very good down there.
Yeah, he's certainly able to carry a lot more corner speed. But Isaac's having another look.
They're trying to get through on the inside on the sweeper.
He'll have a look, sniff into turn 1. He's got the inside line. Is Brodie going to come across on him?
I could see Isaac feverishly trying to select another gear across the start-finish line. This is certainly on between these two.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight racing there, and Brodie pulling out the gap again as Isaac's had to back off and give him ground.
So Isaac Simmons definitely got a bit of extra power in that 85 two-stroke. Pulled the gap in a little bit up the hill, but across the top over suckers, Brodie Curtis pulled the gap back out. But as you said, Matt, down the back straight is where Isaac Simmons seems to get that wound up.
Yeah, he seems to struggle perhaps with that corner entry. He's got great
Look at that,
end
straight
of
passing.
straight speed, but Brody is so good.
I don't know if Brody can do much about that. It's
No.
a fair way back. So the question now, checkered flag time. Checkered flag time for Tom
He's got
Turner.
pace, but Isaac seems to have blocked his run.
Well, Isaac's also very good through here, so I think he's going to hold on, and sure enough he does.
Well done, young Isaac. That's a great race.
And pumped. Good race up into second place there. Had to work hard for it to get past Brodie Curtis, so he'll be absolutely delighted with that. But really, the man at the moment, Tom Turner, he didn't actually, or did he beat that lap record? I can't remember what it was from race 3, but he did a 109.63 in this one.
I think it was like a 109.1.
That'd be 2 seconds quicker than his lap record, so I don't think it was that fast.
Okay.
I think he just got into the 9s, but
Oh.
we shall find out later. But regardless, getting into the 9s, we hadn't seen anyone in the 10s before today. It's a massive achievement.
Well, what have we got there? Isaac Simmons came through with a 10.8, 110.8. So that's certainly not a slow lap either.
Not at all when you consider that's under the lap record from the beginning of the day. Jet Pryor just rounding out the field, coming along around to pick up the checkered flag, but really Tom Turner making it 4 from 4. Really a fantastic ride there from Tom today. Credit to Brodie Curtis as well. He'll probably be a little bit disappointed in that, but I think he's ridden brilliantly today.
Yes, but I think I can see a pretty chuffed Brett Simmons down there giving Isaac a little clap on his way in and the thumbs up. Pat on the back from Dad.
Yeah, new era in racing for Brett, watching his son go round, so that'll take a bit of getting used to, no doubt.
Yeah, that letting go, it's easier to put yourself through the danger, so to speak, to watch someone that you care about do it. That's a lot harder.
Well, I've always maintained that the people who have it hardest are family and friends watching on. As a rider, you know how things are going, you know how close you are to the limit, but people watching really have no idea. It's heart and mouth for them the whole time. So big shout out to mums and dads and girlfriends and family members who come out and support their riders and watch on. I know it's a white knuckle ride. It can be tough, but it's all part of what is mostly a very enjoyable journey.
Yeah, well, it's also been great to see some of the faces that you haven't seen for a while. Frank, who I haven't seen for a long time, out there flag marshalling today. Back from the day we had Len Best drop the trophies out. Len, I should say, has stepped away from the committee, but
had a brief time in commentary today. But yeah, look, you know, people come and go from actual competition, but generally, I think most people find it hard to walk away from the club environment because it is such a great community.
And if my eyes don't trick me down there, I think I can see Brad Hughes having a bit of a conversation down with Brendan.
Yep, just saw Brad before, told him he's being missed, and the time he got his bikes back out on track. Obviously a Tasmanian or Tassie Superbike rider, very competitive Tassie Superbike rider, and one we always not only watched racing, but enjoyed racing, but enjoyed having around.
Yeah, he's been putting in quite a few Ks on the mountain bikes. I've been following him a little bit on Strava. But he seems to be enjoying it up north there.
No surprise at all. Always enjoyed his fitness and challenging himself. Matt, Tas Supersport. Chip Sellers obviously managed to repair that bike. Just looking at it going past, very little damage, a couple of little scuffs on the fairing, just as we assumed.
That's fantastic to see. I was a bit worried we weren't going to see him out for the last race.
Problem, of course, is it doesn't help his confidence that unless he knows exactly what he did wrong, and he may well do. Sometimes you know exactly why it happened and what to do to prevent it happening again, but other times the front will just turn under you on you, and well, I guess you know that you've lost grip, but you weren't expecting it. So you're a bit more tentative next time out.
And here we go. We've got Matthew Long rolling up and Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, Mitch just finally passed on number 52.
Spencer has come back out again.
Don't think Jason Spencer has. He's in Superbike.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, my mistake.
So that's David Bartels you're possibly looking at. I'd be thinking Hamish Sellers, or Chip as he's better known, is probably going to be out there to make amends. But of course, we know that Mitch Hawksley will be looking to make it 4 from 4, keep his record intact, and give him the best chance of picking up a position in the championship. So, defending champion as well is Mitch Hawksley.
So Matthew Long still in with a chance for some good results here today.
Oh, without a doubt.
Chip's pulling more wheel stands over the hump.
He's Matthew Long is quite possibly leading the points for the championship. So absolutely critical that Matthew makes the most of this. Now that Hamish Sellers has had a DNF, we don't know where Mitch Hawksley would be on points, so it's quite possible that Matthew Long is leading this. But I think it would be very tight at the front, so he absolutely needs to make sure he finishes strongly here. John Hughes and Marcus Delaney, they've been having great races today. They're position 2 and 3 on the grid. Mitch Hawksley just struggling to find a gear there. I hope he hurries up. No, he's all right. He's got first. Red light is on. Racing. Mitch Hawksley waited on an absolute flyer again. So too Matthew Long.
Yeah,
tight.
Hamish was a bit blocked in by Marcus Delaney, but...
So Mitch Hawksley, again, off very nicely from a great start. Already leads the field by probably two bike lengths, maybe a few more. That's Marcus Delaney there in second. Chip Sellers through properly this time, or successfully, at the bottom of the hill, up over Suckers now. He heads, that'd be Matthew Long there.
Yeah.
Looking to see where the field is. They power down the straight for the first time. Mitch Hawksley, Marcus Delaney, Chip Sellers, Matthew Long, John Hughes, Peter Belchambers, and Matt Carey. So Matthew Long, a little way back.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of work to do. Mitch Hawksley doing what he needs to do at the front.
And Marcus looking very good there too in second place.
Looking very strong, isn't he? I don't know that he's got an answer for Mitch Hawksley. Mitch does seem to be just stretching that gap a little. The question is, what can Chip Sellers do from there?
Yeah, you'd have to think he'd be a little bit more tentative down there through the bottom of the hill.
Well, he's probably got a little less to race for now. He probably has conceded that the championship victory is out of the question, so out there for a bit more fun than necessarily to win outright. But he's still a racer. He'll still give it his best. Marcus Delaney seems to have a habit of coming on stronger during the day. He's certainly riding very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, Chip's starting to have a little bit of a sniff, but there's still a bit of air between them.
Matthew Long. But John Hughes all over the back of him. He wants to be careful Jono doesn't get through because he doesn't want to give away any more points here.
Yeah, Jono looking quite confident on... Is the eyes up Matthew Long there?
So at the moment, you've got Mitch Hawksley extending his lead out in front with Matthew Long back in fourth. Now, if Jono Hughes gets through, that puts Matthew back to fifth. That's a big points difference. And without knowing how tight it is at the front, that might be enough to get Mitch over the line for the title.
Well, you've also got to finish the race, so a DNF for Matthew Long would do some very interesting things with the points.
Well, absolutely. But he does, for whatever reason, seemed to be struggling a little more on this. He was right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley in race 3. We know he had a new tyre in, but that tyre in there, assuming it's the same one, should still be pretty fresh.
And Jono has a good look up through the sweeper. Probably still too far back for a turn 1 move, but
have a look at David Bartels too, right on the back of these guys. There are two very established fast riders in Tassie Supersport. David Bartels, outstanding ride there. Not far back at all from John O'Hughes. Mitch Hawksley though, no one's got an answer for Mitch today. He's extending his lead further. What sort of lap times are we getting?
56s from the front 3, 57s from the second 3.
So best lap of 56.1 from Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, Marcus maintaining a gap to Chip in third.
Lovely style on a bike as well, Mitch Hawksley. He looks like he's made to fit a 600. But you're right, Marcus Delaney, great ride there.
Yes, and with the gap from third to fourth, it's sort of Chip, if he was aware of the gap that he's actually got, maybe quite sensible to settle for third, given we've got 2 laps remaining. But that's not to say that you can't get a couple more points in the championship.
I don't know what's up with Matt Long. He's last lap round, flat 58. So well and truly off what he's capable of doing. Starting to have the field concertina behind him, so he needs to be very careful here. He doesn't want to drop more points, but riding around at that pace, we know he's that's slow for him. Well, I shouldn't say slow. It's a quick lap, but for him it's, it's not on pace. Inside. There you go. I think he's got some problems.
Yep, Jono's put a move up the inside into the sweeper.
That's what I was talking about. He seems to have an issue of some sort. Now he's got David Bartels right behind him, not what he needs. Meanwhile, Mitch Hawksley continues to extend his lead at the front. David Bartels all over the back of Matt Long now, as they punch the 600s up the hill. John O'Hughes pulling out on Matthew Long. David Bartels down the inside of Matthew Long into Suckers. Sorry, into Calvin. So it's almost as if Matthew's got a brake problem or a front grip issue, but he's certainly lacking confidence approaching corners. So a bit of tragedy for him.
And
checker break time. Mitch Hawksley takes 4 from 4. Great ride from Marcus Delaney. So too Chip Sellers. Good to see him back on board. So John O'Hughes, David Bartels, Matthew Long and Peter Bellchambers round out the field. Sorry, not round out the field, round out that group. Then we've got Matt Carey, Martin Long, Luke Van Egdom. We'll round out the field. Certainly some outstanding racing in that class today, Matt.
Yeah, and certainly I tip my hat to Luke Van der Egen. Yes, on my best days, I would be there at the back with him.
Well, that's what we say. That it's easy to stand by and watch, somebody a little bit further back in the field saying they're not having to go or whatever. But these lap times that all of them are doing are very, very good.
Yes, and the 600s and 1,000 classes. It's like, yeah, the front groups are very, very competitive, and to get yourself down to those times, there's a lot of effort that goes into that.
There is a lot of practice and a lot of preparation, and thinking about what you're doing. Top ride from Mitch Hawksley, so too Marcus Delaney in that race. Good to see him bounce back. Not far off our Tas Superbikes. It's going to be very interesting to see if Brett Simmons can turn the tables on Jason Wiley. Co-commentator Matt Allen just having a quick pit stop himself. Interesting talking to Chris McGrath during the break earlier. He was saying that with a shower of rain that came through, most of the boys buttoned off a little bit, but what was interesting was Jason Wiley actually set almost his fastest lap of the race during that. And interestingly, as I say that, sprinkles of rain again. So exactly what happened in race 1. Not what these boys want. These big superbikes are hard to ride at the best of times, let alone with sprinkles of rain falling where you don't know how much grip you have. But you can see it falling on the bitumen. They're going to be getting it on the visor. It's as we said earlier in the day, it's not a very nice feeling. You don't know what to expect. It does help if you have a rider in front of you, so you can gauge, their level of commitment, and they might have a little moment that tells you that things are a bit worse than you may have thought. Bottom line is, it's not easy. It's a bit of a guessing game until the track turns to proper wet or full dry. Now, I don't know there's much in it. There's only very, very light drops falling, but it's enough to actually see it on the bitumen. It hasn't caused the track to be wet yet. Jason Wiley's probably rubbing his hands together because clearly he wasn't fazed by it in race 3, but we're about to find out. Bikes now filing out onto the track for the last race of the day for the Tassie Superbikes. Certainly a class we always enjoy watching. The big 1000cc bikes are always spectacular. Certainly as a spectator, you notice some wheel standing and just the sheer power they've got. But from a rider's point of view, they're very spectacular as well. They leave a very, very clear line of rubber coming out of turns as they start to spin up the tyre. So, spectacular bike to ride. But as we keep saying, also a challenging bike. They're very, very fatiguing, a little bit heavier, so it takes more effort to muscle them around and open the taps, and they want to throw you off the back on a wheel stand. It just takes that much more effort. So credit to the guys out there. Everything happens at a faster pace on these bikes, and a little less margin for error typically. Particularly with little drops of rain falling. Matt's had a quick pit stop. You're refreshed?
Oh, I certainly am, and very disconcerting for the superbikes coming out here with a fresh drop of rain, but I don't think it'll be too much. But
no, look, the little drops I can see falling on the bitumen here in front of the commentary box have almost vanished already. I think we're pretty safe. It just puts that tiny bit of doubt in your mind. But anyway, we're ready for a start. Red light is on. Racing, Brett Simmons away first, as you'd expect. Jason Wiley, though, right behind him. So once again, Jason Wiley's going to certainly tag onto the back of Brett. That's Chris McGrath through into third from Jason Spencer, Damien Forbes, Jeremy Huddleston, Wade Schrader and Marcus Burns. But I think Jason Wiley had a snip in race 1. Is he going to be able to do anything about this? I think Brett's going to say, no, you're not.
Yeah, I think Brett will be determined to put the hammer down this time and stamp out any threats to his constant winning. But
well, I think that little rain shower's gone. So dry race. This will be telling. In fact, look at that. Brett Simmons already pulling out a bit of a gap over Jason Wiley. This could be over very, very quickly. I think when Brett's got his head down, he's a very hard man to keep touch with.
Yeah, Jason Spencer's made his way into third place now.
Yep. I'm thinking Brett's probably said enough of this. I gave you a look at the front, now I'll take it back. Jason Spencer looking like he's having a better ride this time around, starting to stretch out on Chris McGrath. Chris got Damien Forbes right behind him. Jeremy Huddleston not far behind. So good contest back there, Matt.
Yeah, certainly tough. How were the championship points for the Superbikes going this year? Because Brett certainly had a couple of rounds out.
Yeah, he hasn't dropped around to the state series, only the club series.
Okay.
So he's pretty right there. So I'll be expecting that Brett's quite okay to pick up another state championship in Superbike.
Well, he's certainly gapping Jason Wiley there.
Yeah, look, it's not his fastest lap of the day, but conditions may have worsened. It's certainly faster than what Jason Wiley can handle.
I was just having a quick chat with Stuart Bug, and he said the wind has actually backed off a little bit.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So the times are a little slower than what they were doing earlier, but look, you can only ride to the conditions, and if the conditions aren't there, then that's going to be your lap time. It's certainly Brett's done enough already, I think, to tell Jason Wiley he's not going to pick up the second race win for the day unless Brett makes an error, which he rarely does.
Yeah, particularly with the shortened races, it's always going to be a tough ask once a rider starts getting a bit of a break to reel them back in.
Good contest here. Chris McGrath from Damien Fords. Damien looking for a run up the inside into turn one. Not quite. Maybe down into turn two. Not quite. But these guys, great mates off track. They'll be having a good laugh afterwards. Certainly have enjoyed their racing today. Interesting, Jeremy Huddleston just losing touch from these guys. He's been mixing it up with both Chris and Damien today, but
yeah, he's starting to fall back into the clutches of Wade Schrader there.
Bit of a lonely ride for Marcus Burns, unfortunately. Brett Simmons still holding down a comfortable gap over Jason Wiley. Just look at his next lap time through. 54.28. That's actually Brett's fastest lap of the race. Still not as fast as what he did earlier in the day. So Chris McGrath still holding off Damien Fords, just. And you're right, Wade Schrader now right on the back of Jeremy Huddleston. So I don't know what's happened with Jezza. What sort of times is he doing? 58.6. He was certainly lapping faster than that earlier in the day. So maybe getting a bit fatigued, maybe some tyre wear. We don't know.
Yeah, well, certainly Jeremy's the kind of guy that wants to go home the right way up. But still competitive, and I think Wade will be enjoying it.
Last lap board now being prepared for Brett Simmons. Brett's about to cross the finish line. 55.0 for Brett, so he's rolled it off a little. 55.3 from Jason Wiley. And 55.7 from Jason Spencer in third.
So
Chris McGrath still holding off Damien Fords. Damien looking for a run through the inside into one. That's going to be tight. Gets it done. I reckon Chris will come back underneath him and does. So to Wade Schrader looking for a pass on Jeremy Huddleston. Doesn't get that done. But Chris McGrath, Damien Fords, who's on between these two.
Yes, Team Green out there. They definitely have a good dice.
I reckon they've had a bet between themselves that the one who wins, comes second, loses, buys drinks. Rain falling again. So careful, guys. Last lap.
Yeah. And those seem to be slightly bigger drops than earlier on today.
They do. In fact, you can see visibly that Brett Simmons has backed it off. Luckily, he got that margin. They're all backing it off a bit. So good on you guys. Good win from Brett Simmons. Jason Wiley, good second place. Jason Spencer and Chris McGrath. Great job to pick up a fourth place from Damien Fords. Wade Schrader, unfortunately, falls off on the very last lap. So
yeah, things getting a little bit slippery out there.
Yep, I think they knew it. They all started to back it off. But look, credit to Wade for trying. He had the C-grade championship there in his clutches.
Yeah, and he's all right. He's up.
Just very disappointed, I'd say.
Yeah.
And now the rain properly coming down. The track is actually getting wet.
Yes, the areas of dry are rapidly disappearing at this lower level. I don't know what it's going to be like at the top of the hill up at flag point 4.
Look, it's only going to be damp at this stage. There's been a bit of warmth from the sun, so if this shower passes, I'd expect the track to dry up quickly enough. But it's the most we've had all day, I'd say. Recovery round going out, Matt.
Yeah, more blue sky on its way too as well.
While this recovery takes place, why don't we have a really quick break?
And just a reminder, we are having a barbecue after the racing.
Yeah, we're sure it's going to be sunny for that.
Yes, I'll make sure of that one.
Apologies for the delay. We've actually had quite a significant little shower, so bike's now on track for Lights GP and Lights production, and going out to find, I wouldn't say it a wet track, but it's certainly a properly damp track. Tough decision for competitors to decide on which tyres to run. I think if you're prepared to chew up a set of wets, which are very, very soft rubber, it's probably going to be the tyre to use. The shower's definitely stopped. We've got blue sky starting to poke through. No sun behind it yet. But, yeah, tough call for these guys. So if you're lucky enough to have an intermediate, that would be good. But I don't think many guys have intermediates in their arsenal, as far as intermediate tyre that is. Just saying that, very tough to decide on what tyre to use here. The track's not fully wet, it's just properly damp.
No, and I suspect there'll be a few of these guys running something like a Bristone R11, and even that's not going to exactly be an ideal wet tyre.
No, not at all. They're designed to work at a temperature, and if they're not at that temperature, which you can't achieve on a wet track, then they're really not much better than just a proper slick.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I think with a lot of these bikes, certainly the production bikes, it's either something like an R11 or a normal road tyre.
We're about to work it out. Daniel Briggs I can see on full wet, so he might be the man to beat. We're missing someone on P2, I'm not sure who that is, but we're about to go racing. Jesse Woods gets a blinder of a start, easily leads the field into turn 1.
Yeah, there was certainly lots of frantic action early on before the delay was called, trying to swap out tyres.
Yeah, I can imagine. Daniel Briggs actually there in P2. He's on the full wets, I think. You'd expect Jesse Woods to be. Just as I say that, poor old Daniel Briggs loses the front down through the S's, so maybe it wasn't a full wet front.
No. He's very quick to try and remount and rejoin.
Oh, the fairing was hanging off it. I don't think it's going to be much of a chance.
It was definitely it's a very points-based decision.
Yeah, I think I'd be giving that up. The field has gone well and truly.
I don't know how a DNF would compare to getting some points, so depending on his position.
Don't know, but back at the front, Jesse Woods, I would suspect he's on full wets. Always comes well prepared for any eventuality. Chad Wiley, now he's on the hunt. I don't know if he's on full wets, but right onto the back of Jesse Woods. And in fact, I think last time out, Chad got the better of Jesse in the wet. So I think we've got a battle coming up, and we've got Taran Ocean right behind. I think he might be on the full wets as well. So
yeah, well, certainly given the lean angles, I suspect they are on full wets.
Yep, at this stage you have to assume that. I think people further back in the field might be having a harder time of it. But certainly at the front, bikes really nothing between them. Jesse Woods now with Chad Riley all over his back wheel. Taran Ocean not far off. Just lost a bit of drive up the hill there, Taran Ocean, compared to the 4 strokes in front of him. But he'll make up ground probably down the straight a little bit. Don't know, but look, Chad Wiley's the risk at the moment, all over the back wheel of Jesse Woods.
Yeah, he's certainly selling himself as a wet weather specialist there.
Oh, he's come ahead in leaps and bounds. So look at that. Actually pulls out of the draft and goes past Jesse Woods, so not scared.
Yeah, both on similar machines.
Both riding very, very well. It's like I say, it's not a full wet track, but there's certainly a bit of water around. There's actually a bit of spray coming off the tyres, so there's enough.
Jesse's really seems to be backing it off a bit there, whether he's having grip issues or...
Taran Ocean through on Jesse Woods. Mike Green telling him to calm it down. Good luck with that, Mike. I think Taran can see that there's a potential win up for grabs here. But so far, Chad Wiley absolutely streeting the field. As we say that the rain starts to fall again, so those that have gone to wets, I think they've definitely made the right call.
Yeah, and some tentative riding going on out there. Certainly no prizes for going home on the side.
No, not at this late stage of the day. Most of the points have been won and lost.
Yeah, young Wiley looking very strong coming across the start-finish line. A significant gap back to Taran Ocean.
Yeah, noticeably wetter out there now. But clearly the guys in front on full wets because it doesn't appear to be affecting them. In fact, the wet tyres seem to be enjoying it. Just be curious to know what Daniel Briggs was on, if he did actually go for the full wets.
Yeah, so Daniel Briggs, certainly not his first time down the road, but he's certainly been coming on stronger and stronger with the little bike category.
Yeah, he sort of he jumped about a bit between classes. Spent a bit of time in the 600 Supersport class. I think he was punting 1,000 round for a while, but a lot of guys seem to find their place in the lights. They really enjoy it. I mean, Mark de Jong's a good example. He spent a long time in the 600 class. Look at that. Chad Wiley ran the outside of Grant Boxall. There's the difference between full wets and dry tyres.
Yeah, so I do believe that was close to the first lap rider. He's continuing to make his way through, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's 2 laps in.
Look at that, Taran Ocean all over Grant Boxall through the S's. Poor old Grant, he's tiptoeing around.
Oh, I don't blame him.
No, nor do I. Riding around on slick tyres on a wet track like this is no fun, and we saw a lot of guys have to suffer that during the 2 hour. They did an outstanding job, but I'll tell you what, they were crossed up about every lap.
Yep, and young Turner coming through there through turn 1, looking quite comfortable.
Yeah, what a day it's been for him. Grant Boxall cruising around. I think he's also on at least road tyres. I wouldn't say they're slicks.
Yeah, well, further back in the field, coming down from Suckers, we've got Dane Griggs being chased down by Harley Phipps. A big engine CC capacity difference there between the KTM 390 and the little 300 Ninja.
Last lap brought out. I can't see anyone being a threat to Chad Wiley other than himself through making a mistake, but he's putting in an outstanding performance there at the front. Probably got a 5-second plus lead now over second place Taran Ocean. Probably another 2 seconds back to Jesse Woods. Again, it just shows how much Chad's come along as a rider. You know, Jesse, fairly regular campaigner in the 300 Supersport class of the Australian Superbikes these days, and Chad Wiley only just graduating out of juniors. So for Chad to be heading up Jesse, it's no mean feat and a fantastic effort.
Yeah, so Chad coming down the end of the main straight, heading into the sweeper.
Looks like, as you'd expect, the fastest lap of the day coming from Chad as well. 1:06.3. I'd say the next fastest is probably from Taran Ocean, which is a 1:08.8. So clearly, leagues ahead.
And certainly a 1:06 in the wet is not a time to be sneezed at on these bikes.
Not at all. When you look at Jesse Woods there at a 1:09.3 and Chad Wiley a 1:06.3, 3 seconds a lap faster. It's huge. But I'm thinking, other than a few front runners, most of these guys were pretty happy to see the end of this race. As we keep saying, it's not at all fun riding around on dry tyres. Look at this, Tom Turner just around the outside of Grant Boxall. Poor old Grant, he's having a torrid time of it.
Yes, and I guess in some ways getting wet at the end of the day is better than getting wet at the start of the day, staying cold all day.
Yeah, it's not fun, is it? Not just challenging out there on the track, but as you say, you end up wet. It soaks through you, and particularly a coolish day in spring, worse in winter, you just don't recover from it.
Yeah, so I can imagine that we'll be looking forward to getting out of their freshly wet leathers and some dry clothes. Perhaps just a little call out to any responsible adults that would like to check in on my little helpers on the barbecue that perhaps should not have been left unsupervised. But
who would those helpers be?
some very helpful little elves.
Okay. In other words, if you don't want burnt sausages, you need to lend a hand to the barbecue. Wayne McDonald, I can see you heading that way. He's ignoring me.
Any responsible adult?
Yeah, everyone's heading for cover.
I don't see smoke yet, though, Chris, so it may be a good sign.
All right, so recovery van going out to pick up Daniel Briggs from down there at turn 3.
Oh, that won't be a...
Actually, he's away. He's under power.
You'll be having fun trying to get across that clay.
The fairing's fallen off it. Yeah, I thought the fairing had detached from the bike.
Looks like a belly pan, too.
So this last race makes it interesting. We definitely have a wet track, although the rain's not falling. But this is our last race of the day, is it not? We're into the golden era of 500 pre-modern Superbike and Supersport.
Yeah, so but might be a big change in tactics there, and I can't see Bob down there. Does that mean he's lining up? They've been called up. I can see quite a few bikes being packed up, but it's hard to see the field that's going to front this last race. I can see Bob about to put his helmet on. Imagine Stuart Bug will be doing the same.
I think most of them will go out, although Bob Sellers, he usually decides when there's a wet track that he'll sit it out. So maybe he's thinking 3 wins from the day, he wants to round it out, and good on him.
Yeah, I'm not sure of what tyres Bob had on the R1. I would have thought they were slicks earlier on. Didn't notice any tyre changing down there.
Oh, look, I'm sure they'd have some wets on hand, particularly for the Chip Sellers, who's defending a state title. So they'd probably bolt into the R1 okay. The R1 probably would prefer a slightly larger rear, but for a wet track, I don't think it's going to bother it too much.
Right, you can see number 42, Tom Halloran, getting ready to mount his bike down there.
Yeah, Tim O'Halloran had a ride in the 2 hour this year on what was then the club bike, which is a KTM 390. Had I think our 20 lapper was damp, was it not? I think it was cold, wasn't it, because of rain?
Yes.
From memory. So,
and up the back of the pits, I can see a few marquees.
Oh no!
Doing their thing.
So clearly the wind has come up a bit. One of the marquees, as Matt said, has come loose.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell with the flag, the red flag down there on the start-finish line, because it's now fully wet. So taking a lot more wind to make it flap about. But
looks like
horizon maybe
yeah,
practically pulling down to marquees too.
The marquee that did launch was from Motorcycle City, the Craig Davies team with Mitch Hawksley and Jason Spencer and Nathan Toll. They look like that got that in hand. But as you say, the horizon tent's looking like it's going to launch. It's funny because from up here, it doesn't look like the wind's that strong, not as if flags are going, but it must be the direction of it. So bikes now rolling out onto pit lane for the last race of the day. Matt's keeping a close eye on the barbecue, make sure everyone's going to be well fed, otherwise you'll be lynched.
And just a message too to the kind people working the barbecue at the moment, there is onion in the walk-in fridge, chopped, ready to go.
If anyone will help.
Okay, so who we've got down on the dummy group? We've got Matthew Coward. Looks like Stuart Bug on a wet bike.
Yeah, Tim O'Halloran. Then we've got Don Fenton, full wets. In fact, they're all on full wets. Oscar O'Donovan. Mark Eagling. You'd be a brave person to go out on anything less than that. And as we say, that the sun comes out. little too late. I think the track is probably too damp to dry up 20 degree over the next 8 laps, or sorry, 6 laps, isn't it?
All right, I see the rear stand going down on the R1. Bob Sellers wheeling it out into pits and mounting up.
Well, this is Buggy's opportunity to pull some points back on Bob Sellers. Like I said, Bob usually sits out the wet races, so he may feel a little bit at sea to start with. Of course, the wet tyres on modern bikes are absolutely amazing. But telling your brain that they're amazing when you're travelling at 200 kilometres an hour is something different.
What do you spy on Bob's bike down there, Chris?
Slicks. Brave man. I think I'd be...
Julian smiling.
Yeah.
All right, Bob. Nice and sensible.
Oh, look, the best he can do is just dawdle around and pick up a few points. But from that point of view, is it even worth going out and risking everything? He's decided it is. But as we said, it's not fun riding on full slicks on a track like this. It's not just, as I said before, not just because they have no tread, it's because they don't get to a working temperature, so they just rock hard.
Yes, and I've got to confess to it never being brave enough to push that myself. I wouldn't even say it's been the case of discretion. It's the better part of valor. It was just I was scaredy pants.
Yeah, it can be excused. It's not a lot of fun riding around on a wet track when you're unsure of how much grip you have, because it becomes a bit of a lottery as to if you're going to stay on or not. Bob certainly taking it very, very easily, and compared to a field of bikes on full wets, he's going to feel like a moving chicane, I imagine. Let's just hope he makes it round in one piece.
Yeah, so certainly also I hope doesn't cause any problems later on if they do come around to lap him in that case. Been that case myself, riding on some really hardened old road tyres in my early days in the R6, and young Hamish coming past me through into turn 4 and clipping my bars with his back all the way through. So simply because I couldn't tip the bike over anywhere near as far as he could.
Notice James Ryan is sitting this one out. So too Peter Belchambers, which is a bit of a shame, because certainly James Ryan, good wet weather rider. I think he would have been a big chance at taking the victory here. So it's going to come down to a battle, I think, at this stage between Stuart Bugg and Don Fenton. Actually, don't rule out Oscar O'Donovan on the 600.
Just going to point out here, Bob Sellers being very kind to everyone in front and not going to get involved with the race start.
Yep, smart move. Mark Eagling getting a nice start as well. It is Stuart Bugg who will pick up the lead. As I said, I think watch out for Don Fenton and Oscar O'Donovan. I think they always say wet weather's a leveller. You can't use the bigger horsepower as much, so Oscar's a good chance here. Bob Sellers tiptoeing around. Not a nice situation to be in. Let's just hope he can complete the race. But it's Stuart Bugg who's pulling out a bit of a gap at the front. Mark Eagling actually is the one who seems to be getting his teeth into this wet track. He's up there in second place.
I mean, Stuart's got a little bit of a gap. Maybe it's stretching down the hill, but it's not an unsurmountable gap at this point in time. Matthew Coward having a little look up the inside.
It's a funny thing, a wet track. You know, some people love it, other people hate it.
Oh, and that sun coming out strongly now. I don't think he's going to dry the track out.
Don Fenton looking for a run down the inside of Mark Eagling under brakes. Won't get up there. Matt Coward, he's enjoying these conditions. He's on the back of Oscar O'Donovan, is it? But Stuart Bugg, he still leads. Mark Eagling, he's certainly enjoying this. Don Fenton right on Mark's back wheel. Actually, Oscar Donovan's really struggling. Maybe he's not on full wets.
I'm seeing he's there squeezing his left hand.
Don't know, but he's not having a good time.
But
don't know. He's not enjoying that at all. Certainly wouldn't say out there with no brakes. He should be red flagged if there's any indication of that. Bob Sellers still managing to stay upright.
As they come up over the hill through Suckers and start heading down towards Calvin's. Stuart Bugg still in the lead, but not making a major break.
No, not at all. Mark Eagling, I think he's a bit of a chance here. He's clearly enjoying these conditions, but so too Don Fenton. He's not far behind. They're actually closing up on that, closing down that gap to Stuart Bugg. Matty Coward, he's up the inside of, is that Tim O'Halloran? He's putting in a blinder of a ride if it is. Maybe that time he spent on the RC390 in the 20 lapper did him good. It is Tim O'Halloran. He's loving it. He keeps putting the wet tyres in and causing the rain at our events. Everyone blames him for it, but maybe this is why he loves it.
Yeah, well, that's not a big gap between first and fifth there.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to pick Mark Eagling for this. He's looking hungry. He's all over the back of Stuart Bugg now.
We've got 3.5 laps to remaining, so there's time.
Don Fenton's got the horsepower advantage of the CBR 1000, but just liking the look of Mark at the moment. Oh, Don Fenton down the inside, outside I should say, into Calvin. So look, challenge coming from Don down the straight this time. This will be interesting.
They can all stay off that ripple strip. I can attest to that being lovely and slippery in the wet.
Look at the horsepower of the 1000.
Oh.
Makes light work of the two bikes in front. 750 and a 600.
And plenty of spray coming off those back wheels.
Not over yet though. Wet tracks do funny things. Depends on whether or not Mark Eagling can get through here on Stuart Bugg. Looking for run up the inside into one. I think he's going to back out of it. Yes, he is. But Don Fenton's the man. Starting to stretch away at the front.
Yeah, he seems very confident and happy with the conditions. I do believe we've got a lovely rainbow over the back of the hill here.
Yeah, that's probably just rubbing salt into the wound for these guys that the sun's now come out for them, particularly Bob Sellers, wherever he is.
Well, I think he's heading down the hill and they're just going through Suckers, so by the end of the main straight here, he may be getting lapped.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And that's what we're saying. The difference between wet tyres and dry is just chalk and cheese. The poor old Bob, he's tiptoeing around, but doing a great job of it.
Oh, they are. That 1000cc with its front wheel off the ground.
Hopefully, they're all going to get past Bob safely here. He's just doing what he can to stay out of the way. First bike's around. Bob will stay to the inside. He's a very experienced racer, so he knows what he will need to do. Stuart Bugg's around, so to Mark Eagling. Matty Coward putting in a great ride. Where was Tim O'Halloran? Matty's just closed down that gap and got past Tim. Matt's proven to be a bit of a wet weather master, isn't he?
Yes. But Don Fenton continuing out in front there.
Doing it very nicely. I picked it wrong. I thought Mark was looking the stronger of the two, but that horsepower of the CBR Don made that overtake a bit easier, and he's now bolting away. The last lap board being readied, so I think next time through for race leader Don Fenton, he'll get the last lap board, so not much more to endure for these guys.
No, and certainly I can't see that first place changing.
Second place has though, Mark Eagling through on Stuart Bugg. So is Buggy going to have anything to say about that? And they won't want to wait long because Matty Coward's starting to catch up these guys as well.
Yeah, Matty Coward's getting good drive out of the sweeper there until the start-finish line. Getting the rear hooked up nicely in the wet conditions.
Yeah, nice riding from all these guys, but the man doing it the best is out front, Don Fenton. He'll be enjoying his day out of basketball, I'd say. He's had a good ride in all races, but this one certainly takes the cake for him. Big lead.
Bob Sellers coming across the the start-finish line.
Yeah, this last lap will probably feel like an endurance race to him. Desperate to get back to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, but very happy to, I'm sure.
So Oscar O'Donovan, what happened with Oscar? I don't know. It certainly looks like a full wet rear. I don't know what the issue is with the front, but he doesn't look very comfortable with it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think Matty Cow's still a bit further back, but Stuart Bugg's still.
Yeah, checkered flag now for Don Fenton. Very, very happy with that win. So he should be. We've got Mark Eglin, who will pick up second from Stuart Bugg. Matty Coward didn't manage to close down the gap, but a great ride from Matthew Coward. Back to Tim O'Halloran. And further back...
we've got Bob heading down into Calvin's.
Just looking back to Oscar O'Donovan. He must be coming down the straight, is he? Just coming onto the back straight now. So that was actually Oscar, I think you were looking at, Matt.
Okay. Yep.
Is that right?
That's Bob, isn't it?
Right, so where's Oscar? Did he finish? Maybe I missed that.
They're in behind Bob.
Right, so something certainly went amiss there. I don't know.
Unless there's a lap difference between the two.
Could be. Maybe I missed that, but Bob Sellers now coming around to complete.
Yeah,
you might be right.
There's a lap.
Okay, sure. So Oscar was actually about to put a lap on Bob.
Well,
so that actually saved Bob doing an extra lap.
All I can say, well done, Bob. Stayed up. Well, you've almost stayed upright the whole way around. You still got a little bit to go, but you've made it this far. You should make it back in on those slicks.
Look, well done, everyone today. What an outstanding day's racing, and a way to round out the fourth round of the state championship and the fourth round of the SRCT championship. I think everyone's going to enjoy kicking back and relaxing after this. Another season over and done with, but of course one big race to come, and that's the Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour coming up first weekend of December. But that certainly concludes today. I've had a great time up here. Thanks, Matt, for your company and your co-commentary.
That's all right. It's always a pleasure to come up here. It's sort of been good. It gives you a lot better vantage point of a lot of the racing, and great to see what's going on.
Hope you have all enjoyed your day out here at Baskerville as much as we have. Look forward to seeing you back here. As I said, our next race day, first weekend of December, is the Basketball 2 Hour. But for now, from Matt and I, thank you. Have a great day, and see you next time.
And just a final reminder, barbecue is on. So trophy presentations will be occurring as well. So you'll get to see and hear from Chris again.